Summoned to a mountain, I chose luxury over might. CH 102 to 160. CH 102. There is not enough time, so I'll just keep it simple. Alright, let's go with a few kinds of small pies for starters. I cut the leftover dough into squares. The rest is just a simple matter of choosing whether to put the leftover ingredients on top, or just wrap everything up, then put them in the oven and voila, they're good to go. All that's left for me is to take out the other leftovers and make some pinchos. No one will be any wiser if I claim they're pinchos after skewering them, right? I skewer tomatoes and mozzarella alternately, then season it with a pinch of salt and some olive oil. Take the bottle of marinated stuff and bell pepper out and skewer them, too. We now have two kinds, one with marinated octopus and paprika, and one with marinated oysters. Dinosaur's family returned while I was hastily skewering the food. Oi, what's up with the house next door? It's kinda amazing. Is that so? The houses and the furniture have become quite good while we were holed up in the countryside, so it was such a surprise, Shiva commented while beaming. No, compared to an inn, that is. My room is cute. There's a double-deck bed. The one on top is mine. I laid a pink-based patchwork quilt on top of Tina's bed and it seems she liked it. The twins might get lonely if they were suddenly separated, so I installed a double-decker in their room. The beds can be disassembled into two separate beds, so it'll be fine if they decided to have a room each later on. Alright, I'm done. You can take the bed and the covers even if you decide against living next door. Yay! Jean's food. It looks delish as ever. Dinosaur, if you go down there it's a cellar, so go pick a wine you like. Oh. Dinosaur looked quite dissatisfied, but his expression immediately brightened up when wine was mentioned. There's a 90 square centimeters trapdoor that can be opened by the round ring on the floor at the edge of the pile of firewood. You can see the staircase if you lift that trapdoor, and you can keep it open by hooking the ring to the railing that prevents the pile of firewood from tumbling down. Here, a candle for you. Alright, the other four, go choose your cups over there, Dinosaur hummed as he went down the stairs. Shiva took the cups that the children pointed out down from the shelf, showed it to them, then returned it afterward, rinse and repeat many times over. I also chose some suitable plates from the shelf, then plated the pies that I took out of the oven. This room is situated right after entering through the entrance, and the upper shelves that lined the wall were filled with utensils, while the bottom shelves were for tools. The hearth and the stove were also here, so it's kinda like a semi-kitchen, I guess. I ended up finishing the preparations for tea while they were still happily engrossed in choosing. Alright, come here and bring your cups for tea. Then I choose this. This is mine. Pink. Foo-fa-foo, thank you, you prepared all of these for us, right? N chose a pale blue one, while Vac's cup was blue. They're the same shade as their hair. Tina chose the cup with the same shape and pattern with those of the twins, but hers is pink. Shiva's cup was bigger, but it has the same shape and pattern with the kids, too. I might have pulled a few strings, but yeah, they did choose the cups just like how I anticipated them to. Dinosaur's cup is a bit too large, don't you think? I can't let him drink wine in this. Shiva also brought Dinosaur's, but she looked a bit worried. It's fine to choose another one as his wine cup, you know, I said while pouring the tea. Can't go against Dinosaur's madam when it comes to Dinosaur's alcohol. What a nice smell. Something smells sweet, too. Papa, come here. The kids were sneaking glances at the freshly baked pies. Yeah, sorry for making you geese wait. Dinosaur was hugging a jar of red wine when he returned. Alright, then let's eat. Dinosaur told the family after a short prayer, and everyone started eating. Sweet. Tina grinned from ear to ear after taking a bite of the pie with apple compote on top. Hot. It's spilling. So tasty. Vac bit into the shrimp gratin pie. The white sauce spilled from the pie just as he said, yummy. It's stretchy. Anne's pie was the one with sausage and cheese. I see, the kids started with the warm food first, huh? Kinda expected it. Dinosaur and Shiva happily drank the wine together while munching on the pinchos. They look nice, and they're easy to eat. Delish. It's so good, but cover it at least. Yeah. I should do that with the tomato, mozzarella and eggplant, huh? Madam's dishes are tasty, so I can only compete with rare ingredients and sweet things. Oh my, thank you. I also love Jean's dishes very much. No, really, It's amazing how Shiva's dishes are so tasty, with their mellow taste and warmth. By the way, so that house comes with conditions attached, and that will be the attic, huh? Yup. Good job picking up on that. Fu-Fun Dinosaur happily snorted, proud of himself. The palace dungeon that I crawled in back when I was young was filled with a lot of those, you know. He winked while smiling knowingly. Mom discovered that Tina exposed him. My intuition is telling me strongly that it's Madam who is the better adventurer. CH 103. So? What's up with that secret passage? Dinosaurs started on it again. The people living in the house behind also have their own reasons, so they asked if they can use that as an escape route in case of emergency. But then, it seems they'll be discovered right away, so I want to improve it. I want to buy them more time before they get discovered. I think it's well made. The house behind, so you must be referring to the house beside this one, right? Are they your friends, Jean? Shiva wiped Vak's messy mouth while asking. They're probably inside. Wait a second. It's just my hunch. But Ash and Butler probably went out to hunt bears first thing in the morning. It's easy to kill the bear, but searching for the places they appear takes a long time. The time Ash and Butler return depends on whether they found the bear quickly or not. If they're lucky, they should be home around this time. I knocked on the back door of Ash's house. Jean-sama, sorry, but are you free right now? The family I was talking about finally arrived, and they're here. I will call Ash-sama and we'll be there. Luckily, they just arrived, so they agreed to come right away when I asked them to go to my house to meet Dinosaur's family. Shadow Wolf. Dinosaur shouted, taken aback the moment Butler entered the room. Oh my, it's been so long since I heard that name. This Butler guy smiling here is super fishy. Nuth. Do you know him? Yes, it was around the time when Ash-sama was born. Butler placed his right hand on his shoulder and made a slight bow towards Ash. Isn't Dinosaur around 30 years old or so? Nuth is approximately 70 years old, so when did they meet? Didn't he supposedly become an adventurer when he was young, then worked as a butler ever since? During the period of temporary instability with the neighboring kingdom, my predecessor ordered me to return back to being an adventurer temporarily. That had been my code name back then. I believe we met once, when Dinosaur-sama was just starting out. I thought you were a steward all throughout the time before my exclusive butler changed. Yup, just like Ash said, Butler really seemed like a butler through and through. See, he totally looks like one. My father had been quite advanced in age, but he was still actively serving at that time. When I was away, he raised my son to be quite worthless. Somehow, it sounded like Butler was throwing his son out there. Or should I say there's a subtle feeling that he doesn't care about whatever happened to him. Like, Ash is more like a daughter to him compared to that guy. The memories of you working us hard like horses is far more vivid than you being a steward of the Duke. Dinosaur was scowling. Thank you very much for your help at that time. The matters outside the country had been hard to obtain, you see. Butler beamed as he thanked Dinosaur. I could keenly feel that it wouldn't simply end with this. Sounds like Butler has some dirt on Dinosaur while he was still a novice. Also, is it normal for the Duke's butler, steward, to do things outside the country? Shiva was just letting everything slide, so she wasn't a nobility from Ash's kingdom, then? Besides, Butler probably has all the faces of the nobles of their country thoroughly memorized, right? Well, it might be just my own arbitrary prejudice. So, how on earth did you meet a noble young lady, huh? Dinosaur? No, come to think of it, there had been an instance of a young lady from the ducal house sitting by the well. T/N-E-M, Ash-sama. This is the Wolf King Valmore. It seems that he went missing for a while, but he is a very famous adventurer, and his rank is gold. Never mind that he's gold, but what's up with that name? Wolf King Valmore, Wolf King, he said. Were wolves all the things you hunted back then? I did my best hunting wolves instead of bear, but they only told me that wolf belonged to the Northern Adventurers. So you guys are the reason why my nickname never changed from bear, huh? Tilda. This guy is sticking to you, so you must be that Oju-chan, huh? The Duke really did it, huh? Dinosaur, you also knew Ash's secret, huh? And even the fact that her father stuck that spirit on her to make her manly. You should have stopped him. Jean, You look like you want to ask something? Go ahead, spill it out. I was boring holes in him with my eyes, so Dinosaur sighed and said that. Dinosaur and Valmore, which one is the surname and which one is your name? That's what you're curious about? That's because the order of names change depending on the country you're from. There are super long names that include the parents' names, and there are also those who hide their true names by using common names. It's just one big land, but it's a mess. Valmore is the name I gave myself. Don't remember the one my parents gave me. Shiva gave me Dinosaur, so I'm using that as my name. I see. Well, I guess I get it, since I'm Jean right now, too. The deities arbitrarily named me with a free knight's name fashioned after this place, but I don't use it, or I already forgot, to be precise. So? What's your plan? Gonna live here? The neighbors behind us are quite a pain in the neck, but after seeing the interior, of course we'll live right? Dinosaur glanced at Shiva before answering. Thanks to Butler being here, Dinosaur and Shiva grasped the reason why an escape route is needed, it seems. Well, it's nice that things were moving fast and easy. Please take care of us. Same here. Ash and Dinosaur shook hands and it was settled. Jean is our neighbor. Neighbor-san. Nice to meet you. The kids that had been well behaved up to this point started to frolic around. They greeted and introduced themselves in turns to Ash and Butler. Ash looked baffled, and she was making a scary face, but the kids didn't seem to mind it. How strong. Perhaps it's a good thing that there's more people who are in the loop regarding Ash's gender? The number of people with which she can let her guard down increased, after all. No, she's still almost the same in front of Retz and me, though. Core. Is it in her core to be manly? So, how did you notice that this is a gypped door? We left the children behind and are currently here in the attic room. I need to know how she discovered it first so that I can fix the gypped door properly, so interrogation time. Based on the wind flow, and sound, too. Hollow spaces give off a different sound, after all. Shiva said. Other houses have a lot of crevices so you shouldn't notice it, but there's nothing like that in this house. Why is that? Is it because I installed a window? I installed a window on this roof, as well as on my house. The best way to let the light in is to open the window grills, since they don't have any glass fitted. Even now, the wind blows in through the window left open for light, and it is slightly rattling the boards behind shelves. There shouldn't be any problems if we were to cover the crevices in this house, Butler commented. I made the bathroom of Ash's house, but the rest was done by the contractor. So the attic was probably still full of holes like when we first bought it. Well, if the wind didn't have any other place to pass through, then it would go to the neighboring space. Then what's left is sound. I opened the gypped door and the gaping hole greeted me. If I cover it out, they won't be able to get in or out, and even if I use thicker wooden boards, it won't solve the problem. I squatted in front of the hole and tried to rack my brains over it. I wish that you make it seem like an ordinary wall except when passing through. Couldn't come up with an awesome solution, so I decided to just rely on the spirits that dwell in the stone and those who hang around the house. The hole started to close up in front of our eyes. It didn't just block the sound, even the outward appearance totally looked like a stone wall. Was the way I made the request wrong? No. Was it good? Wait a second. You're doing things like that in front of others again. Nuth. How did you train this guy, He is beyond my purview. Nuth froze, shocked by Dinosaur's yell, then he came to his senses and did a slight bow in front of him. CH-104. So? Do you still want to hide, Yes. Dinosaur flumped to the ground and started on me, so I answered him. I had been crouching while looking at the gaping hole, so I just adjusted my posture to sit cross-legged on the floor, facing him. Your actions are not in line with your words. Butler remained standing as he chided me. Dear, I'm worried about the children, so I'll go back first. Just let me know how it goes later, okay? Shiva placed her hand on Dinosaur's shoulder, then she went out after smiling at me. Yeah, it's worrying to leave 3 children in a strange house to house sit for a long time. Jean, what are you hiding, and from whom? Jean? Ash had that terrifying gaze as she looked at me. She then sat cross-legged on the floor, copying Dinosaur and me. Hey, no need to sneak glances at us while adjusting how you sit, you know. Just sit comfortably, will you? My abilities that might catch the attention of someone troublesome, hiding my existence from that peerless sis of mine. My appearance is different, so I don't think she'll think of me if we happen to meet a bit by chance, and she is probably unaware that I'm here, in the first place. The deities did tell the details to that ball, but I already cut our ties right away back then. I can't trust that ball to break off the contract without putting up a fight. Kutesh'll be effective as long as the deity's power is stronger than the power of the 3 heroes, or was it 4? Given to Ball. It's 4 versus 1, so I have to do my best. So you're saying you already think that it's fine even if we discovered your abilities, huh? Thanks for the trust, but won't the information leak easier the more people are in the know? Ash's face is getting scarier by the minute. Are you happy or mad, or you can't balance yourself on crossed legs? Which is it? Rumors are easily forgotten. I have this great, convenient, forgettable body. They won't remember me if we don't talk to each other, much less just seeing me. To be precise, it's not about being unmemorable, but that people find it difficult to sustain interest and obsession on me, I guess. But then, documents are still valid, so I'm not sure. I get it now. So that's why you just wordlessly knock them down when they pick a fight with you. That's because talking is way more troublesome. I can't correct Ash now since she seemed really convinced about it. No, just what kind of constitution is that, huh? Dinosaur stared at me dubiously. That must be the reason why there has been no mention of Jean-sama in the Commerce Guild. I found it quite strange that only Ash-sama and I are being talked about, even though we were just mere helpers in the production of the medicine. Butler also understood. I do think it's convenient, but then, that means Jean won't get the prestige that you deserve, right? I don't really care, it's fine as long as I get the income according to the documents, but I feel uncomfortable that we're the ones getting credit. Instead, it seemed like Ash corrected them every time they thanked her. Sorry for giving you trouble. No, that's not what I mean. I don't need anyone fawning over me, or getting special treatment from the bigwigs. Well, I'm pretty happy that the counter-tellers have become more sincere. I'm pretty much aware that I'm still lacking in many ways, so I decided to avoid participating in group activities right from the start. So you can see them, Dinosaur? Everyone here can, right? Butler apparently told Ash that he can see too, so I guess it's fine being open about it? And Madam seems like she can see them, too. How about N? If he can, then he has been keeping a straight face while using that squirrel as storage, huh? Aren't there too many people who can see around me? Wait, that's what caught your attention? It's not about the ability to see or not. Daddy here wants to know why the Shadow Wolf is here. I had a feeling that Butler was laughing at the crestfallen Dinosaur. Seems like there's a lot of fugitives with special circumstances here in Canham, huh? I didn't run away, though. I have a feeling that you're the most dangerous one. Dinosaur said. Jean, aren't you the one being targeted the most? Ash, I believe you should be the most careful, Jean-sama. Butler. The trio commented at the same time. Well, I'm pretty sure he can get right away, though. If you have a contractual spirit, or even a spirit you're fond of, make sure you have at least one stick with you, alright? I already said this before, but it's weird that you don't have any sticking at you with your abilities. Dinosaur was apparently aware about my peculiar teleportation ability, so it seemed he wasn't worried about me regarding that. There are many among the adventurers who can see, just as Butler said. Spirits seemed to favor how free the adventurers were, so many of them acquired the ability to see under the influence of the spirits hanging around them. There are also many who chose to become adventurers because they can already see, or are possessed, even before they become one. On the other hand, there are also adventurers who lose their sight after settling down. Spirits that tend to lend their power to humans were mostly capricious wind spirits, fire spirits that symbolize power and destruction and favored humans' ambitions, light spirits who loved situations where people overcome their tribulations and have the desire to improve. They would leave once the people settled down in one place, apparently. I don't want him influencing me in a weird way, and I don't really like taking him with me to messed up places. He is cute, so I don't want him getting kidnapped by people, and I don't want him getting involved with strange spirits, too. If I need a spirit to stay with me, then Rish would be the best choice, but I'm worried about a lot of things. Just how much of a weakling is that spirit, Huh? As doesn't have any problems living with me. Jin-sama, normal people can't even touch spirits. Let's just ask Rish what he thinks about it later. I probably won't get an answer, but he might manifest his intent for all we know. CH-105. It's been settled that Dinosaur's family will move in here, so we went to the inn to get their things. The horse was sold, and they also bought necessities. The beds are ready, so if they can arrange for the firewood they can move in within today. We decided to split up for now, with Butler accompanying them to the stores as their guide and me going back to the house to prepare some bread and soup for both houses. Alright, what to do now? It's still a bit early for preparing dinner, but kinda late to do anything else. The weather's bad so I can't go to the forest. Alright, the number of people has increased, so I guess I'll just do pre-cooking prep. So, it'll be leavening, pie sheets and soup base. Fish cured with kelp. I guess it's a bit early to take those out. There might be against eating raw foods, after all. Alright, let's just pickle some meat. It'll be easy to stew the soup since the fire is always lit in the hearth, but I still have to keep on removing the lye from the consommé soup for ages. Besides, I can make the onion soup and vegetable soup now and use them later for other soups. I use different kinds of leavening agents for the bread dough and leave them to ferment. Fold the croissant dough and the pie dough, roll them out, let them rest, rinse and repeat until I have several layers of dough. The kitchen is too small, so I work in a room with a fireplace. Hey, what are you making? Is that bread? Yeah, base for breads and pastries. Did you just return? Dean and Retz called out to me, so I answered back. The door is wide open to let in more light, so I am totally visible from the outside while working. Well, even if it's outside, this house is already at the end of the alley, and only Ash and the tenants of the rental house come here. How about Chris? Wait a second, why are you full of scratches? Dean's bare face and arms are full of wounds. I met Retz at the guild, so we just went home together. There's no commission requests for 3 people, you know. Scratches are from Peru. Dean holds out a bag. Pio are also growing now, so I also picked some on the way. Retz also holds out a bag. I opened the bag while trying to guess what they are. Oh, both of them are mushrooms. Retz's Pio have brown heads and thin bodies, while Dean's bunch are white with a strong smell. Appraisal results say Pio grows on willows and poplars, and they have a crispy texture. Prue grows under blackthorn bushes, and they smell nice. Dean's scratches came from the blackthorns, apparently, so Prue must be eaten within today or else it'll lose its aroma. I'm going to make something for dinner, so come. Okay. Hooray. I'll look for Leela next time. Don't forget to invite Chris, too, I said as they left. Is Leela mushroom too? If it was in Japan, there's a season for enjoying picking wild vegetables. But folks here pick mushrooms every time the season changes. They are not particularly tasty, but maybe they just enjoy the aroma and the crunchy texture. Or, maybe they are just enjoying the season. The mushrooms are more than enough for 3 people. I guess they also picked these with Ash, Butler and Chris in mind. I take the salted ham that had been cured overnight, rub it with sugar and coarsely ground black pepper, add salt and rosemary and rub some more. Put the green beans and chopped salted pork into the vegetable broth, add some garlic, white wine, bay leaves, then let it simmer before adding cabbage halfway through. These cabbages aren't the dark green cabbage found here, but the yellow-green ones that I'm familiar with. Let's train them to get used to different ingredients bit by bit. Make 2 pots and leave it to fireplace and to turn this dish into a delicious one. I'm done with the different preparations, and there is still some time left before dinner, so let's return to my house to ask Rish. So, time to teleport to my house. Rish came running towards me when I entered my house. He sniffed at my feet, as if checking what I have been up to, then he sat down with a thump, satisfied, and looked up at me. I always wait until Rish is satisfied, and pat him when he sits down. It's our usual routine, and he's adorable, be it in the morning or in the evening. Rish, wanna come with me somewhere different from the woods? There's a lot of people there, though. Rish tilted his head. It's not like I understand, but what am I going to do? It's as if he was telling me that. He didn't seem to be fond of humans and his fellow spirits, even though he's a divine beast. If it's troublesome, you can choose not to go next time, so wanna try? He stuck his face between my feet, so I took that as a yes and we teleport again. Rish started to sniff around the house the moment we arrived at the Kanem house. He carefully sniffed near the door, so he was probably checking out the different scents of people. I let him be until he was satisfied. I prepared a water dish for Rish and started preparing dinner. He is smart, so it's a relief that the fireplace won't be a danger to him. His leg fur is a bit long and silky, and the fur on his chest and tummy are fluffy. His eyes are wide open now, and his chubby paws are super cute. Yeah, I'm really glad to have him beside me. But if Rish doesn't want to, I won't force him. Whoa. There's a dog. That's Dean. Dog. Reds. Oh my goodness, how adorable is this? And Chris. The three of them were the first ones to arrive. That's Rish. Touching is forbidden. Dean stretched his hand to touch him, but Rish promptly jumped out of the way, so I warned him. That's sad. Dean drew back his hand, and Rish returned and continued sniffing him as if he understood that he wouldn't touch him. TSK. Oh, how unfortunate for us, being unable to touch such a lovely creature. Dog. Chris shrieked in agony while Rex tilted his head with a dubious look on his face. CH-106. I chopped the puce and sautéed them in garlic and olive oil. The color is quite plain, so I sprinkled a bit of chopped Italian parsley. Garlics are usually still small during this time, but I got one from my field and used it here. I used a lot of olive oil, almost enough to soak them, but I went easy on the garlic. I'm still not used to eating this, or maybe it's just that I don't really like the aroma. I finished all the preps before they came. The main ingredient for tonight is mushroom, but the main dish is meat. Meat should be at room temp when grilling. Well, not that I had to bring it back to that temp, since the pantry is always at room temperature. I trimmed the excess fat and sinews. Meat was 4 centimeters thick and rubbed the surface with coarsely ground rock salt. I pierced it with 4 metal skewers so that it would flatten into a fan shape, then made a spot at the fireplace with red-hot coals and started grilling, turning them every now and then. I set it up beside the fireplace's wall, so that the fire would be weak. The consommé soup made with the cabbages, that had been cut into 8 parts, should be done by now, too. Butler is supposed to pick up the bread, so I asked Rex and the guys to call Ash over. Rish earnestly sniffed Ash too while she stood frozen with a terrible expression until he was satisfied. Does she like dogs or not? I can't tell by her face. The fire crackled, making smoke as salt and fat dripped from the meat which had been browned and a bit charred here and there. I let the smoke permeate the meat so the aroma would cling to it. Turning the metal skewers smoothly would cook the inner part nicely, too. I made the garnish by halving some turnips, sprinkling salt on them then grilling them too. I already did all of this, so I thought I might as well sauté the pie that Rex harvested in butter. Just put as much as you want on top and eat it. I piled some thinly sliced bread in a basket and served it with the bowl of prune. I considered using prune for pasta or risotto, but it won't taste as good once it cooled down. Butler and Dinosaur's family might be late, so I scrapped that idea. The few bottles of high-grade wine brought by the trio were all lined up on the table. Let's dig in. Yeah. Thanks for the food. Now I partake. Thank you for the food. I also prepared some sliced raw mushrooms for our excited locals. So, there are a lot of mushrooms that can be eaten raw aside from truffles. Ha ha, what a splendid aroma. This is it. The scent of spring. Yeah. It's nice that we can eat it this year too. Chris and Rex piled a lot of mushrooms on the bread and sank their teeth on it with relish. The fragrance is wonderful. Ash didn't take a huge bite, but she did start with the prune meat. Ugh, this is so tasty. Dean went through all that trouble getting all scratched up because of the prune, but there he was gobbling the meat. The inner part was also cooked well when I sliced the meat with a knife. The umami flavor spread in my mouth as I took a huge chunk of meat and bit into it. The aroma filling my nostrils was also amazing. I drank some wine to wash down the grease of the meat, then took a mouthful of the bread heavily laden with prune. It tasted like a king trumpet mushroom, and the scent was quite heavy. Based on how Chris and Rex were faring, you're going to love it once you get used to it. I also gave some unsalted meat to Rish, cooked rare. It would get burned without salt. After all, you have a visitor, it seems? It was just as Chris said, somebody was knocking on the back door. Yeah, it's Butler and our neighbors. The family you know? They arrived today. I answered Dean's question while making my way through the kitchen with a candlestick on hand. Come in. Please excuse us. Yeah, just as expected. The two of them came. Madam and the kids already went home. Firewood, tables, carpets and other stuff that Dinosaur seemed to have ordered to be delivered arrived one after the other next door. You have guests? No, wait a second. Alright, what's up? Dinosaur suddenly cut me off in a fluster. He is beyond my purview, Butler said with a smile. Don't answer me first. Is it my fault? Is it because of what I said? I'm afraid I am as guilty as you are. However, he is beyond my purview. You. Hey, don't tell me you showed this to others, huh? Dinosaur pointed below him. I just introduced Rish to Ash and the others. Rish had followed me and was now sniffing Dinosaur's feet. Ugh, what's up? Didn't you tell me to bring a spirit? This puppy is a spirit. Hey, Dean. There's no such thing as a puppy that doesn't make a sound when walking. Chris. So he's at the level where he's visible to me, a non-seeing guy? Rats. It seems so. 4 people left the table and came to us because Dinosaur yelled. Oh, so that's how it is, huh? Spirits who are visible to those who can't see are strong. Rish was in always visible mode for me, so I totally didn't notice. Rish is super weak on top of being a puppy, and yet he's that strong? Now? You just noticed that now? Dinosaur was about to cry. CH-107 then, it'll be bad to take Rish along. Indeed, you will stand out all the more, Butler remarked with a smile. Rish doesn't seem to like crowded places too, so I guess it can't be helped. Rish approached my feet, so I took his cheeks and rubbed them vigorously. Dinosaur looked like he had a headache oncoming. How nice, I wanna rub him too. Dean is definitely a dog lover, and he seemed really envious. Dean, maybe it's better for you to do something about that trait of yours, huh? You seem to stop thinking when it comes to things you like. Rex looked like he was tired of something. Dean is probably the reason. Is it alright for me to be here? What a rare sight. Chris was fidgeting while he anxiously asked that. I'm the one who called you here. I looked up at Chris from below him. It couldn't be helped that this angle drew my eye to his chin. Thank you. Chris, will be worthy of your trust. I already know that Chris is a nice guy, but those gestures of his that make me think of sparkles and flowers blooming behind him sparks unease in me. Still, just what kind of spirit would be good, huh? If it's based on size, then Rish is quite small, too. Maybe it's better for me to return as I'm more at ease if he's with you. He would perch on my shoulders from time to time, but his favorite spot seems to be on top of Ash's head. The contrast between him and Ash's scary face had been quite odd at first, but I came to see it as adorable recently. I've heard that fire spirits are common among adventurers. Can you introduce us? Rex said in his usual tone. I see, so I can make Dean's spirit as the model, huh? But then, it's hard to determine just by size. How about by presence impact or something else? Just how do you categorize that? Sorry. This old guy here is Dinosaur. This is Rex. Stop calling me old guy. Dinosaur grumbled while shaking hands with Rex. Nice to meet ya. Wait. Rex's hand was still in the air even after the handshake was over. Please forgive me if I made a mistake. Valmore? Yeah. Dinosaur answered nonchalantly. Wait a moment. Are you referring to the Wolf King Valmore who went missing in the labyrinth? Dean and Chris let out something close to a shriek as they approached us. It was quite dark with just a single candlestick, so they probably couldn't confirm it without getting closer. I'm going back to being an adventurer starting tomorrow, so I'll be in your care. And me, too. A handshake. Dean wiped his hand on his trousers then extended it. It's a pain in the neck introducing you, so do it yourself. I'm Dean. My name is Dean. Chris Eads. It is such an honor to meet a legend. Not sure if they read my mind, but they introduced themselves while shaking hands. Dean, your way of talking is weird. Shut up. You're Valmore. That Valmore? Not that I know who that is. He is a legend. He's so famous that only those who grew up in severely prejudiced families don't know him. Those who know how he looks are limited to those his own age or older, though. Rex explained. Well, he's just plain old Dinosaur for me, a nice dad and guy who is weak against his wife and children. Well, that dragon spirit is really cool, though. Alright, Let's go look for a dragon spirit. They are probably up in the north where dragons fly around. Maybe. At any rate, don't take that spirit to town if you don't want to stand out. Yes. I drawled in reply. Dinosaur wiltingly waved his hand as he languidly left through the back door. So even the Wolf King Valmore would carry bread like that, huh? Dean was mumbling about some weird impression he got. Let's continue eating. Nuth. The main dish is meat. Want me to grill it for you? Or do you wanna do it yourself? Allow me. We moved towards the dining table while Butler started roasting meat in the fireplace after using a poker to move the firewood. It feels like my brain's breaking from info overload. Rhett sighed while drinking the wine they brought. I can see Valmore if I go to the guild tomorrow, huh? Dean continued on, and it was gross. Jean, I'm not sure if it's a good idea to touch spirits as if it's a natural thing to do, but no. It seems not only are strong spirits visible, they can also be touched, huh? At any rate, be careful. Chris elegantly tilted his glass. He usually moves exaggeratedly, but his table manners are quite refined. Come to think of it, the guild will probably be in an uproar again. Well, someone at Valmore's level usually goes to the labyrinth, right? Is he here because of Jean? Nah. He said he wants to train his children. I answered Rhett's question. Valmore has kids. Dean, you're acting like a head-over-heels maiden chasing someone and it's gross. He's just a bit older than us and yet he's a legend, so can't help it, okay? It's only natural for men to admire him. He has an adorable, pretty lassie and twin brothers. Will he train the twins? Nah, he said it'll be the three of them. Ash looked scary, and she seemed to be thinking of something. Is his wife the Ice Queen Shiva? Not sure if she's the Ice Queen, but yeah, it's Shiva. So Shiva also had a nickname, huh? They seemed to be referring to the spirit that possessed her. But then, perhaps she could also use ice magic. If so, maybe I can ask her to teach me how to use magic. Ugh. Strong and beautiful wife. How nice. I agree with you. A beauty who is great at cooking. Yeah. Dinosaur got it good. Is that your type? Rather than type, his family is enviable, including Dinosaur the hubby himself. They might not be the typical peaceful peasant family I had in mind, but they have a great family, in my opinion. Not only his wife, but even the children's relationship was enviable. If Valmore and Shiva are then I guess it's fine, but I think it's still best if we look out for the kids just in case, so that there won't be anyone who would mess with them. Rhett remarked, and Dean and Chris exchanged glances and nods. Please. I bowed my head to these trio who seemed destined to do good things in the future. Ch 108. So, Spirit-san. When I rename them and increase the chances of us being together, the bigger they get, so what should I do about that? Well, I guess I can think about it later. I need to capture one first, or else nothing will come out of it. Oh yeah, so where can I find dragons? If they exist then should they be in the east? Jean, you're thinking of something strange aren't ya? You're imagining things. Rhett was taking me around blacksmiths. Was it Laura? Rose? Oh, Rosa. Everyone mostly mentions Amadeo, so the others' names were quite fuzzy. The troublesome underlings of the gold ranks finally left the city, so I was looking for a place that could process the magic ore that I got from Ash. To be precise, I requested Chris, Dean and Rhett to take me to the smithies they frequented respectively. The other two giddily went to the guild early in the morning, while Dinosaur and his family avoided the early morning crowd, and had a leisurely breakfast first before heading out. I knew, because I delivered the eggs I forgot to give them yesterday. Actually, there are more craftsmen in the fortress city. That place is teeming with Rose's underlings for sure. In fact, Dean and Chris would also expressly go to the fortress city for the overall maintenance of their main weapons. The fortress city and town are actually situated in the neighboring country, so essentially, people can't easily enter or leave that place. So, it is considered to be far even though it is near, although that doesn't matter to the adventurers. They may be treated harshly in the royal capital, and the farther they are from lands that are infested with monsters. However, they are relatively free the nearer they are to such places. The blacksmiths over here mainly accept maintenance care that normal, day-to-day DIY can't do, as well as dismantling knives and other sub-weapons. The craftsmen in the fortress city apparently don't meet people without an introduction, So the two guys told me that they'll show me around if I go there. Then they came up with talks of brothels again. You're totally treating her like she's a villainess, aren't you? She's famous for being a compassionate healer, you know. I can only see her as a pain in the neck. She could have just gathered the people of the country instead of gathering haunted guys. Just what kind of country does she want to revive, huh? Retz and I engaged in small talk while walking. Most people would come rushing for a chance to be part of a strong group, right? Just as Retz said, folks, be it peasants or city guys, would prefer to be affiliated to strong people. He had an expression as if he had been routing for her from the start. So, what now? Do you have a craftsman you like? Are magicors processed the same way as iron? Sorry for bothering you to show me around, but I guess I'll just do it myself. I did check them out, but they didn't impress me. The blacksmiths of the northern region that I saw before had been so superb that I couldn't help but compare them. I know you're skilled, but do you have the facilities? Yup. Not gonna ask where they are. We bought stewed offal sandwiches at one of the stands, then moved to the side as we munched on them. There's a meat disassembly place just outside the bulwark, and this meat was also processed there, but the butcher shop is separate from the entrails shop. Seems like they subdivided handling to a T, and they drew the line between those divisions quite intensely. Canham's dishes are relatively more delicious than other places, probably because of the abundance of meat, and the cuisine isn't overly salty. Not sure if it is because the main ingredient is salt-cured meat, but there are a lot of cities with salty dishes. Cough. This is a bit stinky, isn't it? Yeah, it does stink, now that you mentioned it. The carpenters and stonemasons from cold places also invited me to eat hot pot with them, but the meat didn't stink that much back then. I want some 7-spice blend. At the very least. 7-spice blend? It's a spicy seasoning made with 7 different spices mixed together, with red pepper as base. Hey? Well, that thing doesn't exist here, I guess. It's kinda scary how the things I can eat outside gets lesser and lesser the more I get used to your cooking, Gene. You can just memorize how to cook it, right? Butler did memorize a lot. He even sent me some asparagus pizza he made the other day. It's not to the point that you can call them decent dishes, but I grill some meat at home now, when I usually ate everything outside until now. And so, I ended up smithing. The materials are already gathered. The bellows are ready, the anvil, too, and I also have long handle pincers for grasping the hot metal. Hammers for hitting and bending, check. I have different kinds, a round-headed one and a flat-headed one, a large, heavy, two-handed hammer for fusing two metals together. Hammers and more hammers. That's a lot of them. Water, check. Charcoal, check. Borax, check. Straw ashes and other stuff, check. Apron made from monitor lizard cun's hide, check. Fire spirits help, check. First, I beat the steel into a shape that looks like a square plate with a stick. Iron is fine for the pole part. I add another layer of steel on top. The tiny spirits started around the furnace, while the orange butterfly spirits danced in the wind that the bellows made. To level the carbon content, I had to stretch the steel and fold it and stretch it again, and fold it again, rinse and repeat, to make it more tenacious and stronger, and to beat out the impurities, too. I watched the orange-tempered steel and adjusted my strength. The fire salamander flicked its long tongue and licked the orange-heated mass. I think it's a job for 2 people, but the spirits are there to help me successfully finish. Tomorrow. I forgot the whetstone for sharpening the blade. CH-109 swords here are just like the ones in Japan in the sense that they don't make clanging sounds. I refer to those that do as clang swords. They are made by pouring them into a mold. The sword molds are placed into a tube, then they put sand to fill the gaps between the tube and the mold before pouring the molten iron into the mold. Clang swords, on the other hand, are mostly done by the smithers that specialize in making horseshoes. I learned both methods by helping out with the menial tasks. It's a huge help that I had my manufacturing ability since I could memorize the process even just by sneaking glances. It also helps me understand why the process is necessary, and it also clarifies and corrects the vague knowledge I had from watching TV and reading books in my previous life. It's not like my cooking skill where I know something I absolutely didn't have an inkling before, nor can I come up with the manufacturing process just by looking at the finished product, but still, it was a pretty awesome cheat as it is. As for cooking, that skill is way beyond just being awesome enough to be illegal. The stuff from my previous world is my trump card, and anything written about the cuisine here is considered knowledge. I can also use appraisal to check the finished products or even the raw ingredients to know how to cook them. At any rate, I diligently studied all kinds of production aside from cooking. I'm stocking on knowledge, and I'm mainly getting it from the library. According to info found there is a tribe up north that was good at blacksmithing and making clang swords. Not sure whether it's because they didn't have a written record of their skills, but the only thing I could find about them was some kind of order form for goods. It was another tribe who recorded that clang swords came from them. Perhaps, they are just a mysterious kind of tribe, or maybe even dwarves. I plan to look for them later. I'm so glad I have the skills and time to solve mysteries, since they are a lot of fun. The sword I made was a Western type one because Japanese style swords would stand out too much around here. I'm not aiming to be like White Shroud, but I wanted a clang sword, even as a Japanese. And so, the clang sword I made should be stronger than normal steel swords, thanks to the tenacity resulting from the manufacturing process and the addition of magic ore. Yup, if I didn't fail, that is. I'm a bit worried because the color turned out a bit different from what I expected. Rish, move aside, it'll be dangerous if I hit you. I headed out of the blacksmith shed with the finished sword in hand. It's a lot lighter than normal swords, and the blade end is tinged with the colors of dawn for some reason. It's beautiful. First slash, to the side. Flames burst out from the sword, leaving a path. Second slash, slash up from below, reverse, slash down. Flames left a trail while sparks flew in the air. Whoa. Cool. I get it, I totally get it. I'm gonna be scolded for this one. I subconsciously glanced at Rish, who was sitting obediently in front of the smith's shed. He tilted his head when our eyes met. Yup, so adorable. No, wait a second, what am I supposed to do with this? Ash gave that magic ore to me, and yet I turned it into a sword I can't use. Yokan, sweet azuki bean jelly, a Japanese confectionery, from Terraria is usually given as an apology gift in Japan, but what about this world? No, I don't have any idea. Will wine and snacks be okay? I'm not really versed with wines, yet, so I just picked a wine said to be delicious in Japan and transferred it into a bottle. As for the snack, pastry, chocolate eclairs sound good. Custard, fresh cream and strawberries might appeal to Ash's tastes, I guess. I'll make the chocolate dough slightly bittersweet, then spread those on top as usual. And so, I started making eclairs. I piped the slightly hardened kneaded dough, baked them and cut them into halves, then piped the custard made from more vanilla beans than usual on top, then garnished it with whipped cream. I gently placed 3 strawberries, then put the chocolate smeared half as cover, and it's done. Alright, let's go get scolded. No, Ash probably won't get mad at me. Welcome, Jean-sama. Butler opened the door for me soon enough when I knocked on their back door. Jean, hello. Not sure if it's because she's a noble, but normally, she doesn't go to the kitchen, apparently. Butler had a complicated expression at first, but he doesn't do that nowadays. I could probably go through the main entrance, but I'm carrying ingredients most of the time, so, yeah. Here, wine and snacks. I came here today to apologize. I don't think there's anything you have to apologize for, Jean, but what's up? Ash seemed perplexed. I made a blunder and turned that magic ore into a useless sword. You especially gave it to me and yet. Sorry. I bowed my head and said it one go the moment my hands were free after handing the wine and eclairs to Butler. You don't have to say sorry. I gave that magic ore to Jean, so you're free to use it as you want. Ash didn't seem to mind it. She went through all that trouble to get that. I feel so guilty. Jean-sama also does smithing, it seems. How about melting it once again and remaking it? I see. I didn't think about that. Can I still melt it down? Both steel and magic ore melted down in the first place. Will it work? Jean-sama. How about calling Valmore, Dinosaur-sama, and showing your failed sword to us first. I feel like Butler's donning that smile as a mask. T/N, White Shroud from Tokyo Xanadu, a mysterious character who wears all white and belongs to a group that aims to seal the other world. Jimatsu.com. Torea no Yokan. Torea is a well-known brand for Japanese confectionaries, while Yokan is sweet bean paste jelly. CH110. Ash, did you get thinner? I also stopped the chest binding. Tea time with Ash at my house. Butler was the one who brewed the tea, but he went to Dinosaur right after serving it. Ash opened the box of eclairs that we brought back again, and the two of us ate them in the end. Then won't they know that you're a girl? Her shirt seems a bit loose, and her waist has gotten thinner to the point that suspicious eyes can tell that she's a woman. And her chest. Shiva and Tina are here, after all. This pastry is super delicious. She still has that scary expression on her face, but I'm already used to reading her mood to the point that I can see flowers blooming in her background. So, what about Shiva and Tina? Even if female adventurers were not non-existent thanks to the abilities bestowed by spirits, there are still only a handful of them, and most of those minority are part of the comrades I can trust. Are you gonna work with Dinosaur and the others? No, I'm thinking it's better if there are more women. I see, so that's why it's for Shiva and Tina, huh? Besides, ever since I'm released from Oz, it's getting harder to bind my chest. Bring your clothes later. I'll fix them for you. Ash seemed very happy, probably because she liked the eclair more than I expected. Just when I added more eclairs for Dinosaur, somebody knocked on the door. It's open. I called out to the kitchen. They probably already know it's open. It's my house, after all. Come in. All right, I'm prepared. Show it. He sat heavily on the chair, with his legs open and his fists on his knees. The very picture of firmness. Here. He told me to show it, so I thought of teasing him by taking my shirt off. But Ash is here, so I restrained myself and obediently took my sword out. No, wait a second. Where the heck did you pull that out? From storage. Dinosaur looked like he's about to pop a vein. Butler stood frozen beside the table, a smile still plastered on his face. Ash was nibbling the eclair. I took a leaf out of Ash's book and came out clean that I have the same ability as N. I'm not sure whether they'll reveal N's ability, but I was thinking it would be a comfort to them knowing that there was someone who has the same skill as him. You, keep that a secret. Dinosaur let out all the breath he had been holding in a sigh. Yes, so nonchalant. Nothing. I think it is fine, since he has been hiding it until now. Instead, the bag that he made stood out, so he made great use of the guilt here. Yep, he's right, I did hide it properly. So, is this the sword in question? He took out the sword from the scabbard. Whoa. Please do not melt it down. Not sure if it reacted to Dinosaur's fire dragon, but flames ran down the sword blade. It's beautiful. If you like it, then wanna have it? Ash praised it, so I asked her. No, I don't have any fire spirits beside me unfortunately, so I won't be able to use it. As, the spirit sticking to Ash, is the spirit of wind and verdure. What about you, Dinosaur? Hey, you, stop easily giving away a sword that can't be used in front of others. How much is this? Aren't arrowheads made of iron more expensive than hiring mercenaries? But I made the steel from the pig iron used to make cheap farming tools, so I guess it isn't much. Pig iron is hard but brittle, so I mixed the magic ore to make it more tenacious. I made the steel in a crucible with flux made from pine resin, so just how much is this steel worth? No, wait a second, Nuth, can I ask, what is it made of? I was thinking that it resembles the blades forged by a certain tribes from the northern island. I heard that they apparently cut off any contact with the humans in this continent. I did my best to forge a clang sword. The spirits helped me out a bit during the process, so it turned out to be quite a terrible thing. I guess it can't be helped that it turned into a spirit sword. Well, you decided that it can't be shown in public, so it's good, but that was close. I did try to hide it, you know. Still, it's totally out of the question, I tell you. It's out. Even if it's not a spirit sword, it's out. Jean-sama, please lower your standards for ignoring things. Dinosaur kept on yelling out, while Butler looked worried. I don't want a blade that can easily break. In addition to this, I also made a knife currently in the kitchen next door. I didn't ask the help of spirits when making that, so it's just a normal steel knife. He's beyond my purview. Don't really care about battles, but life's comfort is non-negotiable. Yup. I hope this world will steadily become more comfortable to live in. Instead, Jin-sama is far more cultured than us. Jin's normal is already absurd by our standards. Ash suddenly spoke out after keeping quiet all this time, and silence descended. Jin, are you home? Broken by Dean's carefree voice. Come in, it's open. Whoa. Hello, Valmore. Hey, Dinosaur replied curtly while still clutching his head. Did something happen? We're trying to figure out what's negotiable and not. Dean lowered his voice, so I answered his question. Not sure what's happening, but I guess you shouldn't probe into it too much. Just take it easy, okay? Oh, smells heavenly. Can I have one? It was probably on purpose, but Dean replied very cheerfully, to the point that it seemed exaggerated, as he looked at the eclairs on the table while grinning ear to ear. Help yourself. I made a lot. Yeah, thanks. Here, a friend gave me these asparagus. The basket was filled with asparagus. Half of them were the normal, thick ones, while the other half were white and thick. It seems they weren't picked from the forest, but cultivated. So they have white asparagus here, huh? I could only imagine them canned in thick sauce, but these seemed quite delicious. Dean handed the basket to me, and reached out to the eclairs with his freed hand. He took a huge bite. It's the first time he saw an eclair, and yet he wasn't even wary of it. You can probably buy a private house with that snack. Choke, cough. Butler chose the perfect timing to drop a bomb, and Dean choked on the eclair. Vanilla beans, cacao, just how much of those are in there? And this sweet fruit pretending to be a strawberry is unimaginable. Pretend. Hey, that's a real strawberry. Doesn't it look quite similar to the ones you have here, at the very least? CH-111 Dinosaur and Butler placed an order for chairs with backrests. The chairs in this world are mostly benches, or logs that had been cut to a suitable size. Folks in the royal capital and the wealthy guys do have chairs with backrests, but they aren't widely distributed among the masses, yet. By the way, did you know that the backrest here is set at a 90-degree angle to the seat? Well, what can you expect when the bed here is? I started smithing, so might as well make some coils for a spring bed. Yeah, I have to make lamps, too. It suddenly feels like I'm quite busy, They warned me I can eat the food I make with ingredients that I bought outside, but all other ingredients had to be kept inside the house. The same thing applies for furniture and whatnot, but the wooden chairs are safe even if they had that shape. Since swords are used to protect oneself, I got the approval to make something good as my weapon. And so, it's decided that I'm going to forge a new one. Dinosaur agreed to keep the first sword I made, and I'll forge new swords for Ash and Shiva, too. Dinosaur's gonna pay for those. We decided to make a story about how Dinosaur picked the sword somewhere and have that story circulated around. He's a legend after all, so that's one thing. Dean didn't have enough money so he refused, but it looked like he's gonna cry a river of bloody tears with the expression he was making. He's a member of a prestigious brothel, so he's broke. Well, steadfast folks like Reds are pretty rare among the adventurers, apparently. I'm going to ask Reds and Chris, too, but I have a feeling Reds will refuse. I asked Dinosaur if there is anyone else he's willing to give the sword to, but he told me it's been a long time since he stopped from adventurer's work, so he didn't have anyone like that as of now. Moreover, Butler's sword is already a spirit sword, it seems. That pickle spirit is the type to bestow power, apparently. It's a secret from Ash, so he doesn't use it, though. At any rate, Ash and Dinosaur decided to gather magic ores for the meantime, so that it wouldn't be odd if they were to have spirit swords all of a sudden. They're planning to do that while doing commissions for the guild. I also plan to join them from time to time, and so, I will make my own spirit sword once again. Which attribute shall I choose? I have to find a spirit I'm going to take with me before that, so that the attributes will match. And there's also the problem of how I'm gonna raise it. Anyway, let's go dragon sightseeing. Dragon it is. But work first before that, I guess. Is this potato? Yes. I'm in a bright room with a few glass windows installed in it. The wall was white with golden borders, and the curtains are made from some kind of bulky fabric, and there are also close-grained carpets. It might have looked impressive with a sofa, but nope, they're using cloth-covered wooden chairs. This cloth-covered chair might be a state-of-the-art thing here, but it's just odd for me. They could have made the backrest a little more rounded. It's not back-friendly at all. A guy in the prime of his life was sitting across from me. He's the head clerk of the large trading house that mainly deals with maritime food. We're currently in the middle of a business negotiation in Naluaddin. At first, they received me at a somewhat chaotic place and they just went through the motions like a robot. Then I was taken to this room afterward. This room was probably meant to showcase the wealth of the trading house, and to emphasize the difference in rank, but it was quite tacky in my opinion. It doesn't look cheap, but it's like a handmade item that uses very expensive materials. I'm not sure what kind of design this is, or something like that. Well, handmade things are expensive by default. There aren't machines for making finished products here, after all. Anyway, leaving that aside, I came here to sell potatoes first. My premise is if I can't bring out food made with rare ingredients that you can't easily get your hands on, then why not make it widely available? Instead, these potatoes aren't comparable to the ones grown in Japan, but they look close enough to a proper potato. They're a bit reddish, kinda like sweet potatoes, but the spirits did their best. Frankly speaking, the taste is quite questionable, but they're a lot bigger than the ones grown here for the enjoyment of their flowers. When I showed these to them back when we were still in the first room, they immediately pounced on me and escorted me to this room. That's how charming these potatoes are. Potatoes can be stored for a long time, and they are also hardy plants. Wheat is usually destroyed in war because it is trampled on, but since these grow underground, they aren't susceptible to such destruction. We can start planting these as prized items. The merchant assessed the potato on his hand while giving a lengthy explanation. Oh my, is that so? I smiled as if I didn't know all of that but ended up knowing because of him. So, there's already talks of growing potatoes as food, huh? It's understandable if they are doing it because of the fickle weather, but I don't like the thought of growing these because of the war. Well, at least fewer people will be starving. They will be very happy with this size. However, there is just one concern that we have. What might it be? Some people claim that it is poison. The sprouts and the parts that turn green when exposed to sunlight are poisonous. I had a terrible experience back then, when Sis insisted that only the sprouts are poisonous. Food preparation. Perhaps Soul Sama has an idea as to what the cause might be. Indeed. You didn't know? Soul is my alias here at Naluaddin. I also registered at the Commerce Guild here using that name. It's easy preparing documents for that fake identity, since I'm the one issuing them. Soul is supposedly a free knight and whatnot, the lord of something something, blah blah. Well, that free knight is me, though. Even though the country is recognized on paper, the territory is inaccessible without my permission, not unless you're stronger than the deity Sama, at least. That's why Mr. Free Knight's protection is ironclad. If they get their eyes on Soul, I can just throw that name away, so it's fine even if I do conspicuous stuff with this identity. I can also throw Jean away if needed, but I grew fond of this name so I want to protect it as much as I can. Jean also has his own set of identification papers as a Free Knight, and the name on his ID card is an abbreviation of the name given by the deities. So Jean is just a plain old name. Actually, it has turned into a bizarre thing. I'm supposedly serving as a free knight under another free knight with a fief. That's because I issued the documents while having no idea back then that I could just use something like crests in place of identification papers. I did think it was weird that I was issuing documents for myself. The situation turned into something like, I haven't abandoned my status as free knight as of this moment, but I am still in the process of gauging whether this person is worthy of being my lord in my identification papers, apparently. Well, it turned out fine eventually, but knights are people who are basically servants of somebody else, and they have no choice but to obey orders issued by the king and nobles of the country they are living in. Free knights are equal to kings in terms of status, but the actual treatment they receive depends on their strength and fame. That's how it goes according to the system here. It doesn't matter to knights whether they have squires or fief lords or not. Free knights don't even fuss over their status because they don't have to serve in social hierarchies. No man above and no man below. That's what being a free knight means. If they were to serve another, then that would mean they were abandoning their status as a free knight. I finally found the lord that I have to serve, is usually what they say, but it's mostly just that they can no longer feed themselves on their own. I'm so captivating, enough that he even threw his identity away. Is the usual response of royalty and nobility, flattering their vanity, so free knights are in great demand for employment. But that's beside the point. We're here to discuss potatoes, you know. So, potatoes are also eaten by the importers, right? I wonder if they do it like Peru, drying and dehydrating them first before eating? Toxins can be removed along with the water if they do that. If you know, then please tell us. I was mulling over a lot of things, when my negotiation partner cut through my thoughts impatiently. I can tell you, but it depends on the conditions. Let's try saying that, then. CH 112 I can tell you, but it depends on the conditions. This island was really small, so the houses here are packed like sardines in a can. There are trading headquarters built here, naturally, but there are also branches owned by large-scale merchants from the various countries on the continent, as well as inns and lodgings for the businessmen who visit this place seasonally. Even if you want to buy a house or a room, it is normal that there won't be any vacancies, but if it's the Alloway family who built a fortune doing maritime transportation, it has been quite the hassle. But that's the reason why I tried to negotiate with a large-scale merchant, in the first place. Well, I don't really want to live in such a far-flung place as this. It's just a method of lowering the bar for the negotiations by mentioning such an exaggerated demand. That's difficult, even if you don't understand the reason. If you try to pursue the method to accomplish that, then you will understand. Wait, please, can you give us some more time? I will relay this matter to the boss. Yep. Setting aside that toxin removal method, these potato babies that I have are charming, right? So charming that you don't want to hand it over to other merchants, I'm sure. May I have the actual item in order to discuss this further? Then please have this one. It's alright even if you eat this. I hand the potato that I boiled as is, peel and all. He looked quite depressed. You think I'm gonna hand a seed potato over? As if, bwahaha. They're really easy to cultivate. After all, I'm a bit hesitant since cold potatoes aren't delicious, but then, it's not like he's a partner I have to curry favor with, so I guess it's fine. As a result, I got the rights for residence at several, far smaller uncharted islands nearby. They don't have ports that can harbor large ships, so I have to ride a small boat to cross the sea if I want to trade, but thanks to that, I can also buy a house with a garden. Well, I don't really care about my transportation, though. Even if I'm going to ride that small boat, I won't be doing business that often. I just want an address under the name Seoul. We have not been able to fulfill your conditions, so in exchange, please feel free to contact us should you encounter any problems with your business negotiations. It appears that they also allowed you the use of the Alloway family name depending on the circumstances. The negotiations ended without me having a glimpse of the present head of the family. The value-added merchants are folks who guard their written contracts with their lives. But then, there are also some contracts that become invalid after a certain period because of the spirit's mischief. On the other hand, there are also those who come bound with curses from the spirits. Then, allow me to explain the conditions that cause the toxins to increase. First, the concentration of toxins is higher in immature potatoes. Another factor to consider is light, they increase with exposure to it. Next, the sprouts and the green portions are practically oozing with it, and there are also some in the skin. Peeling them is the safest way to go. If you taste any bitterness or acridity, it will be best to spit it out because that is poison. I see. You are quite knowledgeable about them. I cheated by spouting half of them from the appraisal though. Inconsistency might become a problem later on if I just rely on my memory to explain. I hand the small amount of potatoes I brought as a sample before leaving the trading house. The plan is to give 3 barrels of potatoes to them once I get the confirmation of money from the commercial guild as well as the land's deed of sale in a few days. I'm setting aside 2 barrels of potatoes for the deities to munch on, and for when I cultivate hybrid seed potatoes with Japanese potatoes. It will only be 3 barrels of potatoes, but considering it will spread to a huge scale, they are still worth a lot. Repeated cultivation damage is also possible, but I'll just tell them that later, at least after we maintained the relationship like this. The only thing I agreed to were the seed potatoes, and the information regarding the toxins that affect the human body. I'm pretty sure the yield will gradually decrease, but it won't be right away. There won't be any huge changes even if they continue cultivating them in the same place for, let's say, 2 to 3 years. Alright. I'm gonna look around here after buying some fabric for making clothes. The northern side is closer to the continent. The land is also visible from the south when the sky and air is clear, so I guess I don't have to worry about the waves. The sea isn't wide enough for the waves to be huge. Oh, so that's probably why they are allowed to build buildings so close to the sea, as if they are growing right out of it. The southern continent is also visible, but it'll be difficult to cross over there since it's the land where the dragons live. The contract of not attacking humans is, as expected, invalid in the territory of the dragons. I plan to check out a spot on the island where you can watch dragons flying overhead. Spirits apparently take on the shape and appearance of things familiar to them, so I'm going to use that principle to look for my spirit. This place is really close to Telmist, the island where the library is, but that place is too far away for trade. I don't have any plans standing in the spotlight, so Naluadid is good for me. It's far easier to do trade here thanks to several large-scale merchants with markets all over the entire continent. I won't be in the forefront selling and handling things, I'll stay in the shadows while doing trade. If I find a person I can trust, I'm going to open a shop and appoint them as shop manager, I guess. And so, my first condition was to have a land facing the ocean. Pass for those mountainous islands. They bring bad memories back, so those are a major no. In the first place, an island with no houses to begin with is way too far to conduct trade. The closer to Naluadid, the more houses there are, naturally. I wonder, are there no grounds on the neighboring island? Ah, that island looks nice. There is a smattering of greenery on that island that looks like a steep boulder, and there are also 5 to 6 huts that look like they belong to fishermen. Ugh, this itch to make a house is probably the result from the survival lifestyle I had back at that island. I do have storage, but I still ended up stocking ingredients at the house in Kenham. At any rate, I'll try calling out to the islanders. There were only 15 or so islanders here when I charged in. There are also empty houses, and there were fewer people than I imagined. There are also plenty of hidden reefs around the island, so a small boat that could carry around 2 people can barely pass through, let alone a large ship. Apparently, the smaller the boat, the less fish you can catch, so the number of people steadily dwindled as a result. It seemed that during the period of time when strife abounded, the place had been effective in blocking the enemy from the great continent from landing. However, there has been a long-standing peace in this place, contrary to the Central Plains, so most of the families moved to the other island. They told me that the ferryman will help me move as needed if I live on the island. Have to pay, though. CH-113 feeling great? Yeah. Retz was drinking coffee at my place. I offered it to everyone as tea, but only Retz liked it. The others would drink this with sugar and milk, but they don't like the bitter taste. Or should I say the preferences are wine for Dean and Dinah, so black tea for the rest. Retz had been helping me earlier with the mattress. I managed to twist the steel into springs, but attaching the felt and cotton cover is difficult for a single person. There had been a lot of thuds and bangs as we tried to push the springs to shrink them. 2 people are barely enough, it's simply too huge and hard to handle. I'd like to work on the shaping of steels a bit more and adjust the hardness, but the ones I have here turn out pretty good. I'm in a great mood cause I can finally change my mattress if my current one flattens. I wanna give you something as thanks for helping me. What? Lamp. I finally got the smithy up and running, so I also did some work using brass. Well, smithing didn't really have anything to do with it, since I just hammered it and stretched it until I made the shape I wanted. The glass blowing was done in the furnace. The lamps I made were all lined up on the table. Handheld oil lamps you can carry around, table lamps you leave inside the room, all of them have a winding mechanism like castle lamps. Light from rapeseed oil is darker than fuel alcohol, so I added a reflector made of polished brass to make it brighter. Glass, wine glass, champagne glass and beer mugs. There are transparent ones, colored ones, and even faceted ones. If I'm gonna blow glass, then might as well do it with great gusto, hence the collection. This is more fragile, so I recommend this other one if you're going to use it every day. No hot liquids. This one is a lead glass, also known as crystal glass. It's sparkling really well thanks to the high refractive index and transparency. Oh, by the way, I made it in a way that there won't be enough lead to cause lead leaching problems. Soda glass, as far as I know, it's just an ordinary glass, made by mixing silica sand with soda ash and lime. It's lightweight and sturdy, a better choice for everyday use. The color of lapis lazuli is cobalt, copper oxide is sky blue, copper is dark red, and gold is bright red. I don't have any materials for purple and green, yet. Retz was frozen in a strange posture, his body bending back with his legs lifted from the floor. Which one do you want? Yup, got it. I'll call Nuth. Why? How cruel. And they're probably not home, yet. I have never seen glass with colors like this before. Nah, they exist. I bought the red glass. Besides, Nuth and Dinosaur already accepted that the items in my house are not counted as hazards. I faced Retz's suspicious gaze head on. It's the truth, you know. That glass is kinda dull after looking here. Isn't it better for you to move your living room to the second floor? Even the third floor is fine. Retz's gaze wandered from my door, firewood, shelves, and finally returned to the things on the table. I order firewood and have it delivered to my place regularly, but I just ask the delivery guy to stack them outside. I carry them to the space under the stairs myself. But yeah, I really can't say that I won't have any unexpected guests, so I guess it might be a good idea to turn the first floor into a workshop and move the living room upstairs. But the second floor is a furnished guest room just in case I have guests sleeping over. Well, I'm not expecting anyone, though. The third floor is where I'm working on the bed mattress. I'll think about it. But won't it be a pain in the neck having to go upstairs to the second floor? There are houses with stores on the first floor. Besides, isn't it just normal? I see. I guess many houses in Japan also had their living rooms upstairs. But then, it's going to be a pain in the neck climbing up and down if you consider the kitchen and the cellar. Alright, I'll just place a sliding door to hide part of the shelves. Let's install a partition, too, so that folks won't see everything inside the room when the door is open. Seems like the remaining folks targeting Valmore had already calmed down by this time, so how about going together? If news spreads too far, Amadeo and the others might return here. By remaining folks, Retz was referring to Rosa's hangers-on. Of course, the remaining people wanted to recruit Dinosaur and his family, so they had been sticking around the guild like glue for a while. I even lured Rosa's main team to the north, but I feel like they'll return here, attracted to Dinosaur, Valmore's name. Do Dinosaur and the others have plans going into the forest depths? Might be nice to go rabbit hunting with focus on Tina, En and Vac. They'll have that plan if you said you'll go, right? How about you, Retz? Depends on where we're going, but there's no meaning for me to go if I'm just going to pull you guys down. Retz looked unenthusiastic about the whole thing. You can go as a role model, my role model. I might be the only one who's risking my life, so I'm anxious. Oh, so anxious. Retz might seem exasperated, but that couple has made some Spartan plans to go to the labyrinth in 2 to 3 years, you know? They even crossed the mountain of perpetual snow to get to Canum. After all, they didn't go through the summit, but they trudged on even in the places horses couldn't pass through because there were no feeds. Apparently, they pushed through by force, relying on storage and the warmth from Dinosaur's fire spirit. You know, I do want to see for myself how a legendary adventurer moves around, but I think I'll learn a lot from Retz's behavior, too. Never mind strength, those kids are probably tougher than me if I'm not careful. Actually, I'm shocked that you're far more childish than I thought, and you're prone to making more blunders when we're around. Dinosaur, that guy will probably wish for a lot of digestive medicine because of you, won't he? Ugh, how harsh of you. Retz _T and Trivia Corner, CTO, https://mokaudaisuki.nataram.ni.jp/e2229876.html. Castle lamps, a lamp that used an argand burner, as well as a clockwork mechanism that controlled a spring-driven pump which forced oil to the top of the burner. In other words, it was wound like a clock to keep the supply of oil steady. Such lamps were fitted with chimneys and ball-shaped shades that were etched or cut. CH-114 Jean, hello. Come in. Thanks for your help, it cuts really well. The children jumped at me and I caught them in turns, and then hugged Madam for last. If we were back at the farmhouse, I could have whirled the kids around and stuff, but I can't do that inside the house, nor can I do that on the road outside. Wait. What's that about cutting really well? You heard it wrong. You heard it wrong. Foo-foo. Dinosaur appeared last with distrust written on his face, and we hugged each other casually as if patting each other's back. I wonder, just whose influence is it that this family loves hugs, Dinosaur or Shiva? I gave the knives I made to Madam and Butler. Ah, no, it's not me, you know? Butler was the one who started the deal, so the first one to spill the beans from my house is Butler. It's his fault. Well, I gave Madam hers when I paid her a visit like normal. Do you want to have dinner with us? Well, it's just deer that Dinosaur hunted, though. Yes, please. It's been a while since I ate Madam's cooking. It's a deer. We can eat it finally. The twins charged at Dinosaur for some reason. The deer was soaked for half a day in a mixture of juniper berries and a distilled liquor called naps made from herbs before it was grilled, apparently. She showed me some juniper berries that had been dried and preserved. Was its original color similar to that of blueberries? Appraisal showed me that it is an ingredient used for adding fragrance to gin. Shiva also uses these to make tea. Juniper berries have a very peculiar taste. They have berry in their name, but they have a different taste from strawberries and blueberries. They don't have the slightest sweetness in them. Strong scent, moderately bitter and somewhat spicy. Never drank gin before. But maybe it tastes like this. My dear wife's cooking is brilliant, after all. Dinosaur is in charge of grilling the meat. The fireplace here is bigger than the one in my house since they have a bigger family. Dinosaur uses the fire poker to spread the red-hot charcoal that falls from the firewood grate, and he sets the meat on that thing that turns in circles. I'm not sure what it's called here. When making steak, the usual setup is putting a mesh grill on top of a tripod or a kettle stand. But if it's a bigger piece of meat, then they use a huge skewer and turn it round and round. Dinosaur sits in front of the fireplace, talking to the kids while grilling the meat. Shiva is preparing other stuff while I carry the plates. Shiva then takes out the iron tray that catches the roast drippings. She mixed those drippings with cream to make the sauce. I think she's done with the preps. The meat looks nicely grilled, too. Here, she handed the knife to Dinosaur. Seems like in this world, distributing the meat is the family head's job. Hey. Wait a second, this deer, the kids can't wait. Shiva cut him off with a smile. Never mind emergency situations. The madam has the authority when it comes to running a household, so just give up. Dinosaur hands me my portion, so let's dig in. The faint taste of naps and juniper berries lingered, and it's so delish. Yum. The meat fibers seem to be coming apart, and the venison pairs well with the cream sauce. Is this side dish fava beans with cheese? She boiled fava beans then sautéed the bunch in garlic and olive oil, seasoned with salt and topped with goat cheese. It's not yet the season for fava beans, but these are the first produce. Shiva explains. The fava beans do look a bit small, probably because it is too cold for their growth. Still, what a beautiful jade green color. Cheese is basically made from winter milk. Apparently. Summertime milk has less fat and more bacteria, so it's not suitable for making cheese. This season's cheeses are still fresh, so they are still the soft variety. I don't really like goat cheese, but this is delicious. Perhaps it'll taste great with a bit of spicy flavor, maybe with red pepper or black pepper. Alright, let's send different condiments to Shiva. The food made by other people is delicious. Being here makes me itch for a family of my own. Tina will be your bride tilde. Me, too, I'll be the bride tilde. Then I'll be the groom tilde. No. 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 Daddy doesn't say no. Dinosaur immediately opposed. Why tilde? Why tilde? Why tilde? Dinosaur and the kids' bargaining squabble started again like usual. I guess I'm enjoying this convo with Daddy Dinosaur more than I do. The twins don't seem like they know what they're talking about, either. Oh dear, oh dear. The three children have finished eating and are now happily babbling on while clinging to Dinosaur, who is still in the middle of eating meat and drinking the wine I brought. Oh, come to think of it, so, Ash is a girl. Are her clothes jeans? Yup. For Ash's clothes, I adjusted the size of her pants, and made the hem of her open neck shirt a bit longer at the hem and narrower at the waist. Well, Ash likes tucking her shirt in her pants, so I also made her a vest. She doesn't look like a woman cross-dressing like a man from behind. From the front, she somehow looks like a guy with a thin waist, so what should I do about that? I feel like I need to do something about either her scary face or her chest. Will she become more feminine as the days go by? On top of that personality of hers, she is also gallant. It's making me uneasy. T/N, Jean Prilly talking about Spitz, round and round thingy. Tina and the twins are so cute. So, N and Vac, who is the bride, and who is the groom? XD and Jean, low-key considering. Ash, even though her face and chest are none of his business. XD. CH-115 I asked Dinosaur if I could tag along when he hunted monsters. He told me to prepare a bit and we would go to the depths of the forest. If the weather is nice, we can depart 5 days from now. There's a problem, though. He said we're going to ride horses. Ash and Butler can definitely ride. Dean and Chris said they go to the fortress city on horseback. Dinosaur's 3 kids can also ride, so it seems the idea that I can't ride a horse never crossed his mind. You can't? Wait, Retz, you can? Is it just me? Is it just me who can't ride? I asked Retz with the expectation that he can't ride a horse. No, he seems to get along well with Dinosaur, so I thought it might be possible that he can. Adventurers have to be agile, after all. We have to work as escorts, and even the guild of this city keeps on summoning adventurers at the first sign of a monster flood. Early birds catch the early worms, so those who move quickly can snag lucrative deals in some cases. Well, there are also folks like me who prefer to stay in one place, though. What there? Is it a mandatory lesson or something? Lack of money to buy a horse and a place to keep them isn't an issue here, because there are stables that rent out horses. Folks can even rent a docile donkey, apparently. Is it similar to how cars are necessary in Japan provinces that are too far for the train? I have my license, but cars don't exist here. I also went around neighboring towns, villages and the major places while gathering info and building contacts before settling here. So, you never rode one, not even once? I thought he was very knowledgeable about international affairs, so he had been laying the groundwork since a long time ago. If it's a deer, then I rode before. That's abnormal. I answered him seriously, but he retorted, Well, if you can ride a deer then a horse is probably okay. I never rode that before, so I don't really know, but there's no way riding a deer is easier than riding a horse, right? Just choose a docile one from the horse rental stable and you'll be fine. If there's a problem then just ride with either N or Vac. So I have to choose so that I won't burden the horse with my weight. That's so lame, but I guess it can't be helped. Then, how to ride? What? If it's a horse, then I have an idea. What kind of idea is that, Is it a horse that will agree to you riding it? Yup. If horse rejects me then I'll just have to ask Snow Leopard. Actually, I'm going to ask Snow Leopard if I can ride on deer. Wait. I can't keep up with you, you know. Retz uncrossed his legs and sat down properly. It's fine, Dinosaur said we're going deep inside the forest. I'll be able to keep up. Thanks, problem solved. No, that's not what I mean. Oh. You're here, Dean went down from the 2nd floor. A bag was dangling from his hand. It looked light, so it's probably laundry. The 3 guys living in this house also go to the laundry woman recommended by Butler. I have to segregate the laundry, too. Tomorrow is the day the laundry woman will come, and she will collect any laundry that needs washing. I have to yank the sheets and stuff them inside the bags. The laundry woman Butler introduced also has a spirit clinging to her. She charges a bit more than the usual price, but she can make the sheets fluffy and really white. I think Dinosaur will invite you for a job tomorrow, so if Dean and Chris are free then I hope you can go. Yeah, I'll go anywhere. Dean hurriedly left the bag of laundry beside the door, Then he grabbed a cup and sat on the chair. Retz, you too. He already rejected me once, but I got nothing to lose, so yeah. Riding a horse in the forest, huh? Then you'll probably go to an abandoned mine. Oh, are you interested? If you agree now, then you can have this wine for free. I spread my hands and pointed them towards the jar of wine that I brought earlier as a bribe. It is the same wine as the one I brought to Dinosaur's house. I did say it's free, but I already gave it to Retz and he's currently drinking it. What kind of sales talk is that, huh? Alright, I'll tag along since I can only see a future where you'll make a mess. Ah. But you have to practice riding before that. I'll join too. But hey, Jean, you can't ride? What a shock, Dean quipped while pouring wine from the jar. If the date is already set, then you better reserve a tame horse from the rental stable. I thought he's gonna laugh at me. But he unexpectedly gave me some sound advice instead. If they really invite me tomorrow, then let's book everyone's horses then. You can practice riding one starting tomorrow and try to control it. Things will be easier for you once you get used to it. Just ride the same one, Retz said. I'll do my best. If you don't get used to it, then you'll get your butt shaved off. Dean smirked. How to say this? Isn't riding a horse harder than subjugating monsters? What sort of tribulation do I have to suffer, huh? Seems like I have to put horseback riding as my top priority now, huh? Even though I'm itching to choose and set up my base in Naluadid. A crumbling building that looked like a cross between a mansion and a fortress stood in the place that had the best vantage point. It is said to be a remnant of the warring years. Fortunately, it has been long abandoned and the island itself is depopulated, so it was quite cheap. I plan to remodel it later. I don't intend to work hard and be hands-on with the renovation this time around. The plan is to hire craftsmen to work on it. I'll just hand the blueprint to them, but in segments so that no one will know the entire plan. It'll also be an experiment to see how the rumors will turn out when the craftsmen work on a house that will turn out way beyond their expectations. Well, I got the feeling that it will be similar to the case with the medicinal potions, when people raved about the effects of the potion, but nobody paid attention to its creator. It's like a product that is super popular, but most of the people don't even know who the manufacturer is. Kinda like Ama-Ibu. I want to minimize the chances that they will attribute my work to me by adding one more person in between to throw them off my trail. But let's pour everything we got in making the design specs, of course. T/N, Ama-Ibu, lit. Delicious stick, popular cheap snack in Japan with insanely huge array of flavors. Ch116 Wake up in the morning, then take Riche on a stroll. Prepare breakfast. Play with Riche. Do some fieldwork, and take care of the livestock. Play with Riche. Gather all sorts of materials and ingredients until noon. Go to the training grounds in the forest and practice magic by destroying stone pillars and gathering silica. It's way too troublesome gathering soda ash, limestone, tin, all sorts of iron minerals, lumber, etc. one by one, so I just order them locally. It might take some time to gather the amount I wanted, but that's totally fine since I'm not in a hurry. Then, name the forest spirits from time to time. I meet up with Retz, Ash and the others come noon. Retz volunteered to teach me, but Ash and Butler also decided to be my instructors. They met at the Adventurers Guild in the morning, apparently. Let's check for compatibility first. What kind of horse do you want? And so, here we are now at the rental stable. There are all sorts of horses, like those who draw carriages, those who specialize in carrying luggage, and those who run fast. Since there are a lot of adventurers in Canham, there are also a few war horses that aren't sensitive to noise. Even I, the guy who can count on one hand how many times he saw a horse in real life, can easily distinguish the difference in body types. Not sure if Ash loves horses, but she explained a lot of things like, this horse was tamed from a wild breed for somewhere, or this one has a splendid coat, and so on. The rental stable's uncle said that she knew more than him and decided to just walk behind us. A warhorse might be the better choice considering our destination, but they can be quite ill-tempered, so I recommend that you choose a docile and submissive horse for this time. Just as Butler said, it'll all be useless if I can't ride it. Besides, warhorses don't come cheap. Blue coat, chestnut coat, white coat. A horse that looked big from afar, a horse that stared at us inquisitively, another horse that ignored us. I listened to the rental stable's uncle and Ash's advices and was about to choose one when, free range. The horse trotted towards me, though. Whoa, sorry. This guy is a wild one with a bad habit of escaping, and he had been turned over to me, since they can't take care of him anymore. Uncle tried to soothe the horse, and two other staff approached us when they noticed how he escaped. The horse looked like he was about to kick someone, with his ears flattened to the back of his head and the snout pointed forward with the teeth bared. He looked cheerful when he was headed here. Retz pulled me. What? I didn't get why Retz did that, so I stared at him. It's looking. Yeah, it's looking. Indeed, it is looking. The trio didn't answer me, they just stared right ahead. I turned my gaze to where they were looking at. The horse's eyes met mine. He then shook off the staff that had been trying to soothe him and approached me, just as I thought. Can't do it with a runaway horse. Even if you nuzzle me, it's still number. Please stop, I'll become bald. He's munching on my hair now. Ash and the rest chose their own horses, and we went out to the horse riding ground. The wild horse kept tailing me so I couldn't choose. How about riding him once? Retz handed me a towel, so I gratefully wiped my hair with it. This horse has never been saddled. It'll be impossible if I don't have anything to hold on to. The staff nervously put the harness on it. I also help a bit as they teach me. What about the stirrup? I'll need it. Stirrups are meant as a foothold for when climbing up the horse. I thought they come as a set with the harness, but some people think it'll be shameful to have them on, apparently. It's treated like a bicycle's training wheels. Stirrups are useful. They help stabilize you when you swing your sword and draw your bow while on horseback. Besides, sticking to conventions won't save your life. Ash, who returned from a lap, commented from on top of her horse. Well, if it's not a long-distance ride and not in war, not putting the stirrups is the clique, it seems. Hey, wild horse. It's Ruta. The staff told me its name when I called the horse. Ruta, I don't ride a horse, nor can I control it. Please read my mind and just decide for yourself. Please make the ride as smooth as possible so I won't sway. Stop spouting nonsense. Retz jabbed at me when I tried asking Ruta nicely. I'll hold on to the reins, so please ride him, Butler said with a smile after a brief explanation on how to handle horses. I'm capable of riding, physical ability-wise. Aren't you going to teach me while riding together? Now, please walk slowly. Ruta, please. Ruta walked at a snail pace. Gallop. Ruta, please. Ruta galloped nimbly. The view up here is so nice with nothing blocking me. Halt. You won't be able to ride other horses at this rate. Please remember it properly. I memorize grinning Butler's pressure on the reins, and we start all over. Lightly squeeze the horse's stomach with your legs, loosen the reins according to the horse's movements. I did my best. They made me ride another horse at the end as a test. Ruta went berserk. It seems like your memory is good. Isn't it because the horse is docile? Everyone trained their gazes at Ruta's stall. Maybe you stink of something that horses like, Retz muttered, looking like he couldn't believe it. Jean, let's have a long ride tomorrow. Yeah. Ash invited me, so it's decided that we'll go out. I have to prepare a bento box, then. My thighs hurt more than my butt. Dean told me that we also have a dominant butt cheek much like how we have a dominant hand, and that cheek's skin will be peeled off. Put this. I caught the salve-like thing that Retz threw at me. I have heal so I'll be fine. This pain is more like muscle pain, if you ask me. Heal can also be used on muscle pain, but it will hurt for an hour or so until I think about healing it. When I asked Van about this, he explained that it's because it's about growth, and not just healing in a sense that I'm returning my body to its original state. Well, true enough, no pain, no gain. It'll be worrying if you don't gain muscle after exercising. Anyway, Retz and Butler brought a bunch of things. Yeah, especially Butler, even though he looked like he didn't seem to bring a lot of luggage when he's out and about. CH-117. We are headed to the west opposite the forest. Ash and I ride side by side with the sun behind our backs, the clopping sounds resounding as we canter. Butler was a little further behind us. It's a relief that the weather is great. I gave Ruta free rein while we galloped, so I'm enjoying the scenery. Fields of wheat and bins spread, and there are sheep and goats here and there. We pass by some trees growing here from time to time. Only the bare minimum number of trees were probably left for getting firewood. The gently sloping hills stretched on, and the mountain ridges that were visible on the horizon divided the land and sky. Let's race up to that point, then let's have a rest. Yeah, it's nearly lunch, so that'll be great. Ash pointed to the sparsely growing trees on top of the hill. The way Ash handled the reins is amazing, I think. I don't have the skills to control a horse, so dunno, but the way she rides the horse is breathtaking. She's fast enough that her long, tied hair flows through the wind. It's so different from me, the guy who just left everything to root her. Well, this is easier compared to that time with deer, so no complaints about that. Thanks. I alighted from Ruta and thanked him first for his hard work. It's also thanks to Ruta that I can ride side to side with Ash's horse. We put our bags down first, then pour some water from the canteen into the bucket for the horses. I checked Ruta's hooves first just in case something caught in his hooves while he's busy drinking water. I wet the towel and wiped her sweat before brushing him lightly. Please take care of me as well when we return, and you're free to do whatever you please now. He softly snorted before heading to the spot where delicious-looking, probably, grass grows. Ash and Butler tied their horses to a nearby tree and are still brushing them. It hit me for a moment that it'll probably be a better idea to tie Ruta too, but I just brushed that idea off the next second. Not sure why he's taken to me, but he does come to me when I call him. He's quite notorious for tearing off the tethers and kicking her stall fence if things don't go well. I spread the picnic blanket on the ground where it seems comfortable to sit on before opening the basket. Butler is preparing a fire for boiling water. I removed the leaves that I placed to prevent the goodies inside from drying out, and sandwiches and some side dishes came into view. Jean's handmade dishes are really pretty. Ash's face is too close when she peers into the basket. Here. Have as much as you want. We have the ever-popular cutlet sandwiches, and egg sandwiches. I spread anchovy butter on hard bread and stuffed it with lots of eggs and some kind of cheese that's kinda similar to camembert cheese. The baguettes are stuffed with roast beef, onions and watercress. Ash's first pick is an egg sandwich. Nuth too. Thank you. Please allow me to take you up on your offer. He took a roast beef sandwich. I brought some spicy white wine, but there's also beer here in case you like that. I modeled this beer from the ones available here. We're drinking this in lieu of water, so I toned the alcohol content down. I used barley instead of wheat mixed with raspberries. Mixing pine needles, breadcrumbs, sage, lavender, chamomile, laurel, wax myrtle and whalestone seem to be the popular way to go, but I don't really have the courage to do that for various reasons, so I went with the safe choice of using raspberries instead. Wine. I also chose an egg sandwich. The saltiness of the anchovy butter on the bread went well with the little honey I added as a secret twist to the taste. The mayonnaise and eggs are fluffy, and the cheese is creamy. Maybe it might have been better if I sprinkled ground black pepper for a more mature taste. It will go well with the refreshing white wine, is what I feel. I bought the white wine in value added. One more year to go and I can have a taste of the wine collection in my cellar. I'll be a full-fledged adult, by Japanese standards, by then. This is also tasty. Is it shrimp? So fragrant. Indeed, this one, too. We might have a bit of trouble getting rid of the oil, but we can try these fried foods in our home, too. He's talking about the fried chicken, the fried onion rings that are still crispy even when they went cold, and the river shrimp that have been grounded with shells on then wrapped in the spring roll wrappings and fried until crispy. In lieu of salads, we have corn flour tortillas rolled with chicken, onions, cheese combo, or with carrot rape, shredded cabbage and ham. The onions are sliced and salted, but the rest are made to be a raw food challenge to Ash and Butler. They seem to eat dandelion shoots raw, so I guess they'll be accepting of these, too. I properly made them using ingredients found in the city, just so you know. Excluding anchovies, that is. I did check to make sure the onions, wheat and the other stuff are being sold here, but the ingredients themselves are all from my house. Actually, I also wanted to make meat-wrapped onigiri and use the tomatoes as food coloring, but I held back from using a lot of different ingredients, you know. Oh well, maybe I should just wait and see first, including rice. It'll be hard if I served something they won't eat as a main dish, right? There's something similar to paella near Nalu, but I never saw it on this side of the continent that was beyond the mountains. I think Jean should just make whatever you want, Ash suddenly said with a scary face. I can somehow see dark clouds hovering behind her, and the effect is a bit. She's gripping the skewer of fried food tightly. I'm still lacking in power, but I'll definitely gain enough to protect you from a lot of things so that you can make whatever you want to. Oju-sama, Nuth quietly muttered. Ash, that declaration of yours is way too manly. Also, I got a lot of things going on that's making me like this, alright? I think I'm pretty strong. Probably, though. I'm strong, right? I'm not so sure now. T/N, Jean and Ash, CH-118 Dinosaur. Reds and Nuth gathered together the evening after we returned from our excursion to talk about the upcoming journey. That's the declaration. So, am I weak? What are the world's standards, huh? Take that lovers talk somewhere else. Reds stared at the cards on his hand with all seriousness. Just what's the basis in this world, huh? Oju-sama spent most of her life as a knight. So, Dinosaur and Butler were looking at their cards with glazed eyes. I can probably flatten this entire city with my current strength, I guess. Says I. What a nasty bomb you dropped just now. That's Reds, Nuth. Dinosaur, he is beyond my purview. Dinosaur, Reds and Nuth are sitting around the table while playing a card game similar to poker. Should I make a game room on the second floor? I think card games are played around a round table instead of a square one. Right? Rather than weak, you seem like you don't fight a lot, or should I say you don't look like someone who can take a life. Reds scowled for a moment when he changed his card. You look like someone who fits the scene of chopping chickens in the kitchen or beside a well to a T. Dinosaur said. I do imagine you as someone who maintains cleanliness in his home. That's Butler. Can't refute that. Yeah, I don't do things that aren't necessary. But I also mass kill birds to make blankets like normal folks do, you know. Bet. I pulled a card and tossed another coin. What a lovely, fluffy reason for killing. Oopsie, check. Reds didn't add any coins. Raise. Well, just consult us first before you snap and turn this place into a wasteland, hear me? Dinosaur doubled the bet. The sense of impending danger from his declaration of mass destruction seems to be lacking. I wonder if it's because of his natural virtue. Cool. Butler also placed the same amount in the middle of the table. Well, I'm a Japanese, folks famous for being a harmless bunch, four of a kind. We're Reds. Is that timid checker bluff? You did quite well. Butler also got a full house and better cards than Dinosaur. Me? Too bare. Sorry for bringing this up suddenly, but can we move the date of departure to the day after tomorrow? I already talked about this to Dean and Chris. Loser Dinosaur reshuffles the cards. It is possible, but did something happen? Perhaps a person named Nina came from the Rosa gang that Jean mentioned before. Rosa gang, then. Reds mumbled. That's quite early. Butler commented. The fastest one among the bunch received magic from a Gale spirit, apparently. Rosa's gang should be here in a couple of days. So that's why we're leaving. I agreed. Did you hear about the rumors that the heroes have been summoned? 4 heroes have been summoned, but apparently, one of them is a changeling. Dinosaur continued on after the other two nodded. Changeling? Is that a kid that had been swapped? A baby and a fee, for example. Usually, spirits swap divine beasts that have incomplete bodies with human children. Once the divine beast is grown enough that it can defend itself, it will disappear somewhere else. But that's not the case with the hero's changeling. Dinosaur laid the cards face down and reached for a glass of brandy. So, is it a replica of a beloved person that had been left behind in their previous world? However, based on how fleeting human memory is, it will be impossible to continuously rely on that memory to draw its appearance. That thing is still incomplete and it has been devouring spirits in order to achieve stability, is what I heard. But is it? There had been folks who actually saw it devour spirits, apparently. Based on Nina's story, they had been dealt with immediately, so nobody knows whether it's a changeling for sure. So that's how it is, huh? I've been wondering why for. It's easy to know who's fake by process of elimination, though. Won't rumors spread that the heroes are the ones dealing with them? I heard that they have been using magic recklessly and are being a bunch of nuisance. The nice aroma of coffee wafted in the room. That won't happen, I wager. Heroes are beneficial to the kingdom, and they're probably thinking that the spirits who morphed into monsters were living far away from the humans. They're even considered a source of food here in the frontiers. Heroes are said to nurture deities, and the mighty wind spirit deity's influence in this world is actually pretty strong even now. The countries and even the citizens will not easily let go of them for a trifling matter. Butler added, Nina seriously wants to do something about that changeling, but if you combine this info with the rumors floating outside, Rosa and her gang would probably barge into the royal city to drag the royal family down under the guise of extermination. Dean looked unamused while shaking the brandy, as if being involved is too troublesome. It's better to deal with that changeling as soon as possible, but the kingdom is also reaping what it sowed. I want to avoid being entangled with this as much as possible. Dinosaur declared that his family is his priority. They are probably far more important than the people, the country and everything else to him. It's a far cry from me, who only thinks that they just have to deal with the entire bunch of heroes if they aren't sure about the changeling. It's supposedly somebody they love, so won't they know after observing and flirting? Rex looked at Dinosaur while resting his chin on his clasped hands. We can't tell whether the relationship is exactly as it was in the hero's previous world, or whether it has been altered to suit their whims. This is just based on an outsider's point of view. So, there are two sets of couples, and two sets of siblings, an older brother with a younger sister, and an older sister with a younger brother. Dinosaur looked annoyed. Ah, the younger brother is fake. CH 119. But then, it's also possible to change the personality, much less the appearance. I guess I won't really know without seeing for myself. I don't think they'll do a weird setup or something, but then, I don't really know Sis's two friends that well. Sis loves herself too much, so I don't think she will change that much, but she'll probably have dear youth casted on her. The guy was oozing with self-confidence, so he wouldn't become a little girl all of a sudden, right? As for the other girl, she's the type to refrain from attempting to say a lot of things, so I don't really know. Forget it. I won't go near them, so I will never know. It's pointless. I turned back to the cards I'm dealing with. Names are Haruka, Hisatsugu, Yuka and Jin. Apparently. Rex changed his cards. Yeah, affirmative, affirmative. A slapdash remark from me while I threw two cards and drew another two. Will it be fun to start a trend of Texas Hold'em? 5 cards from the start, kinda like the poker I used to play as a grade schooler. It's easy to understand, but you have to be lucky or be particularly great at psychological warfare. Let's stop. I can only foresee myself losing if it's strategy-based. Still, I don't believe Sis loves me. Oh well, she's kinda obsessive and possessive about her things. Seems like Sis really wanted to transform me into a docile and obedient younger, and it's disgusting. 4 heroes have been summoned. Is this true? 3 of them are heroes. I'm just someone dragged here. Then the abilities should be equal, I presume? Butler exchanged 1 card. Who knows? I just poured everything in making things, and the deities that bestowed the blessings are different, too. A deity named Rish lived in the magical forest before, right? Rex stared at me with suspicion. Rish wasn't the only one to bestow blessings on me, and the former conditions were also different, you know. If they got battle skills, then they'd be stronger than you. Won't it be terrible news if they aren't defeated before they get used to fighting, and before the deity they're nurturing becomes stronger? I heard that unless something bad really happens, the heroes will continue protecting that changeling, you know? Dinosaur. Jean-sama, are you fine with just leaving those heroes alone? Butler. Is there a rule that we can't speak if it's not our turn? In the first place, this world is made in a way that it'll still be fine regardless of whether the heroes self-destruct or become stronger. I'm reading the mood and responding when it's my turn. See? Well, it'll be worrying if 3 or 4 people change the world. Full house. Every time we hear about heroes being summoned to stabilize the world, legends about what happens are bound to be handed down. 4 of a kind. It's just as Dinosaur said. For example, the library in Telmast was originally the collection of a ruler who was also a book collector maniac, but his country was destroyed the same year the heroes appeared. The reason why this world's civilization didn't progress was because of the periodic destruction that occurred, destroying the civilization. It's only because the spirits were long-lived that tales of yore survived. It is said that the wind god Landro, The great deity vanished. Straight for me. Butler spread his cards with a smile. Ugh, just why is every single one of these guys so strong? So, that stability ain't anything about politics and livelihood, huh? It's more for the spirits, then. Well, biases of spirits also have an effect on people's lives, so I guess it's the same thing. If the number of spirits increases too much, or if the attributes become unbalanced, then the unipolarity will continue on as it is. Those heroes who make the spirits stronger or else wipe them out probably act as ventilation before the unipolarity becomes suffocating. Royal flush. Yeah, my win this time around. Ugh. You, stop timing your strongest lineup now. And don't mention ventilation, don't say that. But according to what I heard, the air inside the room will turn into something bad for the body if the chimney is blocked. Nuff. Don't you dare start thinking about that seriously now. Dinosaur seemed to be struggling on his own. Just compare it to something familiar, and you'll suddenly find that your big deal of an issue will be less of a hurdle now. If you want to be seen as someone strong, then you better do something about that. In short, you're telling me to be tortuous about it, huh? Alright, let's take oxygen toxicity as an example. Inhaling very high levels of oxygen at high pressure, or exposure to above normal oxygen pressure over a long period of time can cause a lot of problems to the body, and it can also cause death in the worst cases. The pressure can be an issue, but regulation to low levels shouldn't pose any problem. If we take the world as air, oxygen as the unbalanced spirits, and the pressure as the matter, then, well, it's something like this. If the increase of attribute spirits is made to happen across the board, and things and stuff also increases, then there shouldn't be any problem, right? I gave up on giving a tortuous example. I did mention balancing matter and the spirits, but I don't see this world achieving that balance as of now. There are more wind and light spirits, and there are far more people who can see compared to what I heard. In order to achieve balance, either the spirits decrease, or the matter increases. The heroes are doing the former, me the latter. I'm not sure whether what I'm doing is enough for increasing matter, but an empire with buildings shooting up one after another left a long, proud record in history, so I thought that maybe it is. By the way, a spirit materializes when it becomes exceptionally strong after receiving the power of a hero. The great deity of the wind is no longer in this world, but I found a record that his power had solidified into stone and it was used as a tool for summoning heroes. In order to prevent the petrification of a spirit, it must be affected by another spirit with a different attribute. However, even if they know that, it's the spirit's instinct to absorb power and increase its underlings, so it's not something it can stop on its own. As a result of secluding myself in the library and doing a lot of research, I decided to earnestly create things, form contracts with small spirits, and leave the heroes be, and that has been the way it is up to this day. If matter increases, there's no need to summon heroes anymore. I just go around doing my own business and trades while ignoring the other, party with that thought in mind nowadays. I've been making contracts with a lot of small spirits to disperse power, and I've been earnestly doing it to prevent polarization of attributes, but I also need to pay attention so that Rish won't petrify. Well, we've been frequently interacting with the different attribute deities in my house, so I guess he'll be fine. 3 people's worth of power flows into Lightball, but I wonder if she would eventually be petrified too? Records of what would happen to heroes after the disappearance of the deities that bestowed blessings on them were few and far between, but I can already imagine just what kind of treatment they received from the country. It's normal for the deeds of the heroes who healed the people and protected them from disasters to be recorded for the rest of their lives. After all, why the long face? You're imagining things. Retz still had his eyes fixed on me. They're a nuisance to the locality, but I guess it's better to just let them be, huh? Then, based on what we heard so far, it will be best not to be involved with them, as long as no direct harm occurs. Is that it? Dinosaur sighed. Butler looked discomfited. We just went full circle back to Dinosaur's tropic earlier. As for me, I'm fine as long as it's peaceful around me. Yeah, we did return to that topic, but did you know that because of you we got to learn a lot of things that we're better off not knowing? Take this tidbit about the info about the stray hero that had been dragged here, for example. We might have to buy stomach medicine to swallow this story, you know? Don't act so nonchalant by yourself. Ouch 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 ouch. Retz pinched my cheeks. But isn't this too cruel? And don't you dare call me stray hero. T/N. It wasn't specified, but they were probably a different batch of heroes from Jean's sis and her gang. Wind God Landro is finally named in this chap. It's the spirit who formed a contract with the hero before he died, the one with underlings who continued nurturing the earth even after he, deity, disappeared. Smile. And the cat is out of the bag, just like that XD stray hero Jean, nonchalant to the max. XD CH-120. I thought I was mistaken, but it turns out you're not Roof but an Isekai person. There's the feeling that we're being bombarded with an awful lot of info. What's your relationship with the heroes? It's a secret. My relationship with Sis still irritates me to no end. I can't keep up with the info overload, and can't even take a jab at you. Retz and the other guys grumbled while going back to their homes. I also cleaned up the fire and teleport to my home. Rish dashed towards me, so I pet him before lighting the fireplace. The firewood that has been reduced to coals smolders into ashes. The new piece of thin firewood I placed burned easily after I stirred it a bit with the poker to let air in. You can create novel stuff, can even see spirits, and strong to boot, yet for all of those, if you're emotionally stunted then it's probable that you'll be taken advantage of. They listed all the things that might make me a target, and they repeatedly nagged me to become more self-aware. I had braced myself, anticipating just how dumbfounded they would be before I opened up. But it seemed they were far more worried about me rather than shocked. There are 3 heroes already, and there are a lot of other people who can see spirits aside from me. I plan to continue making novel things, but I don't have any intention of revealing myself as Jean. Well, it's too late to say that about the restorative medicines, I guess. Retz said that it was a bunch of awful info, but for me the most awful info of all was that people can place their contracted spirits into another human. They might recklessly make an army of possessed folks, after all. Ash didn't elaborate about Az's matter to Butler too, it seems. Well, there had been various embarrassing blunders at the start, or maybe it's because Az has become attached to Ash. At any rate, I'll just keep my mouth shut for now. I played tug of war with Rish for a while, then took a bath before turning in. Originally, Rish had been fighting against the Great Wind Deity while waiting for it to petrify. That battle hastened the Great Wind Deity's petrification, and Rish became powerful, and it was decided that he would be the next deity to summon the heroes. Rish failed to connect the worlds, and he lost a huge portion of his power as a result. Was it intentional? I have a feeling that he did that on purpose. My baby is clever, after all. I stretched my hand to Rish's sleeping basket beside my bed and patted him good night. My routine is still the same the following morning. When I went to the fields where Palandish planted fruit trees, Kardar was there. Are there any signs before a spirit turns into stone? The speech and movement will become strange, and they won't be able to conceal their appearance. Kardar answered me without a change in his expression. Mist and Halalfa alright? Those girls aren't simple light spirits, but I'm worried that they'll petrify faster than Lightball, who lost all of her powers. Oh my, so you're worried about us? How adorable. Halalfa suddenly appeared behind me and blew in my ear. I jumped away from her. She was wearing clothes that emphasized her cleavage, thin waist, round butt and toned thighs. Her narrowed eyes gazed at me with amusement, her lips curved into a smile. Now, don't tease him. So, the safety zone is behind Kardar, huh? But what the heck am I doing as a man, hiding from a beauty like this? Our retainers increased thanks to you forming contracts with more spirits than we anticipated. The more dependents we have, the more our vessel of power expands. Those two won't turn to stone before Naimana does, at the very least. I see, so basically, the spirits I form contracts with will become part of the lineage of the strong spirits they share attributes with. What about matter and spirit? There are far too many spirits as of now, so it's fine if you just continue increasing matter. But I can't say you're doing a good job with the building's link. It might be better if you mix in ash that spirits dwelled in, or maybe use honey and wheat flour instead. Kardar disappeared after spouting a bunch of things that didn't make any sense. They give me answers when I ask them, but deities won't proactively say anything that would breach their policy of not restricting the heroes they protect. The only time mine did should be when they requested me to form contracts with the spirits that ran away. Kaldar seemed cautious back then, too. I also keep my questions to the bare minimum, since I'm afraid I'm going to be tied down if I ask everything. It's more fun researching on my own, after all. Ho ho, that prude is being shy now. What a rare sight you've shown me. Halafo appeared behind me again while I was staring at the spot where Kaldar just vanished. I have to prepare for tomorrow. I ran away in a fluster, and so, I returned even before noon to prepare for tomorrow's departure. Recovery medicine, check. Sheets and sleeping bag sunned and aired, check. Checking storage contents, check. Stocking up feed for the livestock, check. Contents of backpack, aside from bento, CK. I don't have anything particular to buy, so I easily finished my preps just like that. I don't think I'll be able to enjoy Japanese dishes for a while, so let's have fish for lunch. Sushi, oh sushi. Your turn now. Fishies I set aside on the shelf. Ginger, check. Wasabi, check. Momeji oshi, check. Spring onion shoots, CK. There are 2 batches of fish, fresh ones and kombucha ones. I sandwich them between sheets of kelp. The former tastes light, the latter sticky sweet. Young sea breams are also in season now. Golden cuttlefish, spear squids, and more cuttlefish are all lined up, ready for eating. The squids are almost transparent, really pretty. It's amazing how I can deal with the parasites in them thanks to such. I put some ginger on top of the half-beak. The fish's skin had been peeled and fried to a crisp and the aroma was great. I enjoyed munching on it between servings of sushi. There's also some pinna shells and scallops. I had a fickle change of heart, sorting the scallops in butter. Butter and soy sauce have their way of whetting your appetite, right? I ate some curry and washed it down with green tea before starting on sushi again. For the tuna, I varied the thickness based on the fat of the meat. I put them on the board, and fluffy sushi rice shrinked from the weight of the ingredients on top of it. I also made some kapamaki with tasty nori seaweed and thinly sliced fresh cucumber sprinkled with sesame. And for the soup, we have clam broth. I enjoyed the sushi on my own, but I bet it would taste the best if somebody else molded them for me. I'm already full, so I'll just choose the salmon roe to make uridan later. I didn't finish everything on the shelf, so let's just put the sushi set meal inside storage in standby. Alright, let's have ramen for dinner. I rested for a bit before teleporting to the library. What did he mean by buildings link? T/N, momeji oshi, grated carrots and daikon radish, might be spicy, can be bought ready-made. Kapamaki, cucumber sushi roll, with gari, pickled ginger, and wasabi. Sauce, noob cook. Oh sushi what a feast. Superscripto superscripto. Sauce, live Japan. Igurodon. Nom nom. Sauce, serious eats. CH-121 finally got the answer after shutting myself inside the library for a few hours. It's about the material that should be used for filling crevices. I used mortar and plaster as glue when I piled the stones together, but apparently it's supposed to be honey and wheat flour, instead. Yup. Rejected. No matter how attractive that sort of filling is to spirits, I don't want to constantly be on the edge thinking whether the building will hold up for a long time. For a Japanese's mentality, that's well, let's say they're right. I'm also willing to compromise and test it out on the small house I'm planning to build in the woods. There are more spirits over there than in the city too. Using ash is also effective, that's confirmed now. Ash from the volcano called Mount Azora should be mixed with lime, volcanic rock and seawater. The crystal formed after the seawater dissolves the ash from that volcano is resilient. Apparently, Mount Azora is said to be the place where the previous great deity, the spirit before the great wind deity, lived. Apparently, many of his underlings still exist, and the tiny, rubbish-like ones blended among the ashes. This is definitely the way to go, I'm positive about it. Maybe there would be a difference in the method, kinda like having the genie inside the bottle from the get-go versus chucking said genie inside later on, but anyway, all I can see from using honey and wheat flour is having a place crawling with ants. Alright, let's start gathering volcanic ash after we return from the abandoned mine. It'll be great if the sea-facing buildings are also resilient against salty water. Maybe Kaldar wanted to tell me that the balance between objects and spirits is important. Maybe I have to make an allowance or leeway in the things I make for the spirits that will be born and those who will creep into them. I used what I know about Japanese techniques to color the glass, but maybe there's a way to involve the spirits, or perhaps there are materials I can use while considering them. Alright, I'll keep an eye out for places and things that might fit that requirement from now on. Places that don't cost a cent, like libraries for example, were my refuge even when I was still in Japan. Still, this place has its own charm that really calms me down. I wanted to stay for a while longer, but I have to go home and prepare the bento for tomorrow. I greeted Mr. Librarian on my way out of the library. Initially, this crumbling, worn-down temple sent my heart into a frenzy of anxiety, but when I took a closer look, all the important walls and pillars that shouldn't crumble were all intact despite having chips and cracks. It seems like this dilapidated look was intentional. Maybe it's because I gained a lot of knowledge about construction that I knew this. Well, I do get that it's deliberate, but I'm going to properly give offerings nonetheless. I went home, played with Rish, then had my dinner. It's ramen just as planned. The broth was made after endlessly removing the off flavor from the pork and chicken, then mixing it with soy sauce and seafood dashi infused with tri bonito. I used medium thick straight noodles, put char siu pork, bamboo shoots, nori, and added a half-cooked egg to top it off. I took out the crispy fried gyoza with waves on top, left over from when I made a lot of them before. Next, some cabbage for the veggie dish. I tossed the blanched cabbage with minced garlic, ground sesame seeds, a dash of salt, a pinch of sugar, and drizzle with sesame oil, skipping a lot of the other steps. Add a bit of chili pepper to taste. Heaven. Maybe I can bring some stewed pork cubes tomorrow, huh? But then, I used soy sauce, so they're probably gonna scold me for bringing it outside. It's so troublesome having to be picky with the ingredients. I need to hurry and spread different types of vegetables to the market as soon as possible. I finished preparing the food and getting everything set, so I took a bath. It'll be a while before I'll be able to do this again, so I was about to take it slow and enjoy my bath when a rare thing happened. Rish came in, then he stood on his hind legs, put his paws on the tub and peered at me, as if asking what I was up to. He's tiny, so he couldn't see what's in the tub. I scooped a bit of water and brought it closer to his nose. Not sure whether he's satisfied after sniffing it, or if he lost interest, but he went out of the bathroom in search of a new game to do. Rish can pass through the doors, so he's a free kid, be it inside the house or outdoors. I woke up early the next morning, pulled the sheets off the bed and stuffed it inside the laundry bag along with the clothes I just took off. We did our routine stroll before going straight to the fields to do my daily rounds. I grabbed some things here and there and stuffed them into a few bags. My house has a waterway, or perhaps creek is more accurate in this case, and it's running in all directions, so there's no problem in growing things. However, it doesn't rain during summer in the country where my house is, so the season for green vegetables is from fall to spring. I gathered lemons and oranges from the area where fruit trees are growing. Initially, I thought they'd be growing during spring and summer, but apparently, they're in season in the winter, just like the mook and tangerine. These fruits that have colors named after them seem to be rare and expensive around here. I also harvested some mook and wallet. I fed the livestock, then barged into the coop for some eggs. My stomach is rumbling, so I have my breakfast. Rish had water and pork roast. Mine is miso soup, grilled salmon, scrambled eggs, tofu sprinkled with a lot of spring onion shoots, and some pickled vegetables. Just where can you find such an honorable breakfast as this, huh? Alright, it's almost time for the meet-up, so let's get moving. I put my coat on and teleport. We're meeting up at Rhett's and the others' rented house, but I'll wait for Dinosaur's family since they'll pass by my house first. Somebody knocked on the back door while I was drinking some coffee and reading the book I borrowed from the library. Dinosaur was clutching a laundry bag just like me when I opened the door. Morning. Yeah, how are you? Extremely normal. Good morning, Jean. Tina raised her hands, posed for a hug, so I obliged. Good morning. Good morning Tilda. Hugged Vac and N after Tina in that same fluid motion. Good morning, please take care of us. Last hug for Shiva, then I closed the door. Soon after, everyone's complete, everyone looking like Santa with their huge laundry sacks, 2. We will pass by the laundry shop on our way to the rental stable, so that's why we have these bags. It's not like we're embarking on a journey to seek adventure, not at all, but nobody wants to come home to mushrooms growing on their laundry, so it can't be helped that we're bringing these sacks. CH 122 morning. What a group we have here. Can't do anything about it, you know that. Dean quipped. We're in a "you're Santa, I'm Santa" situation with all the sacks we're carrying. We won't be stopping at the fortress city, so we have a lot of luggage for the journey aside from the laundry we have. We won't drop by the guild either so that we won't cross paths with Rose's group. This trip isn't a jobs from the guild, and we'll be filing the report at the place where we'll leave the horses. It's not like the report was mandatory, but just in case we didn't return within twice the itinerary period, they would be able to inform the other adventurers entering the tunnel that somebody was missing. Good morning, Jean. Morning. Ash was wearing the coat I made her. Well, Butler too. She looked like a woman dressed in guy's clothes without that furrow between her brows. She didn't have a chest, but she got that rounded figure from her hips to her butt. Is it because of Az? Az, are you doing your best? I know it's rude, but I can't help but check her out. Everyone's here, so we cheerfully made our way to the rental stables and took out the horses we requested. Take care of me, Ruta. I also borrowed books about horses from the library. Ruta, your food is inside the bags, so please take care of those too, okay? Horses are herbivores, and they normally munch on grass for 6 hours or so in the wild, apparently. Their stomachs are small, so they can't eat a lot in one sitting. I fed Ruta some sugar as he happily nuzzled my cheeks. Horses love sweet stuff. Whoa, bribe. Dean snickered, but who cares about him? Ruta, Tina and the twins' view of me depends on you. I magnificently climbed onto Ruta's back and we're off. We already have too many horses between the adults, so the kids were assigned to ride with Shiva, Chris and Retz. Dean and Dinosaur are too heavy. They rode alone so that it wouldn't be too much of a burden to the horses. I was almost assigned to share a ride with Ash or Butler. Thank goodness I evaded that. The only reason I'm also exempted was because I already told them I can't ride like that. Besides, we already went on a long ride together before. The others already went on subjugation trips with Dinosaur too, so the kids are already familiar with them. Vac, in particular, has become quite attached to Chris, and he is vigorously rubbing the latter's cleft chin. What are you chuckling for, Chris? It's turning really red now. See? I unwittingly checked how the chin spirit was faring. It's competitively rubbing, too. Just how on earth do the others who can see like me keep their calm and ignore this, huh? Hey, I already hauled Vac off and warned him, you know? But then, he told me that Chris calms down for some reason if his chin was rubbed, so. Dinosaur averted his eyes sheepishly during that second half of his explanation. Isn't that because the spirit massages his chin every single day? No. Don't worry, it's not like I thought you're being lax with child discipline. Dinosaur. Jean, you're so cool. Let me ride with you later, okay? Oh goodness. Tina shouted in Shiva's arms, praising me. No way. Papa will never allow you to ride with any other guy aside from me. Dinosaur wedged his horse between Shiva and me. Papa's a tyrant tilde. Tyrant tilde. It's the usual Dinah's dad and child bickering. Wolf King's whole family let loose with Jean around. Isn't this normal? I couldn't help but question that. It seems they're relaxed when they're with him. Jean's company does make one feel at ease. Oh? Maybe Liberation San is doing its job. I wonder if my ability might have influenced Ash's words. Doubt started rearing its head. The things I worry about have increased, it seems. Retz's words put my doubts to rest. Vac's also like that, right? I don't think it's because of me. We went on our way like this, heading straight to our destination at a snail pace while periodically stopping by rivers and ponds to let the horses drink. After some time, we reached the area where weak monsters appeared, but they didn't attack us, because Dinosaur and Shiva's spirits took turns to intimidate them. Small monkey-type monsters appear around here. Retz checked out how many there are in a troop, and that's around 14 to 15 monkeys at most. It'd be dangerous if they're more than 20. But we don't have to worry about them attacking us with how many we are, and there's no monkey that is as big as a horse around here. It's just that we have to stick together, since they're going to attack us the moment we scatter. Heeding Dinosaur's warning, we moved as a group as we took a break by the riverbank. Well, guessing from the reaction of everyone else, his warning was probably meant for the kids and me. I asked Rutan not to stray away from the other horses before going off to prepare tea by the riverside. The creek runs through a forest that didn't have any major elevation differences, so it's shallow and the water flows gently. Apparently, this little creek sometimes dries up during summer when there is little to no rain. I feel so refreshed after washing my face and hands in the creek. Retz and Butler had already prepared the fire before I noticed. I can't hold a candle to their speed of handling preparations. Jean, hey, do you eat fruits? I caught Tina when she pounced on me for a hug. I also eat them. I also eat them. Eat, eat. N and Vac answered, and Dinosaur also chimed in, so I pried Tina away from me. Well then, everyone, have a taste. You brought that kind of pricey thing again. Retz scolded me when I took the oranges out. Chill, they're oranges from this world. They stupidly cost an arm and leg. But I know rich guys eat this, so it's safe. Jean-sama. This isn't limited to adventurers. Unless it's served as part of entertaining the guests, folks don't normally eat expensive things that cost more than their daily allowance during a job. Butler taught me with a smile. Sorry, I brought one for each of us, so please do eat it. CH 123. I took Butler's educational lecture to heart as we continued our march along the edge of the forest as we headed northeast. I can't help it, you know. I have clusters of oranges growing back in my house, and I still have the memory of Japan's supermarkets ingrained in my mind. It's hard to just forget all about Japan's pricing of goods. Right, Canham's climate might be too cold to grow oranges, but maybe Mukan oranges will be fine. Anyway, the fortress city cuts through the forest, and it's located in the easternmost part of this area. The abandoned mine, our destination, was further east from the fortress city, and it's in the depths of the forest. We don't plan to go to the citadel, but the horses won't be able to go further into the forest, so this route along the edge was the fastest, if we considered time. It's not as if the route is straight given that there are bodies of water and there are no well-maintained roads, so we had to rely on the terrain's layout as well as our memory to navigate our way. It's impressive how they remembered the location of ponds within the woods, not to mention the general direction. Despite that, normally, it's also possible to take the longer route via the city roads, but for stronger folks who are good at hunting, the route nearer to the forest is more advantageous since they don't have to worry about food and water. Inns along the main road are often rip-offs and they had to squeeze into the rooms like a tin of sardines. Well, for me it's still nice that there's a roof overhead and walls around. It's already much better compared to how I lived back when I was still on the island. We encountered a group of relatively huge monkeys, but they didn't appear again after we slayed the first few ones. Take care not to kill one from the group of black monkeys. The entire troop's gonna chase you stubbornly to the ends of the earth if you do. Dinosaur was teaching the kids, and of course I'm listening carefully too. Okay, let's avoid black monkeys as much as we can. Shall we? All hell breaks loose when you slay the one with the lightest shade among the pink monkeys that live further south. Chris is popular among the kids, not because they find his exaggerated gestures comical, but because his behavior is the same regardless of whether he's dealing with a kid or an adult. When Retz and Butler realized that the three kids were watching, they worked more slowly than usual while interjecting explanations from time to time so that the young ones could easily understand the process. Dean also treats them like a good-natured big brother. Ash is trying her best not to look scary, but she still ends up looking scary. Even so, the kids seemed like they have gotten used to that, and they've been gradually interacting with each other more. And here I am, taking advantage of that and learning as much as I can. Listen carefully, okay? Here's the thing, you have to be prepared to accept that you won't be able to go back to being normal if you make Jean your role model, okay? Dinosaur warned the three kids with all seriousness. How nasty. I am also of the same opinion. Grinning Butler, are you agreeing with Dinosaur? Or with me? Hey, I just tried putting a hammock up, you know. The sky looks suspiciously dark, and I'm kinda nervous being on the ground like this. Besides, we're in the middle of the forest, so there's no shortage of branches we could use. Nevertheless, I believe that regarding this matter, It is fine even if we do not return to being normal. I threaded the rope through the eyelets on the edges of the monitor lizard sheet, tied both ends, then secured the rope to the tree. Butler deftly copied me as he set up another hammock. He also copied me as I stretched the rope and made a tent above the hammock. Each person got one small and one big lizard sheet from me, and they also kindly patronized the rucksack from yours truly. We're back. We got a lot of fish. I got a feeling I made a mess of this again. Ash, Shiva and Retz. Today's hunter-gatherers were these three plus Dean and Chris. Retz didn't have to worry that much since there's enough for everyone, although nothing beats being able to eat to your heart's content. We prepared the cots while we're free. Even if you tell me it's a cot, it's kinda hard picturing it since it's something I've never even seen before. Well, I agree that we made a small paradise for kids in this forest. We're back. Black deer. It's a huge one, I tell you. Butler and I took the game, Shiva and Retz handled the fish. So, why here? It's pretty unique. Dean stared at me with dubious eyes, while Chris looked around grinning from ear to ear. Swaying is fun. Bed, cot. The kids happily tossed around. Hey. We're camping out in the dangerous outdoors. Having a bit of fun is fine and all, but you need to do the things you need to do. The daddy scolded the kiddos. Even if monsters won't approach us because we're many, letting our guard down even just for a bit might possibly lead to danger. Yes. The trio answered before running off to help with the other chores. Oh goodness me, Jean must be the culprit behind this, right? I mean no harm. I'm the one averting my eyes now, and yes, I'm also the one happily watching the trio frolicking around earlier. It's fine, those look quite comfortable, too. Besides, it's more terrifying if you're already perfectly sensible right off the bat. It's just that, Jean, you're just like our kids in a sense that you're lacking in wariness. So, Shiva smiled and advised me while being considerate of my feelings. You seem like the type who gets so engrossed in your work that you won't even notice if a monster appeared. After all, Dinosaur also drove his point home. Dean and Chris were also happily horsing around, but they could immediately respond since they are both well attuned to the presence of monsters. It isn't easy curing this lack of vigilance that I cultivated over the past 18 years of my life in Japan. Well, I can ask the spirits to warn me of dangerous things, and I also have the option of leaving search on 24/7, but since we're already here, I have to learn as much as I can while there are people around. Ch 124. We ate our dinner sitting around the campfire. Shiva stuffed the fish with herbs and grilled it on the campfire along with skewered bacon and cheese. There was also a bit of deer meat. I stored most of the game meat to let it rest. Dean and Dinosaur were okay with the meat being tough as rock, but there's fish tonight, so that's what I did. To be honest, I secretly brought koji, stuff made by mixing mold with rice, soy or other food to make soy sauce, sake, miso and other fermented goodies. I rubbed the deer meat heavily with koji. I also brought konbu for fish. We have horses, so it's fine even if the luggage is a bit bulky. I also covered the horse's place with a sheet. I wanted to make something like a horse cover that we can throw on their backs to protect them from the cold, but depending on the species, doing so might be too hot for them. I settled on a makeshift shelter against the wind and rain for them instead. I tied the open sack of oats on the tree, so Rutu and the other horses are probably enjoying munching by now. The orange fire casted shadows all around and its crackling resounded softly in the pitch-black night. Cheese and ham, bacon. Cheese and bacon and deer. It's good to see you also lively, but be more vigilant, get it? I won't repeat the same mistake, I assure you. I'm vigilant now. And eat your vegetables, will you? My problem is that I totally can't sense their presence on my own without the help of search. I carefully melted the cheese, taking care not to accidentally drop it, then pulled the skewer end and placed the food on top of the bread before taking a huge bite. The cheese is raclette, of course. This is the cheese they melt in the fireplace in Switzerland. It stinks when raw, but the stench dissipates while being toasted, and the combo of the melted and crispy parts is very tasty. It's great on grilled onions, great on turnips, great on bacon, it's great on everything you put it on. This is very different from the camping that I know. Things have become quite convenient. It's been a long while since we had been adventurers, so I wonder, Did anything else change? Dinosaur and Shiva were stumped. You can say it's a recent camping trend. Grinning Butler said. It's a fad. Mainly on this side. Rats reached out for the fish. Is it because of you? Dinosaur whirled around at me. I whirled around to avoid his scorching gaze. Stop treating me like a criminal, will you? The hammock is made from the hide of a horned monitor lizard, and I thought it might be safer to wrap it around yourself when dealing with the monsters around here. I explained its efficiency while still averting my gaze. It's not absolutely safe since imps also use fire, but I guess it does buy you time to fight back or run away. And stop spouting monitor lizard and stuff like that so blatantly. I suddenly imagined aluminum foil wrapped food being grilled when Retz added that. By imps, he meant the monkey monsters. Well, I think it's a bit too late for that. This is. Ash held a marshmallow over the fire without a care in the world. I have some raspberry jam here. I also want to offer chocolate and banana, but they're probably gonna scold me again, so I held back. Ash loves sweets, but I think it's better if there's a bit of sourness. I strongly recommend the strawberries and fresh cream combo. There's a guy here who keeps on dropping bombs but won't look you in the eye. Dunno what Retz is talking about. No Siri, you're probably just imagining things. We gobbled the food all clean while talking. Dinosaur, the kids and I took and washed away the stinky stuff in the river so that it wouldn't attract monsters, predators and of course, rats. Walking through the pitch-black forest hand in hand with the kids somehow reminded me of doing a test of courage. Or not. The kids are used to the dark, and with Daddy Dinosaur around, there's the sense of absolute safety even with the dark and being in the forest. When we returned, Retz was tossing green cedar-like leaves onto the fire to get rid of the smell of food and keeping the bugs at bay. It'll probably rain so this might be useless, but put this under as insect repellent. He handed a branch giving off white smoke to each of us, and everyone placed theirs under the hammock. I originally set the hammocks at knee level to make it easier to go down, but since it really looks like it'll rain, I raised it to hip level. Instead, it might be tiring for those who aren't used to hammocks if they try to tense up as an attempt to keep their balance. It's much more comfortable if you just let it go and relax. I wrapped myself as is with this sleeping bag. Well, technically it isn't, but you get the point. Alright, good night, sweet dreams. My shift is third to the last in the morning. I won't be going back to bed after my shift since I plan to head to my home right after, so I have to get some shut-eye now. Early to bed, early to rise. Well, it's too early to say it's morning when I wake up tomorrow, though. Tiny drops of rain fell on the sheets just as I was about to fall asleep. It's going to be a cold night for the lookouts, but tiny pitter-patters sound pretty soothing for the sleepy me. CH 125. We ate our dinner sitting around the campfire. There was also a bit of deer meat. I stored most of the game meat to let it rest. Dean and Dinosaur were okay with the meat being tough as rock, but there's fish tonight, so that's what I did. To be honest, I secretly brought koji, stuff made by mixing mold with rice, soy or other food to make soy sauce, sake, miso and other fermented goodies. I rubbed the deer meat heavily with koji. I also brought konbu for fish. We have horses so it's fine even if the luggage is a bit bulky. I also covered the horse's place with a sheet. I wanted to make something like a horse cover that we can throw on their backs to protect them from the cold, but depending on the species, doing so might be too hot for them. I settled on a makeshift shelter against the wind and rain for them instead. I tied the open sack of oats on the tree, so Rutu and the other horses are probably enjoying munching by now. The orange fire casted shadows all around and its crackling resounded softly in the pitch-black night. Cheese and ham, bacon. Cheese and bacon and deer. It's good to see you also lively, but be more vigilant, get it? My problem is that I totally can't sense their presence on my own without the help of search. I carefully melted the cheese, taking care not to accidentally drop it, then pulled the skewer end and placed the food on top of the bread before taking a huge bite. The cheese is raclette, of course. This is the cheese they melt in the fireplace in Switzerland. It stinks when raw, but the stench dissipates while being toasted, and the combo of the melted and crispy parts is very tasty. It's great on grilled onions, great on turnips, great on bacon, it's great on everything you put it on. This is very different from the camping that I know. Things have become quite convenient. It's been a long while since we had been adventurers, So I wonder, did anything else change? Dinosaur and Shiva were stumped. You can say it's a recent camping trend, grinning Butler said. It's a fad, mainly on this side. Rex reached out for the fish. Is it because of you? Dinosaur whirled around at me. I whirled around to avoid his scorching gaze. Stop treating me like a criminal, will you? The hammock is made from the hide of a horned monitor lizard, and I thought it might be safer to wrap it around yourself when dealing with the monsters around here. I explained its efficiency while still averting my gaze. It's not absolutely safe since imps also use fire, but I guess it does buy you time to fight back or run away. And stop spouting monitor lizard and stuff like that so blatantly. I suddenly imagined aluminum foil wrapped food being grilled when Rex added that. By imps, he meant the monkey monsters. Well, I think it's a bit too late for that. This is. Ash held a marshmallow over the fire without a care in the world. I have some raspberry jam here. I also want to offer chocolate and banana, but they're probably gonna scold me again, so I held back. Ash loves sweets, but I think it's better if there's a bit of sourness. I strongly recommend the strawberries and fresh cream combo. There's a guy here who keeps on dropping bombs but won't look you in the eye. Dunno what Rex is talking about. No Siri, you're probably just imagining things. We gobbled the food all clean while talking. Dinosaur, the kids and I took and washed away the stinky stuff in the river so that it wouldn't attract monsters, predators and of course, rats. Walking through the pitch-black forest hand in hand with the kids somehow reminded me of doing a test of courage. Or not. The kids are used to the dark, and with Daddy Dinosaur around, there's the sense of absolute safety even with the dark and being in the forest. When we returned, Rex was tossing green cedar-like leaves onto the fire to get rid of the smell of food and keeping the bugs at bay. It'll probably rain so this might be useless, but put this under as insect repellent. He handed a branch giving off white smoke to each of us, and everyone placed theirs under the hammock. I originally set the hammocks at knee level to make it easier to go down, but since it really looks like it'll rain, I raised it to hip level. Instead, it might be tiring for those who aren't used to hammocks if they try to tense up as an attempt to keep their balance. It's much more comfortable if you just let it go and relax. I wrapped myself as is with this sleeping bag. Well, technically it isn't, but you get the point. Alright, good night, sweet dreams. My shift is third to the last in the morning. I won't be going back to bed after my shift since I plan to head to my home right after, so I have to get some shut-eye now. Early to bed, early to rise. Well, it's too early to say it's morning when I wake up tomorrow, though. Tiny drops of rain fell on the sheets just as I was about to fall asleep. It's going to be a cold night for the lookouts, but tiny pitter-patters sound pretty soothing for the sleepy me. CH-126. The tunnel's entrance had been fixed and the walls were reinforced with wood so they wouldn't crumble. It's mostly the earthworms, beetle larvae and rats that appear here. The big ones are the so-called horned monster-type rats. They look like a crossover between a cow and a deer. Be careful, those guys eat their surroundings away so the ground might be in a terrible state. And Jean, why are you carrying that stick? Dinosaur briefed us with the precautions we needed to take note of before we went in. I got it from the torch supply guy. The monsters here eat both dirt and stones, keeping the magic ores in their bellies. Our target is to get those ores. I first thought we're going to dig and break up rocks but I was mistaken. Good thing I didn't prepare a pickaxe. What are you gonna do with that stick you asked for? Gonna use it inside, obviously. I can tap the ground with this too. It's also useful when taking the lantern down. Dean stared at me half exasperatingly when I answered his question. He has seen me nonsensically swinging a branch around during our hunts, so he probably thought it's going to be the same this time. Just you wait. We lit the torches and went down the tunnel. It was a not-so-gentle slope at first. The interior was made out of warm grey rocks speckled with the color of rust from time to time. The further we went in the darker it was, and since the torches are only light source, I can't tell the color anymore. Rex and Tina were the ones holding the torches. The three kids took turns whenever they got tired, and Rex took turns with me. It's really humid in here. It's different from outside. Ash was looking around. I'm not sure if it's also her first time in a tunnel. That's because it rained. It's pretty bad timing. There might be passages submerged in water too. Rex. Whenever it rains, the water that seeped underground would pool inside the tunnels. Plus, Underground and hot spring water would also get stuck in some places. Since water doesn't recede easily, people usually use the slaves to bail it out. The slaves sent to the mines were mostly criminals and were kind of throwaways, apparently, since minerals dissolved in water were often toxic and there were also times when poisonous gases were generated. Carbon monoxide, in particular, is light, colorless, tasteless and odorless. Well, I guess no miner would be foolish enough to do anything that could start a fire, so I guess we're fine. Do they also bring little canaries to detect toxic gas in this world? Nah, humans are the direct guinea pigs, I guess. No more poor little birdies. Dinosaur and Butler were throwing stones over there. Do normal ores fall too? Can I just cheat and use appraisal to scan these ordinary-looking stones? After going down the slope, the tunnel floor was flat but wet and slippery, making walking a bit tricky. The dugout spots were rugged, but the well-trodden paths had been smoothed out so it's very slippery. They probably placed boards here in the past, since there are rotting broken pieces of wood scattered here and there. Whoa. Oh oopsie. Dinosaur picked the small stone he threw earlier. A nasty squeak echoed from the place where the torch's light can't reach. Is that pebble a weapon against rats? But it's almost impossible to hit those guys. Rats tend to come and attack in droves and gnaw on you if you're injured or sleeping. On the other hand, they're easily scared away if you encounter them. They're pretty quick, so they seem pretty difficult to kill. Tina shone the torch to the place where the squeak came from. A rat about 40 centimeters long excluding the tail lay on the ground in a pool of blood. Must be a hornless monster based on the tiny bump on its forehead. Seems like we got a bait. Shall we go rat hunting to lessen them? Dinosaur and Butler's combo. Let's check the horn and the innards first. At any rate, rats would start taking it apart, so I switched torch duty with him. Yeah, look carefully. This brother here is good, you know. Dinosaur told the kids. Rather than tearing it apart, it's more like he's dissecting it. He removed the horn, then he checked whether there's a magic ore in the heart and in the gut. His movements were efficient as usual with no unnecessary moves, and he was neat. The kids seemed really interested and they're memorizing his moves properly, as expected of a farming family's children who take care of their own cattle and chickens. I also got used to it by now, but I'm still uncomfortable killing animals if they weren't food sources like rabbits and deers or fantasy animals like the monster lizards. We then went further in for a bit. The guys settled on the plan to lure other rats with the dead rat as bait, apparently. The carcass was left aside. You could say we're taking a break. Is that wind? If air enters then that must be from the shafts around the place. Oh, Dinosaur's words made me feel a bit relieved. I want to have a sip of warm tea, but we don't have any firewood here. The adventurers who came here before us probably used most of the rotting boards. There's only a few of them left, and so, for today, the choice is a low-alcohol wine, or wine diluted with water. Here you go. Some snacks. It's baked cheesecake. Yay! I wrapped the cream cheese and baked it. The snacks were square-shaped, and you can eat one in 2 bites. Oh dearie, such deep flavor. Is it cheese? So tasty. Shiva and Dinosaur were grinning. It's nice that it melts in your mouth. I like the sourness of the cheese, too. Reds liked it, apparently. It's just so fresh, I guess. She's eating it happily, but not as happily as the cream puffs. Maybe she'll like it better if I use sweet and sour strawberry sauce. CH-127-7, 8 rats gathered, and the kids dealt with them. The ones who managed to escape were stabbed by Butler's rapier, or magnificently hit by Chris with one slash, or killed by Shiva's cooking knife. Oh, Shiva? What's that? Dinosaur asked with a smile, obviously put off. Don't worry. I won't use this for cooking. Shiva smiled brightly. Please stop looking at me, Dinosaur. Blame me after you won against your wife, okay? Shiva's original weapons are short twin swords, and a spirit weapon powered by the ice spirit possessing her. Our current place is too cramped and crowded and cold, so she can't use them, apparently. The temperature would drop if she swung it, and then it would be too cold, she said. The person herself was fine even if the snow raged around her, apparently. Only a handful of rats around here have magic stones. The guys at the fort said Amedeo and his lackeys had been in here a few times, so maybe the ones here in the shallow part are young. I guess. Rets looked grim. It takes a certain period of time for the monsters to accumulate magic ores within their bodies. So Rets already gathered intel without us noticing? Let's move. We're going a bit further in. Yes. Chris is also a lot more enthusiastic than usual, but his flowery rhetorics had been toned down. Seems like they really admire Dinosaur. Rets is acting like his usual self, but he also said Dinosaur's amazing. It's just that looking at Dean and Chris acting like that probably made him restrain his buoyant mood. I get where he's coming from. We went down the shaft to the lower level, deeper into the tunnel. It was even more damp down here, with water seeping in. The wood supporting the ceiling and walls to prevent them from caving in and to keep rocks from falling had started to rot because of the moisture. The stones had also crumbled. Will we really be alright? It's probably the aftermath of a piece falling off, kinda like peeled off. Can't assure you it absolutely won't collapse, but the bedrock here is pretty hard, so I don't think this place will crumble in one go. Rets explained while rummaging inside his bag. Probably because he caught me staring at the pieces of shattered rock. You'll find worms and larvae in this layer, so be more careful. The dry places have a higher probability of collapsing than the wet spots. Dinosaur. The earthworms and larvae bored holes and water flowed there, apparently. Where? Let's try it out. The lantern lit up. Ah, what the heck is that? Dean asked Rets. There's an upside-down cone-shaped reflector attached to the top of the lantern, so the light is scattered in proportion to the size of the fire. I tried to make methanol using distilled wood vinegar as an attempt to do away with the rapeseed oil, but it was a flop. Lamps that used methanol and ethanol were actually for heating, not light. Well, I guess it works out if I use it for the vacuum coffee maker. Ugh, I want kerosene. As expected, it's darker than a torch, but it's easier to carry around. Hey, this is really good. Rets shook the lantern. Well, it is lighter and smaller than a torch. Huh? It doesn't have a candle inside? Butler stared at the lantern with deep interest. It's beautiful. Chris and Ash, the kids, were also very curious since it's something they haven't seen before. Unlike candles, its light won't easily get extinguished, so it's great outdoors. It's just that you can't use it to roast monsters or scare them away. Here, let's swap for a while, so gimme the torch. Rets exchanged the lantern with N's torch. Don't drop it. Yes, I'll hold it next. No, follow the turns. I'm next. I also have lanterns in storage, but I got the feeling that it wouldn't be a good idea taking one out for each of us here. Besides, I learned that torches have other uses from what Rets said. Dinosaur was pinching his brows, though. Hey, Rets didn't even mention me, so why do you keep on glancing at me and shaking your head, huh? Yeah, I know, I've been quite indulgent of Butler's fascination in cooking, Shiva's delight in knives, and Rets's interest in bags and devices. The kids held the lantern, so the stick's role was demoted to tapping suspicious spots. Oh, it's dry. There's a hole here. I poked the hole with the stick, and when I took it out, something white stuck on it. It's a squiggly, orange-headed larva. It's probably a rhinoceros beetle's larva, but it's as big as a 2-liter plastic bottle. It has one horn, and when it creakily raised its chin, the super sharp-looking fangs came into view. It looked quite strong. I see, so the longer, the better, huh? Dinosaur was moved. Good job tearing the skin. On top of being pretty tough, the body tends to wriggle, avoiding impact, so it's hard to tear. So it's a problem of thickness and speed. Chris, Dean and Ash were also awed, but it's not like I purposely aimed for it and defeated this thing. I just poked the hole and this monster was in there coincidentally. The rapier team's in charge of dealing with the monsters lurking inside the holes. However, the big ones also got big heads, so the only thing they could aim at is the hard head. The huge sword team, Dinosaur and Dean, took the lead then. They're monsters, so they won't just meekly stay shut in inside the holes, obviously. They also attack, but they tend to wait for their prey to come closer before they poke their heads out to spit acid at them. And so, I was assigned to work on them and make them spit by poking the stick near their holes while standing away from them. The kids learned from their dad. They threw stones to make them spit. Like this? Poke, poke, once the head is out, then crush before it spit acid. Amazing. It's amazing, but let them spit first. It's gonna be tough work dismantling those guys. And don't just rely on that stick for everything. Retz was also impressed, but he didn't forget to teach me. Jin-sama's new weapon is a stick. Oh, no, please don't mind me. A stick made from magic ore. That's terrible of you, Butler and Dean. CH-128R. The stick broke. Hey, don't make a face like that as if it's doomsday just because your stick broke. But I liked it. Dean looked appalled. But you know, I did my best to put the force straight down so it won't break. It's actually amazing that it didn't break until now, or should I say I'm impressed with that pointless capability of yours. Dinosaur said it's pointless. He said it's pointless. Ugh. Use your sword. Your sword, got it? Retz told me, so I'm going to throw this stick. Maybe we can use it as firewood. Just let go of that stick for goodness sake. And help out with the disassembly, will you? I believe you did go overboard. I peered at the stick, but Retz just replied to me rudely, and even Butler told me off. Butler was smiling in front of a mountain pile of larvae and earthworms. When I looked around, the children, Retz and even Ash were doing the disassembly. Sorry. Yeah, I did go overboard. Oh dear me, I'm so sorry, Foo. Sorry. It's not out of malice. Oh, well. Sorry. The culprits were these 5 people, including me. Shiva, Dean, Chris and Dinosaur apologized, and they also helped out. It had turned into a competition halfway through, and this was the result. I didn't know the dear children were the ones dismantling the corpses. I should have helped them midway. Retz was staring at us as if he's looking at a group of 5 worthless adults while we did the job in all seriousness. The minerals mainly harvested are copper, iron, and iron sulfide. Next are gold and silver. Other than that, it's also possible to get a little bit of sulfur and chromium. Sulfur is pretty famous since it's a raw material used to make black gunpowder. Do they have gunpowder in this world? If I'm not mistaken, if you mix a certain percentage of sulfur to gum, its elasticity will increase, and if you add more, the hardness also increases, I think. I don't think I've seen either product in the market before. Appraisal says sulfur is part of the bleaching agent used for dried persimmons and dried figs. It also appears as sulfur dioxide in wine's antioxidants. Chromium is used in chrome plating and stainless steel. I think we found minerals that transformed into magic ores along with the normal ones inside these grubs. We sorted them roughly as we hurriedly dismantled these guys. They're not that big of a monster, so even if there were a lot of them, we could only get so much. Fortunately, it was mostly iron. If we combine the magic ores and iron together, there's enough to make normal swords for everyone. Oh, but it won't be enough if we consider Dinosaur and Dean's huge swords. Phew. Finally done. Let's rest. I heard these larvae can have a peculiar tastiness if you grill them. Stop it. Delicate city kids can't handle bug delicacies, you know. Oh, I just noticed that they're starting to associate break time with either meals or snacks. Yeah, you can't eat rhinoceros beetles larvae, but stag beetles are fine. Hey, Retz. Stop going with Dean's flow, will you? Wait. So does that mean you have eaten that before? I heard you can eat it. I'm making it a point to try eating non-poisonous monsters even once when I get the chance. Retz answered nonchalantly. I don't think I need to learn about that, folks. Oh, maybe it's stock knowledge for when food runs out for some reason, I guess. But what if it's just plain interesting, huh? So, how about we go down 2 layers at once, hunt some giant rats while looking for the rats? The conversation was over while I was brooding about the misgivings that sprouted within me. And so, we ended our break time and went down the shaft. Eh? Why are these piled up here? Maybe because they're too heavy so they're left behind? Folks came to hunt for magic ores if they went all the way down here, right? We found a small pile of iron, copper and a little bit of others near the wall beside where we landed. Like what Retz said, the other hunters probably sorted their spoils and took what they needed when they returned to the surface. It would be too hard to climb up the shaft if the load was too heavy. Alright, let's bring them. Let's do that on our way back. Butler stopped me in a flash. Kaya. Tina let out a tiny scream. So big, so huge. The twins also shouted in shock. The rats who appeared here can't compare to the ones we defeated in the beginning. Like a small car. That's how huge they were. The rats here are bigger than bears. Huh, idiot. They don't usually get this big here. It's a trihorn, Twilight! Gene. I was impressed. But Dinosaur and Chris were flustered. By the way, Chris has been doing his best to call me by my name ever since I asked him to. Dean and Ash, actually everyone aside from the kids and me, were already in battle mode. Shiva slowly backed away with the kids behind her. Everyone's too fast. I heard about this before. But really, more strong monsters are popping out, huh? Dinosaur's blade was engulfed in flames. He took a step, then he dodged the tail and claws of the rat with so small a movement that it looked like the giant rat made a mistake engaging its attack. With a single slash that wasn't even that powerful, the giant rat's head flew off to the ground. In just an instant, the giant rat had been slayed amidst the high tension. As expected of Wolf King Dono. Ash praised Dinosaur as she put her sword away. Of course. Can't lose to youngsters, right? Dinosaur laughed with a clap and a wink. He was his usual easygoing, buffoon self without an ounce of tension in his body. CH 129 Papa? Mama? Tina suddenly cried out aloud, so I whirled around to see where she was. The two of them disappeared while we're dealing with the huge rat. Bathroom. Nah, Butler isn't here, either. They went with Butler to check below. Below? Yeah, we're going up. Why? I questioned Retz's replies, and got stepped on. When Papa and Mama turn quiet, it means it's dangerous. Tina looked like she's about to cry while holding her sleeve. What is he planning to do that's dangerous even for a gold rank? Monsters will attack us if you cry and make a fuss. Bear with it so that they won't worry. Ash told Tina. Curt, blunt, scary face. An expression that seemed like she didn't know what to say. The reason why Retz stepped on me was probably to stop me from spouting unnecessary stuff to the kids. Tina's sharp, so she already saw through it. The huge Trihorn rat. They would investigate the surroundings when Trihorns appear. Monsters were born out of hatred. The spirits that had been wounded after getting their power forcibly stolen from them would harbor hatred against the humans. They would turn black, then they would possess animals. Black spirits prioritize possession over cannibalism if there is a suitable receptacle nearby. That's the reason why there are many horned, mostly bicorn and below, monsters generated. Black monsters are usually the result of black spirits becoming stronger after eating each other, or if the black spirit happened to possess a creature that is already strong. Another possibility is the monster itself becoming a more powerful existence. They don't become stronger right off the bat after possessing the creature's body. Not only that, the probability that they could possess a powerful creature was pretty low, considering that the spirit had turned black because it had been deprived of its original power. Wars rampantly use magic. The spirits wounded in the process become too many that they will resort to cannibalism before they even reach the forest, and this in turn will produce many powerful black spirits, but they almost always end up as bicorns at most. Probably because of the distance. Trihorns appear when even more spirits get consumed by the non-stop use of large-scale magic spells and the like. There were instances of overpopulation of Trihorns, but since coherence is lacking, it quickly subsides, too. However, if a monster that had black and further, the black monster, appears, the other monsters also steadily increase, probably attracted to that powerful individual's existence. Once a certain number of monsters have been reached, they will work themselves into a frenzy, and they will attack people. They won't stop until either they themselves or that black monster dies. Trihorns are the prelude to the emergence of that black monster. If there's only one Trihorn, then it's still fine, but if they exist in droves then it's only natural to suspect that the black monster appeared. Maybe those three had gone down to investigate that. And they probably kept it a secret from me. Come to think of it, Retz's lantern is gone. He probably gave it to them. The Trihorns probably don't pose any threats to the 2 gold ranks and that 1 butler, but the walls and the dark will probably be a hindrance to them. Moreover, the spirit hanging around Dinosaur uses fire. He won't be able to create a huge fire without putting the other 2 at risk, so his movements are limited. Well, using fire is just my own theory, though. Maybe his spirit is the type to boost the body. They also left Dean and the others behind. Is it because they're confident they can handle it, or because the rest of us will just drag them down? Which is it? They didn't say anything, so it's probably the latter. Then I stood at the edge of the shaft that Dinosaur and the others probably used to descend and peered down. The torch illuminated the nearby area, and I could see the wooden planks that acted as scaffoldings to reinforce the wall, but the rest of the place had been swallowed by the darkness. I couldn't see beyond that. I extended the range of search. I could sense a few tiny creatures, the Dinosaur trio's presence, and a huge existence right in front of them. Papa and Mama. Don't worry, Papa and Mama are both strong. Tina comforted the twins who were about to cry, while being on the verge of tears herself. Yeah, I thought so. Kind sisters really do exist in the world. Yeah, it'll be alright. Papa, Mama and older brother are all strong. I'll be back soon. I said that to Tina, before jumping behind her. Jean, you dolt. I was already standing by the edge of the shaft, so I jumped towards the hole. I heard Ash call my name and someone yelling, but can't hear the rest because of the wind whistling in my ears. It's pretty deep, but I named a tiny wind spirit mid-jump, and I have it push me up with the wind right before I hit the floor. I pulled Zanzikan from storage, strapped it to my waist as I dashed towards where Dinosaur's group were. I also named the teeny fire and light spirits, probably remnants from either the land nor from when Dinosaur's fire spirit used its power, while I sprinted. Named them something along the lines of Tunnel 1, Tunnel 2. Yeah, just turn a blind eye to my naming prowess, okay? Use my mana. Light up. The area turned bright, but I didn't stop running. I can still use magic without naming the spirits around me, but there's only so much of the fire spirit and light spirit around here. I don't want to forcibly draw their power. Dinosaur's team will reach the monster herd soon. Oi, did Rex explain the anatomy and kept on bringing up analogies that made the kids happy just to stall for time so that I won't follow after them? I'm strong. Probably. What? Light? Jean-sama? The trio were in the middle of a battle at the end of the narrow tunnel. I charged in the midst of them and defeated the giant rat. You're banned from leaving me behind. A relatively huge area had been illuminated because I've been naming the tiny things up to the last minute until I arrived. Well, it might also be because I've been inwardly hoping that the light will cover as much area as possible even if it's faint. Haha. Yeah, we're in our element if there's light. Goodness, it's been hard not being able to see underfoot, let alone the enemies. The space was approximately 19 square meters with passageways on all four sides, and according to search, they extended to several room-like spaces. There's a hole by my feet, probably the handiwork of an earthworm, but I didn't sense any other holes anywhere else. This was nothing compared to chasing the black spirits around the forest while slaying monsters. With speed in mind and my toes pointing forward, I stepped onward with force, cutting the rat down while using Crush to get rid of the annoying larvae with the help of the pebble spirits. What the heck? So you're not only strong like normal, you're really powerful, too? Oh dear. Even though he's usually riddled with flaws. I slashed my opponent diagonally down its shoulder, then continued that stroke to cut the enemy beside in half. More monsters were rushing in from the tunnels even after slaying them. Come to think of it, the only time I defeated a monster other than the usual one-horned rabbit and the wolf in public was when I slayed the fox in front of Retz, I guess. That had been quite a failure since I ended up getting drenched from the blood that splashed. Thanks to search, I can pinpoint where my enemies were, whether they're behind me or hiding and lurking. I can even tell where Dinosaur's trio are. It's the result of endlessly practicing until I could finally grasp whatever info I needed without double-checking the results of search. I continued slaying the enemies while positioning myself so I won't get in the way of the trio's attack. Cramped? Nah, the trees in the forest were more cramped than this. Well, I did slash the trees along with the monsters each time I wielded the sword before. It was quite the disaster for the woods. Besides, this kind of cramped space is precisely the size of the enemy's mansion they jump into in historical dramas. Ch 130 arg, %. I'm sleepy. Lack of sleep? You're not sleepy, Jean. I slept plenty enough. I don't stay up late now compared to when I was in Japan. Besides, not sure if it's because of the lifestyle I had after being thrown on the island, but I'm fine sleeping outdoors. I also feel slightly the same. Perhaps there's a sleep-related spirit nearby. Is that it? Even the monsters that normally don't sleep that much are affected. It's just as Shiva said. The monsters around us were swaying. We have to slay them right now, though. Huh? Considering the situation, maybe mental resistance is doing its job. I swung Zanziken while mulling that over. As time went by, more rats started crouching without the intent to attack, and nothing came out even if we went near the bug holes. Oh, Daifuku. Daifuku. Everyone turned their gazes on the spot I was staring at. Two huge white things sat on the ground. They looked quite soft. A human. And a cat? The cat's overcoat is white, but upon closer look, its undercoat is ash. Maybe that's the reason why I saw it as a Daifuku. The cat appears to be a spirit. So this guy's the reason, huh? But why are they here? Want me to wake them up? If I still had my stick with me then I could have poked them. We decided to deal with the monsters first. They looked like they were sleeping, so we annihilated every single one of them. Not sure whether the task is too easy, but Dinosaur looked really sleepy. We checked the Daifukus again after we secured our safety. I turned off light just as a precaution. Hello, can you hear us? Shiv raised her lantern and called out, but no response. I took out enough lanterns for each of us, and everyone was holding theirs up. Dinosaur. The sleepiness has become more potent. Butler. Are we too loud? Shiva. Dinosaur softly approached, but he stopped before reaching the Daifukus. Can't go any further. He tapped on the air. Looks like there's an invisible wall here. The cat opened its eye slit to glance at Dinosaur before yawning. I silently took a wooden box out, then peeked at the cat and roughly compared its size with the small box. It must have piqued the cat's interest when I opened the lid and set it down. It sluggishly got up and entered the box. It perfectly fit inside, as if proving that cats do have fluid bodies. I gently covered the box. The trio stared at me. What to do now? No, dunno. Even if you ask me, perhaps it must have been better if we came up with a plan first before capturing it. Oh dear. Hey, that box isn't sealed or anything, so it's not like I captured it. Look at that tail hanging out of the box. That's proof. See, I just wanted to try putting the cat in. The other Daifuku moved. The Daifuku stretched wide after raising its body. The hood came off and blackish, purple hair spilled out. Girl, good morning. Are you the ones who got wild? Goodness, I can't remove that Daifuku impression from my mind. Let's make some later when we're home. If you mean that white spirit cat, then it's inside this box. Dinosaur pointed to the box by my feet with his thumb. Oh, what a surprise, even though he didn't want to get away from me before. May we know who you are, and what are you doing here? Shivu asked. She might look cute, but she had been sleeping in the midst of swarming monsters suspected of overpopulation. None of us tried to approach this unidentified little girl. I'm Sarah. I wanted to sleep, but it's too noisy outside. I couldn't help it, I was way too sleepy, so Weil took me here. Weil put up protective barriers, so it was possible for someone like me to come here. I was half asleep, though. You said it was noisy outside. Isn't it noisy here? Weil's barrier is almost totally soundproof. As for noisy, I'm referring to a person named Rosa-sama. She wanted to borrow Weil's barrier, so she even tried to scout around here, and quite persistent at that. I'm perfectly happy if I have 3 meals a day, can sleep in until late in the morning, have naps, and sleep the whole night. Based on what she said, I won't get that, so I turned her down. You're just sleeping most of the time, huh? Dinosaur quipped. Indeed. I can only stay awake for about 2 hours a day, and even then I'm still sleepy. I only felt truly awake now, when Weil left me. How should I put this? Sounds like a lifestyle that's difficult for anyone except little princesses who don't have to lift a finger to do anything. Fortunately, I'm blessed with beauty and a great figure, and I'm also confident in my skin. My goal is to work as a mistress or a lover who doesn't have to get out of bed. What a lass, spouting terrible things with that smile. Dinosaur. Oh, so I didn't mishear her, huh? How about getting a job related to that protective barrier? When Weil sleeps, nobody else can stay inside the barrier rather than me. I also told Rosa-sama that we're useless, but it seems I was too sleepy to relay it properly. Sarah replied to Butler's query. Perhaps she wanted to use that sleepiness? No matter which one it is, I don't have any desire to go with her. Based on that person's proposal, she's planning to drag me around. I don't want to get out of my bed, said Sarah. Oh, By the way, I apologize for my rudeness, but do you have anything to eat? Perchance? Sarah furrowed her pretty eyebrows while asking us, looking troubled. T/N, Daifuku, Pastry, Yum Shiva and Dinosaur, Jean, Ash, Butler and Daifuku, while CH-131 Dinosaur and the others turned to me. Went Sarah, ate that? But I'm empty-handed since I already packed away my stuff inside storage. Is bread and cheese alright with you? Thank you very much. I'm not sure if it's because of while, but my physique and condition doesn't change, but I do get hungry. It's been a week, so meaning to say, it's not that she doesn't feel hungry because her body condition doesn't change, but that she's perpetually hungry. Seems tough. Jean, can you call the other guys upstairs while you're getting our stuff? There's still enough time, right? Let's disassemble this. Will this child be alright? It's calm, so it's probably fine. Butler stared at the box while replying to Shiva. Yeah, then I'll be off for a bit. Dinosaur must be thinking of me, so he wanted me to stay away from this extremely suspicious Sarah, so I stood up and moved away from the box. Ears poked out of the box, followed by a sniffing nose. I'll be back soon. He seemed reluctant, but he seemed okay with me leaving. I ran while carrying the lantern. Once Dinosaur's team was far enough that I couldn't see their light, I sprinted with all I had. Tock, tock, tock. I skipped over the shaft like a ninja as a challenge to myself, but ended up bonking the back of my head hard on the wall. Okay, I will use my hands and feet properly to climb now. That's quite a loud noise. Try horn? Nope, just the back of my head. Nah, I don't sense any monsters though. Dean replied to Retz. Why are you still here? For the last step, I jumped off and landed beautifully. No one would know my head-banging mishap if I don't say a word, right? Jean. The kids jumped on me and hugged me. Jean. What a scary face you got there, Ash. Wow, you're safe. Seems like you're unscathed. You didn't wreck the floor under us, did you? Retz is the only one with a different response. Chris's gut feeling wasn't activated, so they deemed this floor safe. They decided to wait here for a few minutes because of the kids. They decided that in case of emergency, Dean's gonna stop the monsters while the other three will grab the kids and take them outside, so they watched over the kids while the little ones stared at the shaft. Everything's almost completely under our control downstairs, so they told us to disassemble the monster. Oh, and there's a weird Daifu spirit and a possessed girl over there. No black monsters, no Surge. I explained the situation while patting the kids on the back. Weird woman. A soft-looking perverted girl. A point-blank answer to Dean's question. Hey, aren't you being too harsh on girls? Really? Maybe it's the effect of the 3 fake confessions you got. Retz and the rest were preparing to go down while Dean and I chatted. The shaft was a little deep, so we tied the kids one by one. Retz ignored Dean and focused on tying the rope on N. I'm not sure whether he's about to retort but instead held his tongue. He's probably thinking of the manpower we're gonna rely on in case of emergency. I went down first and illuminated the place with a torch from below. Retz's lantern was on his hip. Yeah, I probably should have given lanterns to everyone earlier. Yeah. Try Horned Rat's Nest, right? Did Shiva Dono slay more monsters than Valmore, Dinosaur Dono? The kids were also here, so we decided to gather them all first before disassembling. Everyone's walking on the path we came back from. Ash, Dean, Chris and Retz didn't stop, but they couldn't help but bring the lantern closer to check the monster's wounds along the way. Hey, this is quite surprising. Aren't there way too few monsters defeated by magic? Why are you looking at me? Nope, you're not even carrying anything. Retz subtly averted his gaze. He was worried that you're going to demolish the tunnels, you know. We're all gonna die if we're buried alive, after all. Chris grinned as he quipped. What the heck? You're rough, after all, plus you have a spirit, too, Dean said with a wry smile. So maybe that's what Dinosaur meant when he said strong like normal, right? If I didn't know that spirits will be consumed, then I would have been firing spells non-stop, or even sticking the spirits directly onto my sword and body probably. I don't know any fighting techniques after all. This won't do. Maybe I should watch their fighting styles more carefully. But aren't they treating me too harshly? Mama. Papa. The 3 kids sprinted the moment they saw Dinosaur and Shiva. The 2 adults' lanterns they were holding brightened that place only. It was a really touching reunion scene. Nice. Nice, great job. Oh, yeah, come to think of it. The girl over the dreams of becoming a wife, apparently. It's just that she can't do a single chore to save her life, or so she confessed. Anyway, those who wish to have a bride, good luck. Is she a beauty? I can do whatever chore it is if it's for my beloved. Just who the heck will work to that point, huh? Is Chris also the type to wish for a bride? Retz is really stable, or should I say realistic? Logical? Head over heart? Ash and I followed behind the men who rushed towards Sarah. The cat's tail is still poking out of the box, so he's probably still in there. How about you, Jean? Pass. I see. Ash and I chatted while watching the family reunion, as well as Dean and the others boisterously arguing. Yeah, this really is nice, huh? I was blissfully immersed in thinking about that, when I got pulled back to reality because of the mountain pile of disassembly work we had to do. It was huge, enough to make me sit down, cry, figuratively, and imagine good times with Rish at home and wishing this is over so I can get myself over there as soon as possible. CH 132. So, what to do now? I'll be leaving while Weil is still docile. Thank you very much. Sarah bowed politely before heading towards the passageway. She talked to the three guys while helping out with the disassembling, but it seems that they couldn't come to an agreement on the conditions. I gave her a torch, a little bit of food, and a few pieces of magic as thanks for her help. Are you leaving the box behind? Oi, you're gonna leave this spirit? Dinosaur also noticed, so he called out to her. He's not contracted to me in the first place. Besides, it's not the first time Weil left me after finding a nice place to sleep, so I have to eat 3 meals, take naps and sleep late until late in the morning while I can. Might take 3 days, or even a year, who knows. She stopped on her tracks before smiling gently. Can you even work? Dean seemed dumbfounded when he asked. I may look like this, but even so, I am a Fees bud. If Weil didn't stick to me, I'd probably be a blossom by now. Can't stop the eat-sleep cycle? I wanted to ask what she meant by bud and blossom, but Reds cut me off. Is that it? She works by doing beep or beep, stuff you can't ask in public? Like a divine harlot or something? I love sleeping even before, and ever since I can't eat despite wanting to, I also came to love eating. I see. Then, may the blessing of the spirits be with you. Reds promptly agreed, probably thinking that anything goes as long as he can stop me from asking her anything. Thank you very much. Please call upon me should you be able to support me. If there's a chance to meet again, please allow me to express my gratitude. And so, Sarah really disappeared into the passageway this time around. She's really gone. Indeed, she went her own way. All of us stared at the dark passageway. I did hand her a torch. But how will she climb the shaft in that state, and with only one hand? Her chest looked like it's going to get in the way of her arm. And Nichan's gone. Softy boobies. The 3 kids who kept quiet because there was an outsider started talking all at the same time. Alright, you guys kneel over there. Dinosaur glared daggers at Dean's trio, based on what En and Bax said. The trio, wait, Retz is acting like it got nothing to do with him, so he's out of the picture? Anyway. They were being shameless, apparently. And why are you kneeling down to, Jean? Oh, don't mind me. I was thinking about something itchy earlier. Retz called me out, so I stood while ignoring the screams of but we were whispering. And so? This Weil thing is inside this box, is that it? Phew, he's quite cute. Jean-sama, I believe you should refrain from doing something without thinking of the consequences that might occur. Butler was standing behind and rebuking me before I even noticed he was there. I just put the box there, you know. Where did you get that box, huh? Retz, you can't even see the actual spot, so why are you taking a jab at me? Oh, by the way, Fees Bud are Hela mages working in Fees Bound temples. The most outstanding of them would become Fees Blossom. They get the title because of their excellent abilities, and recommendations from one or more temples. It's common knowledge, so be careful. In contrast to Fees Bao, which does not worship any specific spirit, temples serve spirits that are considered deities. They are also pretty rich thanks to their many believers. Anyway, is it really fine that I didn't join those guys in prostrating myself? But that looks pretty painful. Dean and Chris were about to be iron-clawed by Shiva right when I glanced at them. I missed guiding you there on the tour when we first met. I'll take you to Fiesbau next time. I wonder what Ash thinks of me? Oh, come to think of it, it had been pretty obvious how ignorant I am about this world when we first met. The reason why Ash skipped Fiesbau back then was probably because it is a place so infamous it's quite unbelievable that somebody hadn't even stepped foot in it, much less seen it. I went there once to check it out, but it's faster to get water from my house, so I didn't get affiliated. People normally go there at least once a month without any particular reason, so not knowing what Fiesbau is was actually an opening for people to suspect me. Maybe I should explore Kanem seriously. If I'm careless I might end up knowing Naluadid better at this rate. The scolding of Dean and Chris ended too, and we're also done picking up the ores we're gonna get. N chose the ores that looked suitable among the pile that were going to be left behind because each of us couldn't carry any more, and he stuffed it in storage. I secretly stash all that he couldn't cram anymore into my own storage away from the lantern light. Good, we got more magic ores than our target, so let's go back. What about the cat? Can't do anything about it, right? Dinosaur seems not to mind leaving it behind. Abandoned cat. Nah, it's a spirit, you know. Actually, it isn't just me, it's because the majority can't see it, okay? Rets was warning me not to do anything foolish. But we do want to see it, right? If Chris can see, I wonder what his reaction would be when he sees that cleft chin spirit. I wanna take care of it, but I already have a dog, so can't say I'm going to keep a pet when it's already beyond my capacity, right? Plus, I'm always away from home. Why not keep it in your room? Rets won't keep it, can't even keep it. Okay, no particular spirits hang around Rets, so I suggested that, but got rejected. If you get tired of this place and you got nowhere to go, just come to Kanem's Ash Fox's back alley, 31A, room on the second floor. Hey, isn't that my room? CH-133. You heard it earlier, it's a powerful spirit, right? What a waste. Hey, he's not the size you can just bring with you without doing any preparation beforehand. Better not to mess with him. If he puts you to sleep then you'll be rat fodder. Dean looked regretful, so that's Dinosaur and Shiva talking to him. I didn't forget to take the ordinary ore left behind by Rose's group. When we add this up with the ores I bought before then I have plenty enough, allowing me to make a lot of stuff to my heart's content for a while. We got back to the Citadel late at night, and we rented a room with nothing in it, not even a bed. We then huddled together like sardines and went to sleep. Shiva and Dino were surrounded by Dinosaur, N and Vac, so they're fine, but what about Ash? Well, guess it's a bit too late for worrying about this. I wonder, we should be grateful we got a roof overhead and walls around, but no need to worry about monsters attacking us, so sleep tight. I don't mind the snoring, but please don't kick me again, alright? Chris, who's kicking, Dean or Rets? Dean, Chris, Rets and I were lying on the ground in that order. So it'll be a huge problem if it's Rets. I didn't drink so it'll be fine. So it's you, Dean. We had our breakfast cold the following morning before heading out since we couldn't light a fire inside the room. Dean was straddling Chris when I woke up, but since his leg didn't harm me in any way, I just let it be. Sorry for the wait, Ruta. Brrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr this on. Pretty sure there wasn't any branch or stick that could be used as a bolt for the stall door to prevent the horses from escaping, but maybe I should compensate for the damage? 'Cause Ruta absolutely kicked the door, I'm positive of it. I gave a huge tip to the bedraggled-looking stable boy, then we're off. Nothing of note happened on the way home. We then reported that there was a surge in the numbers of tri-horns while presenting the horns we gathered. Because of that, they would be checking the place regularly, apparently. We're lucky we got many magic ores sooner than expected without having to stay for the estimated number of days thanks to that surge, but it seems pretty tough for the people in the citadel. And so, we're on our way back to Canham. Ruta, I'm going to prepare the place where I can keep you, so behave till then, okay? They allowed me to keep Ruta. Even so, I still have a lot of things to prepare such as the horse riding ground, so I asked them to let him stay at the rental stable in the meantime. You're really a softie when it comes to animals. They're sweet without being two-faced, after all. Dean seemed astounded as he said that. But really, I want to repay goodwill with the like. Well, I couldn't help but put my guard up against people despite their goodwill. Can't help but be suspicious if they have any ulterior motives. We peek at the food stall, and everyone munches on barbecue as we head to our homes. Yeah, a bath's more appealing than restaurants. Daifuku. The rental house's second floor is visible from Ash Fox's back alley, and I saw a white cat enter there. That is quite fast, if I may say. Oh dear. Seriously? Seems like he listened to Jean. My words and gaze caught Butler, Shiva, Dinosaur and Ash's attention. Daifuku. What's that? What happened? The sightless group, Retz, Dean and Chris. Kitty. What? Was there something, Tilda? It's confirmed that Hen can really see. How about the other two? Did they miss seeing it enter, or they really can't see? It's quite vague. Wait a second, Kitty, as in that thing? The one in the tunnel? Don't tell me it's in my room, huh? Retz bombarded me with questions. Yeah, it's him. I'll bring you a bed mattress and some blankets. You're already assuming that it's gonna put me to sleep. Retz apparently gathered some info from Sarah, so he was well versed regarding Wile's ability. Apparently, you keep him on your own second floor. It's fine even if it's the third floor. It's pitiful leaving him on his own, and I already have Rish in my house. It's fine, he's quite docile when you put him inside the box. Nuth, he went overboard. You should rebuke him. Dinosaur and Nuth were talking about something while Retz and I bickered on. Spirits can understand addresses. This is a new addition to my pool of knowledge. Dean didn't seem to get it. Probably because he can't see, while Chris and Ash were still the same as ever. How about we go home first and enjoy a nice, long bath before talking about this? Yes. Hey. Get it back. I obediently listened to Shiva and tried to go down the alley leading to the house, but Retz stopped me by grabbing me by the scruff. He's a powerful spirit, you know. I'm not suited for this. I don't dabble with things that are beyond my control, that's my principle. It can't be helped then. I transferred the cat to the bed in the room on the third floor that Retz helped me set up. The more I looked at Wile as he curled up meekly on the bed, the more I saw it as a Daifuku. Hey. Can I need him for a bit? CH-134 Rish sniffed me when I returned home, so I went straight to the bath. Not sure if it's because of Daifuku's scent, or if I'm too stinky. I left Daifuku at the Kanem house. Actually it's not really leaving him behind. I did ask if he wanted to come along but he seemed totally uninterested as he promptly curled himself on the center of the bed and slept. I washed my head and body then soaked in the tub. Baths really are the best. After bathing, I drank milk, played with Rish, then drank coffee while reading a book. For a snack, I had a dense linzer torti with sweet sour jam. It goes well with coffee. These slouchy pajamas felt oh so comfortable, and my feet were happy after being freed from those boots. Let's make some Daifuku tomorrow. Ingredients are jaiui, some kind of Japanese confectionery made with rice flour, and is kinda similar to Turkish delight, potato starch, and red bean paste. I don't have shiratomako. That's the kind of flour made by turning glutinous rice into fine powder, then getting the sediments after letting it settle in water. Folks in Japan also call it kanzarashi, literally exposing to cold, because it's usually processed during winter. They repeatedly precipitate then dry it during winter season. They do it during that season so that it won't get moldy, but I guess it'll be fine even if I do it now. I have to mill the flour, so let's leave that for tomorrow and soak the glutinous rice in water first. Oh no, I'm sleepy. I crawled into bed and patted Rish, who was curled up in the basket beside me, before drifting off to dreamland. Because I slept early, I woke up while it was still dark, so I spent some time basking in pure bliss within the comfort of my bed. I then went through my daily routine as usual. I'm going to bake bread today. Ash and the rest probably don't have anything they can eat right away in their pantries, given that it's right after our expedition, so I plan to bring them some bread, eggs and ham. Well, there are bakers' apprentices and egg dealers walking around in the morning in town, so I can also just stop them and buy some, I guess. The nice aroma of the bread wafted as I ate my tamago cake going. It's fun dropping the raw egg on the freshly cooked white rice, and the soy sauce dripping and sliding down the orange yolk and soaking the rice looks really appetizing. The freshly made soy sauce also smells so good. The pantry soy sauce always smells and tastes like it's a straight release from the factory. I added some pickled cucumbers to the tofu and wakame miso soup. Sprinkle some sesame seeds and grilled nori on top of the tamago cake bowl, before breaking the yolk and stirring it. Bliss. The yellow yolk warmed by the piping hot rice tastes sweet. When I teleport back to Kalnam feeling sprightly, Daifuku isn't there. I know he came on a whim, so I'm wondering now if he went back. I felt a bit dejected as I went around distributing the bread. Only Madam is awake at Dinosaurs, and Butler at Ash's. Retz is on the first floor at Dean's, along with Daifuku. What's up? No, maybe I should really bring that bed here? Daifuku had been curled into a ball on Retz's lap. He silently hopped down and started nuzzling my knee. You're huge, Daifuku. You'd probably be way too heavy to carry if you were not a spirit. That would be tough. Wait a second, what's up with those gestures and that thing you just said? It must have looked uncanny, given that he couldn't see what I was betting. It's just your imagination, just imagination. Yes Siri. Here you go, bread and eggs. Coffee can be quite addictive, yup. Retz immediately drop it. Probably because he couldn't see. Well, Daifuku was quite harmless given that he doesn't bother anyone even if he's here, and he won't use his sleep ability if requested. It's just that I look creepy from time to time. The resigned Retz started to fry the thickly sliced bacon over the hearth while I prepared the siphon and brewed the coffee. Daifuku seemed to like the water I poured for him in a saucer. He drank it. I wonder what other indulgences he might prefer. I happily bet Daifuku while Retz eats his breakfast. Daifuku seems to like being around people considering he can be quite fickle. It's just that he has rigidly high standards. The texture, temperature, brightness must all suit his tastes. He hastily vanished when Chris came down. He probably isn't good with loud bangs. He doesn't seem fond of the children's voices, either. Besides, Chris is pretty enthusiastic so early in the morning. It'll be nice if he comes again to play. Even if Daifuku is harmless, I'm still aware that I kinda wrapped Retz around my finger, so I gave the siphon to him as a present. Let's bring the filter later. Alright, I already finished making the shiratomako flour, so I'm going to make the Daifuku tonight. I also have to make the horse riding grounds. No, maybe it's better if I hire someone to take care of Rita in Nalu added. It'll be worrisome if I'm away for a few days, just like our tiny expedition this time. I'm on my way back home to teleport when I come across a suspicious figure. No, it's Butler and someone with a similar air, and they are in the middle of quietly fighting it out in the alleyway. Butler looks like he's taking it easy. Please excuse me for a bit. It seems impossible to pass through without bothering them, so I called out before cutting across them. What? Jean-sama. They both jumped back away from each other, then they both stared at me. I'm going right away, so please don't mind me. CH 135. I entered the house, leaving Butler and the other guy behind, then closed the door. Getting attacked at breakfast, Butler sure does have it rough. Was about to teleport when somebody knocked on my door. Jean-sama. Hey, is it fine now? Yes, it's finished. Pardon me for the ruckus earlier, but I believe you could have used some other way other than pass through that alley. I believe fighting in alleys is bad. A sermon. It's a sermon. The guy who had been fighting against Butler with all he got earlier is now lying on the ground. Is it really alright to leave him exposed like that? Butler's spirit, the one who looked like an upside-down turnip, extended the hem of its leaf-shaped clothes then wrapped it around the fallen man on the alley ground. Well, it looked like clothes, but it was actually part of the spirit's main body. I couldn't find it in myself to sympathize with that guy, given that he came to kill one of my friends, nor do I pity him. Maybe the fact that his head wasn't facing this way also contributed to this feeling. The hem rustled and retracted back to its original size, and there was no trace of the man anywhere on the stone pavement, much less blood. So Butler's spirit is for concealing stuff. Normal people would either avoid us once they noticed, or perhaps hide. Butler trying to act like a man with common sense. But sorry to burst your bubble, normal folks don't fight in alleyways, either, Butler sir. Butler seemed to be taking it easy, so yeah. Plus I just wanted to hurry up and go home so I could make the Daifuku. Butler pressed his head and heaved a sigh. Oh, yeah, by the way, Do you know someone who can negotiate with the merchants and craftsmen on my behalf? Someone tight-lipped, 'cause you know, I'm just like the way I am. I appreciate it if you know someone in the same line of work who might be able to help me out. Preferably someone who can tend to the livestock and do some cleaning and stuff. I want someone who can work like a steward or something like that. You can even say it's someone I can throw all the troublesome stuff to, although I'm not really that aware about what butlers and stewards normally do in this world. Someone who is good at communicating with people, a trustworthy person you can entrust your secrets to, and who could conceal himself at critical moments. Is that correct? Nuth told me he would be on it, and we parted ways. I successfully teleport this time around. Rish rushed at me, and we went to the watermill together to make some shiritamako. I do a quick check just in case there is rubble or trash that might damage the water wheel. Then we open the sluice gate and let the water flow to the wheel. The water in my house is actually clean because of several factors, even if it's flowing from the mountain, so I think it's alright, but it doesn't hurt to be careful. Normal water wheels have short planks floating in the short channels from the reservoirs. Large debris tends to get caught in those planks, and there are times when they also had to clean the mud that had hardened after getting swept there, apparently. What about the Japanese-style watermills, I wonder? I don't remember any reservoirs there, more like fresh water vigorously flowing through the channel. Maybe flow is strong because of the abundant water and the difference in elevation. Or maybe it's just the excellent structure of the watermill. There was a program about adjusting the size and angle of the vanes according to the circumstances that I remember watching before. Let's study that for a bit. I drained the glutinous rice that I prepared yesterday, then add more water again before pouring the mixture into a stone mortar a little bit at a time. After that, I strain the rice through the cloth, squeeze out the remaining water, and spread it out on a plank to let it dry in the sun. Rish is frolicking among the flowering grass. Spring is quite a cheerful time, probably because of the blooms. Many plants sprout buds during this season. Since I'm already at the watermill, I decided to mill other types of flour and stock them in storage. Old school grinding using mortar and pestle is actually enough if all I'm making is for one person, but since it can be stored in storage, then might as well make a lot. There's a certain feeling one can enjoy when making seasonal food from scratch during the time they are in season, but I can't deny that it can be quite troublesome. I still have tons of things I want to do on my bucket list, so I can just do that when the mood strikes. I prepare a small saucepan and heat some soy milk. The yuba forms on top, and I eat it right on the spot. This melt-in-mouth goodness is soft and sweet. The yuba I ate in Japan left a paper-like residue in my mouth back then, but this one turned out well. My condiments of choice for today are sesame, Japanese ginger, nori, and spring onion sprouts. When I take a bite of tofu, the soybeans' gentle aroma spreads inside my mouth, and it tastes heavenly. The blanched edamame wrapped in yuba gave me the crunchy contrast to all that fluffy, soft goodness, and it's fun eating it. Freshly made is still the best. With that thought, I start boiling the adzuki beans for the daifuku. I stir the beans, careful not to burn them, before turning it into paste. The shiritamako has been dried nicely, and I grind them in the mortar to make them finer. Adzuki beans come from different places, and although they are all considered as adzuki beans, they differ in color based on where they come from. In general, the higher the quality of adzuki beans produced in Hokkaido, the more purple their color will be when made into bean paste. The larger variety you get from Tamba, Japan are red, while those from China are darker in color. I made a lot, mass-produced, if you will, of bite-sized daifuku, and I added some yakugo, strawberry, daifuku with strawberries peeking out fresh. These also have bean paste added in them, so maybe it's better to add strawberries that are slightly sour. Daifuku. I mean why is while here? When I went to distribute the daifuku was sitting on Ash's lap. She has that scary face on, but it wasn't because she's scared. Rather, it seems she looked like that because she's kinda afraid of dropping him, so she's carefully adjusting the angle of her knees. Well, that's how I see it anyway. Still, I'm quite jealous. I wanna need that cat daifuku on her lap, as on her head. The cat and bird seemed harmonious together, but it looked quite hard for Ash. He was on the third floor of my house last night, Then he went to Rex's place this morning. You don't feel sleepy? Yeah, I'm fine. So what's different with Sarah's case? As for Sarah Sama's situation, I don't think she was possessed, more like being controlled. So it's not because she named him and made a contract with him? Weil is just a provisional name, I believe. If there had been a contract, then with the circumstances. I cannot assert definitively that there had been none, given that spirits might gain power for some reason after the making the contract, or else they go berserk after the conditions of the contract weakened. Hey, the phenomena occurring to a person is at the mercy of the whims of the spirit if it's just a possession, but for contracts, the phenomena that the human wants are the ones that occur. Generally, this is quite the rare occurrence, but perhaps it might be a case of the spirit approaching the person because it wishes to form a contract. Then, his pick is either Rex or Ash. Indeed. And so, Daifuku earned a subtle glance from the seeing group. CH 136. Several days passed while I was busy doing some stuff, buying fish in the fishing village, gathering materials, and spending a lot of time evading Rosa's team. Right now, I'm in a bar we don't normally go to, and Butler's with me. Everything tastes bad. So why did he choose this place? I thought it is best to be in a location that we will no longer go to in case the negotiations fall through. Butler replied with a smile when our eyes met. Do we really have to be careful in case the negotiations fall through? We're meeting up today with the people I requested Butler to find. I originally wanted the setting to be in a different town. Unfortunately I cannot leave this place for too long. Butler's reading my mind. I push the things on the plate aside for a bit, then secretly take some cookies out and mix them with the other stuff. The wine here is bad too, but it's diluted, so maybe we can just treat it as a substitute for water. Butler is looking, but he didn't comment, so it's not because of my Japanese taste that the food sucks. Seems like it's also well known to be unpleasant, even with the standards of this world. The ones I took out are cranberry cookies, but with strawberries mixed with the butter. Well, as long as I don't get caught, everything's fine. See, I'm already holding back from taking out other dishes like meat or fish, so just let it go. Alright. Excuse me. Somebody came while I munch on a cookie. Welcome. Good evening. Pleased to meet you. I'm in your care for today. I wipe my hands on a handkerchief and stand up. Two butlers who looked like they came from a butler cafe came. Pointlessly handsome, identical faces, one with pale golden hair, the other with silver. Slight smile on one hand, expressionless, poker face, on the other. Are all butlers like this? Something smells. Smell? I subconsciously sniff my hand. I handled fish for today's lunch. It doesn't smell fishy, but maybe my nose has already gone bad. Pardon me. Silver took a cookie with his hand still gloved. Wha? Did I get caught? Butler, are all butlers this sharp? The type you can't hide anything from? There's a certain taste. He looked shocked after a single bite. You? Gold seemed stunned too, and the smile was wiped off from his face. Something's going on between the two, but I don't have the slightest idea about a lot of things. We have something we have to take care of. Pardon us, this negotiation is void. Did my cookies taste that bad? I stared at the closed door. No, Jean-Sama's confections are delicious. I apologize. This is the first time I experienced such a reaction. Butler doesn't show it, but he seems just as stumped as me. Anyway, destroy evidence first, then let's go. I stuffed the cookies in my mouth. After I'm done eating and was about to open the door, Butler beat me to it. He opened the door in my place. Whoa. Smiling Gold stood there with Silver behind him. That's scary. Please excuse our rudeness earlier. We accept the job. In return, tell us where you got that snack. Silver is rude, but Smiley Gold seems more suspicious. I'm the type of master who wants my employees to hold affection for me. Nah, not so much affection, but respect? No, not that either. I'm fine with someone normal. We cannot tell you, unfortunately. Please disregard this discussion. Butler probably sensed my slight hesitation, so he rejected them. Tensions getting higher between Gold and Butler. No. Why are you so bloodthirsty like this? We cannot make a show in this place. We will give a written oath that we will not harm you and your master. You can include that man too. Gold proposes with a sigh. Silver points at me with his jaw, as if he finds this a pain in the neck. This written oath stuff is like a promise that you make with the spirit. Like that cursed book, the moment you break your oath, you're gonna suffer from terrible consequences. Still, it's considered intensely binding apparently, given that the person who made the oath will be the one to suffer. Yeah, I know that. But what do you mean by harm, huh? It is not available in a store. However, depending on the conditions, I will be requesting your help from time to time. It seems better if I don't say anything, so I just kept mum and left it all to Butler. But then, there's a lot of things I wanna ask, so why are you making such a fuss over that snack? Silver averts his gaze. It's because he cannot taste normal food. Gold laughed, seemingly troubled. HMPF. They may be few, but there are other things that I can taste. Won't pose any major compromise. Silver dejectedly commented. Having no taste must be terrible. So? Who are we gonna do in? I just kept quiet for a bit, when Silver got annoyed and said that, noth. I called out to the stupefied Butler. It seems there is a misunderstanding, but I'm acting as an intermediary for a job requesting for a steward. A steward is responsible for relaying the errands of the master to the servants and managing the general affairs of the household. The job description is quite similar to that of a butler, but they're more proactive, or should I say they do miscellaneous routine tasks and duties. Moreover, they don't stay in the house for long, more like on call for when things are busy. Quite the carefree job it is. Then why the vigilance for just a mere steward? Gold asks with a frozen smile plastered on his face. It's just a habit of mine, Butler answered with a superficial smile. There's a lot of things I wanna take a jab at, can I? T/N, Gold and Silver Ikeman Butlers, swoon. CH 137 can't make light of you as usual. I wanna see that slight smile wiped off from your face. Silver is frowning slightly. I have been reluctantly expressive these days. Stop looking at me, Butler. Please disregard this discussion. I refused with the ambiguous smile characteristic of a Japanese. Is it here in Canham? Nalu added. The Merchant and Ships Town. Gold confirms the location, while Silver thought about it for a while. Butler froze. Come to think of it, I didn't tell him the job location. According to the job description, you are looking for a person who will be in charge of giving orders to the construction workers building the houses, as well as acting as an agent on your behalf for the trade negotiations for the merchandise. Is that correct? Is it alright with you if the conditions are within the typical range? Based on what happened today, isn't it weird you're asking about the hiring conditions? I retorted to Gold, who was trying to push the discussion with a smile. I asked Butler beforehand, and he told me that steward's salary is 1 small silver coin per day. It's way below a full-fledged butler, but the employers typically give a bonus every 3 months. They set a high amount for the bonus and expect their employees to work diligently until they release it. Apparently, they want to make sure that they're not cheated on the jobs for at least 3 months. The clothes and residence are also provided for. They are eccentric people, but they are capable. It may take a lot of work for them to master the job, but as long as they are given explicit instructions, they will be able to accomplish that, so they are well suited for short-term employment. And they will be entering an oath, after all. The oath is said to be far more binding and effective if the two parties have something they mutually wanted to protect. In the case of these two, it's probably the desire to keep their other job a secret. Did Butler purposely mislead them so that we can set tighter restrictions? Seems like Butler put a lot of thought in this, so I decided to go ahead with the contract. We're going to meet up at Nalu added 3 months from now, and that's when the job will start. I got the feeling that the Gold and Silver will move faster, but I don't mind. My plan is to prepare materials, blueprints as well as instructions during that time. Alright, time for the contract, just a simple one for the job. Then we swore an oath not to tell anyone about each other than the typical info. The paper for the oath has an intricate pattern on the back. A spirit will be summoned once signed. The strength of the spirit depends on the skill of the person who created the oath as well as the desired level of the person signing it. Well, Kardar appeared when I signed, but he vanished right after. Are oaths also part of Kardar's territory? Why do I feel like I can talk about the two guys' sideline business without any restrictions now? What happened to the system? Gold and Silver froze while Butler looked like he had a headache. Alright, it's done. See you in 3 months. I'll be in your care. Wondering if this was a scam, but I didn't let that show in my face. Of course, I'm possible. This is just a mere oath. Silver is fretting all over. Deep green robes reminiscent of the forest, white beard, a budding cane. It's as if it's Kada himself. Yep, that's the person himself, I think. Jean-sama, you have been keeping a secret this great. Butler had a glazed look on his eyes. Ah, you don't have to be that anxious. An acquaintance of mine just popped out for a bit. Alright, it's done. See you in 3 months. I'll be in your care. I tried repeating those words again. Jean-sama. Anyway, those two still haven't snapped out of it, huh? I ignored Butler when he worriedly called my name. The oath's curse must be coursing within their bodies as of the moment. Well, it's inevitable given that such a personage appeared. Yes, I did think it was inevitable. But why are you fine? There's a sense of pressure from Butler's smile as if he's questioning me. But it's probably just my imagination. Here's the allowance, and here's some snacks. They're still out of it, so I decided to finish this business by leaving the 2 bags to these 2, wide-eyed, stupefied guys still standing rooted on the spot. I'm leaving the house and clothing preparations to them as well as the transportation, so that's what the allowance is for. Not sure if this room is designed for private talks since it can be locked, but Butler just locked it without a key. Since it can be closed like that, they can probably open it too, right? Butler gave those 2 an indescribable sort of glance while closing the door. He left the key on the table inside the room. I informed the pub owner that the other 2 are still using the room, and also paid more for the fee of their extended stay. Jean-sama, are you planning to depart for now? You added. Yeah, once I'm free? Well, I'm basically leaving everything to those 2. Shiva and the kids already told me the swords they wanted, so I have to start making them. Chris and Ash will probably make up their minds by the time I finish smithing those, so it's quite busy. Though Dean doesn't look like he's going to decide anytime soon, he, Butler, and Retz told me that I can do them when I'm free. I don't want the furnace to get cold, so I want to smith every day. I'm relieved. So you will be staying in Canham, is that right? Yup. I'm staying here for the most part. We walk through the hustle and bustle of Canham's town. The drunks walk shoulder to shoulder while making a big show without a care for who they were with. Both the people and the alleys around here are quite in a mess. In contrast, the area around the houses are pretty quiet, with the occasional sound of talking spilling out of the louver windows. Noth, thanks for today. Please don't mention it. I am glad to be of help to you. CH 138. I'm going to stay in the smithing shed for today, so I'm making onigiri, rice balls. I made a lot of assorted fillings like crunchy plums, fried cod roe, shiso miso, manila clams, tuna with mayonnaise, rice balls wrapped in meat and also some toasted ones sprinkled with plenty of dry bonito flakes and sesame seeds. It's quite a pain in the neck preparing a lot of ingredients, so I made a huge batch each and stowed them away in storage. I've been making rice balls a few times now, eating them when I'm feeling lazy and don't want to cook. I wrapped 3 pieces each in the bamboo shoot peels, which I peeled from the big moso bamboo shoots, washed, then dried overnight. According to some article I read before, Japan has around 600 species of bamboo, but I only have moso bamboo, Japanese timber bamboo, sweet bamboo shoots to make menma, fermented bamboo shoots usually used in ramen. I wanna have some ramen. Spirits float around as I am using the ingredients I harvested from the garden. They're not the big ones, just the teeny tiny ones with no consciousness of their own. There's a barrier blocking the entry of spirits in my house, so these are from the vegetables and fruits that I brought in. They're plant-type spirits, the ones born in trees, flowers or fruits. Most of the tree spirits often stay in the trees where they are born for a long time, but the flower and fruit spirits often leave quickly, like moving on to another flower of the same type. Flower and fruit spirits can only retain their characteristic forms for a short while, then they will disintegrate into fine particles and merge into the seeds, roots, atmosphere and Earth's surface. They seem very happy when they dissolve, unlike the other spirits who want to keep their forms. The first time I cut the vegetables, they suddenly dissolved and got sucked into the food right beside me. I didn't know what to do then, and it even made me feel a bit guilty. While I was watching them for a while, they dove into the pot and happily swirled around, seemingly satisfied with being deliciously cooked, and that made me feel relieved. Some of the spirits don't disappear, just pouring their power into cooking even though they came from the same vegetables as the others, and that's quite mysterious. After preparing lunch, I store plenty of hot water in storage, place a tub outside the shed, and wear my mask. Preps complete. First jobs for today is to make charcoal. I chose pine trees because they're easy to ignite and have excellent heat value. The mileage I can get out of it is pretty bad, so I need to use a lot. I already have pine charcoal prepared beforehand, but I still have to cut the uneven pieces to 2 to 3 centimeters squares. It's actually pretty hard to check the grain of the wood and cut them to the size I want without getting a lot of dust. Not to mention the whole body, even the inside part of the nostrils will become pitch black. Smithing needs a lot of prep work. A teeny, fluffy, sparrow-like blackbird the size of a fingernail flew around. "Hey, can you stop doodling on me with charcoal dust for the meantime?" "Alright." I finish up, pour hot water into the tub and wash my pitch black body. The clothes I wore are probably hopeless. Can the laundry lady make it clean again? I don't think charcoal and ink will come off, though. I feel refreshed, so I have my lunch outside with Rish. The taste of rice balls eaten outside is exceptional. There's no filling distinction, so it's gonna be onigiri Russian roulette style, but thanks to appraisal that didn't happen. Well, everything's filled with my favorites, so I don't mind whichever I pick. Spring is in the air around my house. Several tiny clover-like plants spread. The grass is mostly of the same length, but there are some tall and thin ones sticking out. Rish seems curious about them as he frolics around munching them. It's great that he's enjoying himself. There are no bugs around here, so I lay down and take a nap. Rish returned and stayed beside me, still gnawing on the grass. The afternoon is spent melting the magic ore we gathered in the tunnels and turning it into steel, putting it in water to rapidly cool it, removing the impurities. We only use the finest grade of magical ore, but the price is fixed. If you get one now, there. Don't put any spirits in the kids' blades, say the guardians, so I continue doing clang clang while keeping the spirits off limits. But what to do with the tiny ones that are being generated? Never mind, it's not like the swords will get fire attributes, just making them a little bit sturdier, so it's better to not mind it. Vax sword is a thick sword that carries power and can inflict damage. An's is a single-edged sword with a short curved blade. N requested to have something fancy and got scolded by Dinosaur and Shiva. Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's a good idea right now, but once he nailed the foundation and he can follow the basics, then it will probably be okay then. He's gonna be more excited about it, too. The kids' swords are finished, so my work for today is done. Shiva and Butler's requested swords have overlapping attributes, so I'll be making theirs tomorrow. They both wanted magical silver weapons. The ones effective against wraiths, ghost-type monsters, vampires and the like. Wait a second, do vampires really exist? Both of them already have their main blades, so these will be sub-weapons. Shiva requested twin swords with different lengths built for slashing with speed, one ice, the other a different attribute. She said it's for when encountering monsters that's immune to ice. Oh yeah. Come to think of it, I feel like I did hear about such monsters during my trip to the north. Butler wanted 3 knives that can fit inside his cuffs, with either dark or ice attributes. Apparently, he also has an ability that could store anything that can be stowed inside a pocket or in the cuffs, although it can't store anything big unlike N and my storage. Nuth would take out towels and stuff like that sometimes, and I did wonder from time to time where he got those things. But I just assumed that it's just an ability that is part of being a butler. By the way, it's an ability called Dark Vessel. The name's reeking of danger, totally not for a butler's use. CH-139. I've been looking for Kadar in the orchard during my early morning strolls, but he was nowhere to be found. Today's another day of smithing. I have to make Tina's weapon before the spirits come swarming in. Tina wanted a hammer, not the squeaky toy hammer, but the real one. Don't have the slightest idea why, but since it's what she wants, can't do anything about it. Maybe I can make the form cuter. Can I do that? I won't be smithing this one, but carving the shape out of wood and making a mold by mixing sand and clay. The head is just a simple cylinder with patterns. It looks pretty boring, so I made a squirrel shape hugging the top of the cylinder. The model is N Squirrel Spirit. Alright, it's cute. Or so I think. It's a blunt weapon, though. The wooden hammer is placed inside the rectangular mold, packed with sand. Tamp it down, turn it over, put another wooden frame on top to secure sprue and runner, fill it with more sand and tamp it down again. A fluid started coming out while I was pressing it down. If it's not my imagination, then it's probably a spirit. So they're also coming out when tamping? I just wanted to pack the sand. Anyway, I had my lunch break after. Bento for today, dried plums on top of rice, yellow scrambled eggs, wieners, bite-sized cutlets cut into halves, deep green rape stalks with yellow blossoms for some greenery, and rabbit-shaped apples for fruit. Bento lunch eaten outdoors is so yummy. Well, we just got back from camping and eating outdoors. But there's something special about bento. I lay on my back as I gaze at the sky. In contrast to the winter sky, it's now blue and cloudless as the season turns to spring. Rish is probably gonna take a nap today, too. He spun round and round beside me, probably checking his sleeping spot, before settling down and curling up. I heard you're prone to reflux if you lie down right after eating, so it's not good, but I can't help it. My belly's full, the weather's nice, so yeah. Let's just have heel sand do its best. I got back to work right after waking up. I removed the mold and poured the now molten ore. The moment orange molten iron flowed into the sprues, spirits were born, and they dispersed in all directions, before changing into tiny ones. My heart jumped thinking that the molten iron splattered, but it was quite beautiful when several sparkler-like things appeared around me. Next on the lineup is Dinosaur's Flaming Broadsword, Ash's Verdure, Water and Wind Sword, Retz's Earth and Verdure Sword, which he made me swear to make it plain and simple, Chris's Sword of Light, Dean's Flaming Broadsword. For the trio who won't use up much ore, I also included knives for dismantling. I want something like Dinosaur, Dean insisted in the end. I can't help but look at him with a disgusted gaze when he's in full throttle Wolf King fan mode. If Chris is careless, he also starts to get overly excited along with Dean. Exasperated, Retz just lets them be. How to put this? Folks who don't admire Wolf King are quite rare in their social circle. Dinosaur seems used to it, so he just ignores them. It's worse when the legend goes to the Adventurers Guild, apparently. Wow, really looks like a pain in the neck. Alright, first stage is down with this. I usually take a bath after eating dinner, but I've been taking a bath first these days. 1 bottle of milk after bath, then I prepare my meal. Steamed manila clams seasoned with sake and salt, tempura, rice and miso soup. The spring scenery made me crave for tempura made with wild mountain veggies, Aralia sprouts, mountain asparagus, udo, ostrich ferns, butterbur sprouts, squids, tiger prawns, oriental clams, sandbura. To prevent the shrimps from curling up, I made little cuts and drained them well, particularly the tails. I peeled the skin of the squid before cutting it to the suitable size, then wrap them with shiso. The clams are removed from the shells and drained, too. The butterfly-cut sandbura's innards are also cleaned. Preparation is complete. Since I want to eat it freshly fried, I decided to have my meal while standing in the kitchen. The first dish is sake steamed manila clams. They don't have their eggs yet, so they're at their prime during this time of the year. I know this is bad manners, but I can't resist picking the shell and just gobbling the soft body along with the dashi and parsley I sprinkled on it. The udo tasted weird, the butterbur sprouts were bittersweet. Crunchy fried prawns, check. Enjoying the plump, slightly sweet shrimps, check. There are also some foods not related to spring mixed in the menu, but everything's chef's kiss. This is pure bliss. After dinner, I watched Rish eat his meat while checking the important parts of the blueprints beside the fireplace. I'm going to leave everything to the workers, but I still have to create the glass for the windows. Alright, let's go to the island before that and borrow Gold and Silver's house first. I should also ask for help from the island folks. That's a pretty inconvenient place, so cash income's going to be valuable, and it's not fun having only foreign builders working. I'm going to deliver the swords tomorrow. But why do I have the feeling that I'm going to get scolded? Wait, they requested spirit swords in the first place, so I guess it'll be fine? Yup, probably. Ch 140. The following day, I went to Naluadid before noon to visit the Commerce Guild. Since I'm purchasing the land through the Alloway family, I have to negotiate the deal with the owner of the Citadel ruins, or should I say the lord of the island. How about a tax of 30,000 every year in exchange for managing the island? No need for the island. Oh, I'm planning to make a lot of windows, so if it's a 100 I'll consider it. The Lord already knows just how much of a burden the high taxes are to the islanders who only make a living by fishing using small boats, and yet he's still trying to overcharge. The tax placed on the building itself is usually determined by the size of frontage and the number of windows it has. How about 10? Oh. He probably was aware that he's blowing it up. He suddenly proposed less than half of the original price. How about I'll lessen the windows, so 50, huh? The Lord froze. Merchants have a lot of power around Naluadid. Some of them are merchant families backed by powerful nobles, so feudal lords who only got a few islands only got an interminably measly amount of power and influence. Naluadid's main island generates market taxes and tax from using the harbor, so the feudal lord is rich without having to do anything. However, most of the large and small surrounding islands are uninhabited, so they don't generate any sort of income at all. Well, I don't really mind whatever island it is, so it's alright even if it's not that one. It's just a shame that the Alloway family went to the trouble to arrange this negotiation. I smiled. The feudal lord shut up while being drenched in cold sweat. Why do you think I made the Alloway family be the mediator? I repeat, merchants hold the real power around here. Then, we will have the contract with these terms. Please. Close the deal at 200. But he requested Commercial Guild for a contract book with the tightest restrictions posed by the spirit's curse, and there's no time limit. By the way, the difference between a contract and an oath is how the curse of the spirit is activated. In the case of the contract, when the person commits a mistake, the curse is activated. As for the oath, it's activated when the person purposely tries to go against it. I agreed with managing the entire island in the end. The amount we agreed on included the taxes of the islanders. I was allowed to levy taxes and compulsory service freely as I pleased. I'm also in charge of giving permission to the trade that will be done within the island. There were only 15 islanders, but it's practically me being the deputy feudal lord at this rate. Well, I think this is definitely a great deal compared to hiring someone else and sending a boat out to collect taxes, considering that I won't be getting any huge money out of that. Besides, paying 200 per year is cheap, given that they won't be able to meddle in, much less block, whatever I do within the island. Just think of it as extraterritoriality. I commissioned the Commercial Guild for the most expensive contract and witness, so I also got their guarantee. Well, somebody also told me that I'm unexpectedly nasty despite having a face like this. Hey, it's not like I'm taking it out on the feudal lord because I've got the feeling I'll be scolded tonight. We at lunch, went to the island via boat and chatted with the islanders. Most of the folks were out in the sea fishing, but there were elderly, women and kids mending the fishing tackle. So you're the proxy for the lord, is it? Yeah, that's why I want you to work for me. Yes, I'll be paying you wages. Most of the main workers are out, so the official discussions will be tomorrow. But I'm doing a bit of introduction beforehand. Moreover, any vacant houses and lots with no owners are returned to the feudal lord, so they're automatically mine. For now, I should be careful not to forget to pay the feudal lord. It'll be through the Commercial Guild, so I'm going to deposit several years' worth of taxes once I have more than enough money. I looked around checking the vacant houses with the children's guidance. A house for gold and silver, me, and also a temporary one for the construction workers. I also chatted with the elderly about the abilities of the folks here while following the children. They can repair simple houses, build barns, and even dig wells, apparently. Maneuvering boats is a given. The sea around here is riddled with hidden reefs, but they're very skillful in navigating the waters, so I warned them to work for me by receiving and fetching the workers. It's unexpected that I can use the entire island, but I'm still following the original plan. There's not enough money to expand the scale of the project. The tax I'm gonna pay the feudal lord is also above my budget. Oh yeah, I did save a bit of money thanks to the empty houses that I can use freely. I briefly had them guide me around, And that ended my visit for today. The elder, who was said to be a great fisherman in the past, transported me back to Naluadid. The boatman who brought me to the island had been very nervous, and he had gingerly maneuvered the boat, but this old man was different. The boat was steady, and there was no hesitation whatsoever in the way he steered the boat to its course. Amazing. Can you teach me how to steer the boat later? Haha, I have years of experience under my belt, after all. If you're interested, I can teach you the basics, but there's a lot of reefs around the island, so it's dangerous. The sea is deep as you blue that changes to clear aquamarine in the shallow areas. It is breathtakingly beautiful. Both the shallow and deep areas are riddled with reefs, some of them hidden by the sea water. The waters are clear during daytime, so it's easier to spot the reefs as the boat approaches. But then, small boats can be easily swept away by the currents, which can capriciously change depending on the wind and the waves generated by the big ships stopping at the port. But, the boatmen coming from Naluadid are way too timid, so yeah. Haha. Those guys usually just send people back and forth from the ship to land, and they're used to the safe shores. Anyway, gotcha, boatman sensei. CH 141. Today's free time was spent not in the forest, but in the attic of the house in Kanem doing repairs. The inner part of the ceiling had been boarded up while leaving the beams in place. I also installed a divider so that the larger portion of the room that is just above the courtyard will be separated by a wall. I added some shelves and other stuff in the courtyard side of the room. Currently, I'm stuffing a bed with DIY springs into the inner part of the room. This is going to be the bedroom, you see. Going up the stairs will directly lead you into the courtyard side of the room. After all, I laid a rug in the inner bedroom, put a side table by the bed and added a lamp on top. I add a shelf and an empty box. I also placed a basket with a quilt inside on top of the shelf. Yup. It's Daifuku's room. After rummaging around for a bit and placing stuff here and there, I then prepared a light dinner. Dinosaur and the others came just after I finished preparing the meal. Alright, shoes aren't allowed here. Go change in these. I took them to the third floor and gave them house slippers made of soft cloth sewn together. They look like the quilted ankle boots you use in winter. Dinosaur called out to Butler while still stupefied after looking around the third floor. It is beyond my purview. The furniture set in a place that is out of sight. Yes, it's just like Butler said, it should be safe. Alright, I've really confirmed it now. You and I don't belong to the same civilization. Retz was the first one to remove his shoes, change into the slippers and enter the room. The shelves around the walls are filled with wine and glassware and the lamps hang from the ceiling at different heights. Instead of a fireplace, I stationed the cooking stove, although it's designed more like a fireplace thanks to the stone blocks that I added, and a kettle on top. There's a chair with cabriole legs and thick, woven fabric seat and back. It's stuffed, of course. I used wool since there's no cotton available. There's a heavy carpet, cushions perfect for lounging, and a sofa. It's quite bright in here. Face, the lamp on the shelf also has a reflector, but instead of using brass mirrors, I used a real mirror. I had been experimenting on making glass panes, so I also tried making mirrors while at it, by attaching silver to glass. I ended up making silver fulminate, which then exploded. Now that was quite the memorable experience. You can't take chemical experiments lightly. I ended up relying on Heal-san. No, yeah. The things you can't take out just increased, I guess. Retz seems to have internally come into terms with something. You are creepy. Hey, Dinosaur, it's your face being reflected, you know. I'm not talking about the face, he retorted when I quipped after seeing him peer into the mirror with disgust. Such clear reflection. Please sell it to us. Hey. Don't leak the thing's existence outside so easily. I let the trio look around while I brew the coffee. Black tea for Dinosaur and Butler. Aside from the round table for games, I also placed 2 tea tables between chairs. The snacks are already prepared beforehand, French fries, popcorn and jerky. I put the cups beside them. I'll be toasting the Doria gratin over the cooking stove in a while, so I'm also on standby beside the shelves. The plan is to expose those who can adapt easily to more ingredients. Tea is ready. Ooh, thanks. Thank you very much. The trio seemed unable to tear their eyes off from their surroundings, but they still sat down. Weapons, it's today, right? Yes, I replied honestly to Dinosaur's validating question. You just averted your eyes, didn't you? I tried my best, but, it didn't turn out the way I wanted them to, so, yeah, don't mind it. Yeah, we know how whimsical spirits are. I heard that even the makers of the legendary spirit swords found it difficult to create them according to what he wanted. Retz didn't say anything, but I don't feel that he's going to scold me. Just take them out for now. Well then, let us start with the Little Children series. The table looked like it's gonna collapse when I tried placing it on, so I handed them to Guardian Dinosaur instead. Tina's hammer, Vax broadsword and End's single-handed saber. The squirrel is quite adorable. Butler praised me. When mana is poured into Tina's hammer, it will expand the moment it'll strike something, and that is its feature. Huh? Vax and End's swords elongate when mana is poured into them. Oi. One of Madam's dual blades has an ice attribute, the other one is normal. Wait a second, it's way too cold to be normal. The other one ended up having energy drain for some reason. Did a wraith possess it or something? I certainly thought about the damage that could be done to wraiths and vampires while smithing it, so I didn't refute what he said. Nuth's weapon has the same effect. Oh, and this one impairs vision, this one has poison. Even if you say these things so nonchalantly, they are indeed effective against wraiths. Thank you very much. Hey, aren't they all a bunch of dangerous weapons? Can't help it, you know. It's a given. Since it's for the Dark Vessel. Dinosaur's great sword is fire attribute, and it's gonna flame up properly. This one is normal. Nothing feels normal here. Can I not take mine? Retz pulled the chair out and was about to stand up. Please stop preparing to flee, will you? CH-142 I made yours plain and simple as agreed on, Retz. Really? His sword is a thick-walled machete. It has a dark gray blade, while the back part is tawny brown, almost black, setting off the deep green vine pattern, which is also almost black, nicely. Well, I don't remember engraving the design. Oh, it's plain. Wait a second, aren't Dinosaur and Nuth drawing back? Retz's tone changed when he took the sword. Those two can see spirits, so does that mean they are also sensitive to things that are possessed? Dunno. Not really sure about that. This blade here is a sword that will be activated by sucking up your opponent's mana if you wish for it. You can wield it even if you're not a mana user yourself. Can I ask if being activated is a good thing? Am I gonna be fine if I touch this? Yes, rest assured that it is alright. It is not harmful to the body in any way. It'll just release tentacles, much like those pervert villains. Oh, and it also comes with paralysis and energy drain. You get all respectful every time you're guilty. Don't point it at me. Arg, point it to a female knight or lady you fancy, will you? Just what the heck did you put in here, huh? Spit it out. Some people find it romantic, you know. Well, probably. Don't point it at me, I said. Hey. Don't drag me into this. Don't use me as your shield. Ho, let's have another cup of coffee. Butler put the coffee in the siphon while the three of us were making ruckus. He's really pointlessly elegant. I already said it's fine, it's just a little vine that stretches out and sucks the life out of your target. It's not something slippery, I tell you, it's just a vine, so it's safe. I was just kidding about the tentacles. Plus, if you get along well, it will return some of the energy it sucked. Just what the heck do you mean by get along, huh? Retz yelled, and a thin tendril stretched out of the sword. The leaf touched his hand. CK, please don't forget to give it sunlight from time to time, okay? Please water it too. I taught the stupefied Retz how to take care of his blade. So its maintenance isn't like those ordinary swords, huh? Well, good luck with that. Based on what has been said so far, I believe that it will come in handy for the hindrance of your enemies. Dinosaur casually threw the jab with a disgusted expression, while Butler also commented with the usual smile. Last one will be Ash's sword. Here it is. It's a bluish double-edged broadsword. Well, I did say broadsword, but it's not like Dinosaur and Dean's thick and heavy ones that packed quite a punch. It's shapely and long. The guy's swords can cut, but Ash's sword is the type that can sever completely. The blade is constantly covered in a thin sheet of water, and if you pour mana into the sword while swinging it, that sheet of water will turn into a sharp blade blown by wind. What a beautiful and pure sword it is. Butler looked satisfied as he stared at the sword. Here, there's paralyzing poison mixed in the water. Oh, he froze. Don't spout terrible stuff so brazenly. Rats. Goodness, what the heck happened for things to turn out like this? Dinosaur. I already forbid the spirits from entering whilst creating the children's weapons. However, it was extremely difficult to do so for the spirits that are born on the spot. When I lifted the ban, the spirits seemed to be in high spirits. Believe me, I never, in any way, sought to have this outcome, you know. I already did my best, so I can only say I'm innocent, you guys. Dinosaur landed a punch on the top of my head, then he grinded his knuckles on it. Stop, I'll go bald. You're fine with me selling that first sword you made that I confiscated for you, right? That Amadeo guy's been sticking around for ages and he's a major pain in the neck, so I want to pass it to somebody else. Dinosaur has jerky on one hand while drinking beer with the other. Why don't you just sell it to Amadeo? Demand for an exorbitant price. After that, if somebody pesters you for the spirit sword, you can just point to Amadeo, say he got the extra and be done with it, right? Got the geese some decent beer while I have some soda. But isn't Amadeo's group the most persistently pesky ones already? Whoa, this wine's amazing. Tastes great, makes me feel refreshed. I just think the hero's lackeys might come waltzing in by then. I don't think those guys will come in person since they probably don't like long trips. Back when the empire was still at its peak and not yet divided unlike today's current situation, the roads had been organized so that travelers could stay in inns every 3 days in the course of their trip. Unfortunately, many inns have gone out of business, so folks can't expect that anymore nowadays. Even if they gathered a huge number of people and had them carry tents and bathtubs, Sis would definitely give up in less than a week, at the very least. Well, I had a difficult time at first, but I'm now used to it. Will they come? Butler asked. Not sure, but there's someone over there who loves rare and unique, only one in the whole wide world stuff. So you're gonna throw the two pain-in-the-neck groups at each other? Dinosaur thought about it. Anyway, you didn't show the other spirit swords to anyone else, right? I asked Dinosaur. Mine and Shiva's spirit swords are the type powered by contracted spirits. The blades themselves may be sharp, but they're just ordinary swords. Well, we've been using it for all those years, so they've become attribute swords or so, I guess. Well, I'll just leave that sword to you to handle. Oh, the doria is ready. Is it baked cheese? I was thinking of making creamy oyster doria at first, but I just decided to put plenty of cheese with bacon and some spinach in it. I got the feeling that we might want some meat to go with this, so I added one huge wiener over it. They haven't tasted rice and oyster before, so I avoid letting them eat two new things at once. They probably don't have spinach here either, but it's not like spinach has deep flavor, so they probably won't notice it. Oh, yum. Dinosaur. This one is delish too. Is this one the fried potato thing? The saltiness is on point. Rats. It goes well with this alcoholic beverage. Butler. I scooped the melted cheese and charred crispy bits into my mouth. Yup, warm and delectable. The first bite is tasty, but the flavor is way too rich to eat continuously. That's where the rice shines. It softens the aftertaste. I also bit into the hard sausage and washed it down with soda to cool the warmth in my mouth. Oh, right. For the folks who don't have several swords, or have the huge ones, I'm also giving you a knife you can use during dismantling. They're not some kind of weird thing again, are they? Dinosaur looked at me suspiciously. They're normal, I say. Normal, _T/N, Doria, the rice-based gratin of Japanese. They have lots of flavors: curry, chicken, seafood, kimchi, fish and broccoli, you name it. CH-143 anyway, it's the type that'll make your work easy. Dismantling will be a breeze. Like that. Reds is staring at me dubiously, but if I mind it I'll lose. Yup. It's just that I'm not sure why, but it's only effective during dismantling and it should be right after slaying. Otherwise it's just a dull blade. And why is it that you, the maker, don't know why? Reds quipped exasperatedly. Well, this is just my guess, but the spirits barely read my absent-minded thoughts, and went all out with let's grant that. And do away with the unnecessary features, cooperated with that, and this is the result. No plans disclosing this, though. Well, when I was making the weapons for the kids, I'd been thinking stuff like kids grow up quickly, so will they outgrow this size? And the reason why there's a lot of paralysis features is because I've been thinking of making them immovable rather than kill, probably. Dinosaur and Dean's fire and Chris's light was easy to imagine, so there it is. Chris light rapier shines when you put mana in it, so it must be convenient when going to the tunnels. That's not what I meant, it'll make the enemies recoil and temporarily blind them. By the way, it's going to blind the allies too, but it can't be helped since it's a luminous object. By the way, Dinosaur's downing that beer while standing, so won't the next course be a helping of Shiva's scolding? I'm gonna drink too. Do you have any strong ones here? I understand how you feel, but it is better not to overdo it. There's something I believe in about alcohol and people. I don't think it's the alcohol to blame if somebody acted appallingly, unless it's their first time drinking. For me, it's their true nature showing. That's why if I don't like hanging with somebody when they're drunk, then I definitely don't want to be associated with them when they're sober. Well, I guess it's probably just me thinking this since I have never been drunk before. Dinosaur, Dean and Chris are fun when drunk, so I let them drink. How about this? Tequila and vodka are the first ones I think of when speaking of hard liquor, but they're not in my pantry unfortunately. Whiskey is probably the strongest one I have in my alcohol collection. I chose a glass from the shelf. According to Appraisal San, the thinner the rim of the glass, the better the mouthfeel. Not only that, even the body of the glass, the size of the opening, the angle and speed of drinking all affect the taste, so one choose the type of glass carefully, says Appraisal San while I peered at the whiskey. Oh well, just a random one will do, I guess. I did choose the ones with thin rims and poured whiskey into them. Rhett's becomes a bit slovenly when drunk, but he's easy compared to drunk Dean's team. Here you go. What a pretty amber color. Oh, what a fragile looking glass. I also handed a glass of whiskey to Butler since he seemed interested. I never saw Butler be drunk. The wines in Gene Summers' place have an exquisite appearance, and they're splendid. Yeah, the two of them accepted the glass with a smile. BFFTT. They looked like they're gonna throw up for a moment there, but they quickly gulped it down. Is this fire wine? This is such a harsh wine. Butler seemed fine, but Rhett's was having a coughing fit. Fire wine is the Northerners' favorite drink, and it's beer but way stronger than the ordinary ones. The alcohol strength is regulated in Japan, so they don't make beers with this percentage. They do have beers with high alcohol content overseas, though. Those with more than 60%, if I'm not wrong. The reason why I have whiskey is because I want to try Irish coffee, so I'm in the dark on how to drink this. But then, now that I think about it, people usually use 1 or 2 shot glasses when they're drinking it straight. I got the feeling that they only use a teeny tiny amount. And here I am, filling the glass to the brim. Ha ha ha. I rolled Rhett's into Daifuku's room last night, and I peered inside to check on him. Daifuku was also there. He was cuddling close to Daifuku's butt, that is, and to Rhett's face, no less. Not sure if I'm envious of them cuddling, but I'm a bit troubled. I opened the shutters to drive away the stagnant alcohol stench inside the room. I can sense Rhett's sword happily basking in the sun. I placed it beside the window last night. Daifuku proudly swished his tail. Just when I was about to pet him, Rhett's woke up. Morning, sorry. You, hurts. Daifuku boredly glanced at Rhett's who just woke up, before using me as a stepping stone and leaping to the shelf. He immediately stuffed himself inside the box. So he prefers boxes even when there's a basket around, huh? Oh, but won't he use it when it becomes warmer? Is something there? Is it the cat thing? Yeah. Rhett's is amazing. Yeah, there's a bit of clues, but still. He managed to deduce that there's a spirit despite barely waking up. Ah, no, maybe I'm just really easy to read. Butler and Ash. Yeah, Butler smiles with squinted eyes, while Ash scrutinizes with a scary face. Oh, maybe they're doing that to prevent others from noticing the movement of their gaze. That's it. You're thinking of weird stuff again, aren't you? Open your eyes, open it, I say. He took a jab on me when I tried squinting. Even though you're just a drunk and wasted adult. Wait a second, Arg, This is awful, Retz said while staring at the sword that I placed beside the window. Why the heck is it sticking out a pot, huh? No, it's a vine, right? I already watered it too. Retz clutched his head before falling back to bed, probably shocked by his own yelling. Head hurts. Hangover. Absolutely not because of that. T/N, lol. Retz is totally exasperated at GNXT. CH-144. I saw Retz off, then went to Nalu added. The others were probably waiting for their swords, so Butler should have handed them out during the night while giving them precautions about them. Once in Nalu added, I went to the market and bought some veggies and wheat before heading towards the boathouse. The owner of the island is on good terms with this boathouse. Moreover, the boathouse owner's predecessor came from the island and married into his bride's family, apparently. Only a handful of boatmen are willing to go through the troublesome waters of this reef-ridden sea, so I requested the retired predecessor to help me out. I could see people near the wharf, watching the boat chime in as it approached. Not sure if they called the others. By the time we arrived, there were around 15 people. Wait, isn't that the entire village? Were they waiting for me? The fishermen who were in the prime of their lives didn't go out to sea, so they're also here. The vegetables and wheat I bought earlier serves as their allowance for today. Thank you very much for gathering us all today. I am Soul. I wanted to say some kind of witty remark like may you be the soul, son, of everyone, but I don't think it's gonna work since this isn't some agricultural society that could get that pun. They're fishermen, after all. Anyway, I roughly explained my plans to them, then promptly told them the benefits they'll gain, and that there will be 2 people coming and staying here as my representatives. People are steadily leaving the island, so life here was anything but easy. Frankly speaking, it's not just about living from hand to mouth, but having enough to eat in the first place. Fish is abundant, so as long as the storms didn't continue for long, they won't starve, but selling fish isn't enough as a source of income. Well, the fish they can get here are also in Nalu added, plus, they can only use small boats, so it's understandable. When the topic of income was brought up, everyone, even the children, listened earnestly. They have been bribed pretty well with the candy I brought last time, and the food I also brought for the adults today seems to be working. The first task I request the islanders to do is dig up wells. To be precise, they're going to dig the unused and broken down wells in the fortress. They have to dig deeper or else the water will be too salty, so it's a relief that we have empty wells, even if it's filled with sand. It's easier to scrape the sand out rather than dig from scratch. There's only one working well for the entire village, so we need to secure water that we can use freely. There's 2 more we can work out. One in the fortress public square, and one under the building. There's a bank in Koki, Japan called Yoma Nomuri no Tsutsumi, lit. Yuma's sleeping dike, where a man called Yoma took a nap under the pine trees while his workers worked diligently on making the dike. Apparently, the work didn't progress well because the folks kept on fighting and being idle, so he divided the work among them, and made them compete with each other, and he also gave incentives, too. He then spent the rest of his time as a relaxed sleeping boss, just inspecting their work every now and then. I took a leaf out of his book. I'll be checking their work every 2nd and 4th day. Those who did the fastest work while doing a great job will be given a bonus. Injuries will result in deduction. I also repaired Gold and Silver's temporary residence. Since they only have wells on the island, even if I were to make a drainage system, there won't be any running water. And so, it'll have to be the old-fashioned manual manure pits for their toilet. The wells are completed 7 days later. By the way, Gold and Silver also arrived at the island. Aren't you guys too early? Please speak for yourself. I don't get it. They looked like they wanted to say something but they can't. They seem excited for some reason. They're trembling all over. Must be the oaths effect, huh? Anyway, I prepared a temporary house for you, so you can use it until the house is built. Or you can stay in Nalu added, your choice, do whatever you want. The one I repaired was a spacious, vacant house at the outskirts of the village, and it's closest to the fortress. Maybe in the past, the nearer the house's location was to the fortress, the better choice they would seem. But since the seaside has easier access for the fishermen, The islanders prefer to live by the shore nowadays. How did this happen? It's unimaginable that you are here earlier than us. Honestly, it's sus. Same goes for you guys. They've been quiet the entire time, but both of them fired questions right away the moment I closed the door. I opened the slatted window to let in some light. How on earth did they manage to get here with less than half of the scheduled travel time? Gold shut the windows right after I opened it. We went through the path of the fairies. We are changelings. Hey, is it really okay? Silver asked, obviously taken aback when Gold suddenly confessed. This place was deserted, but he probably shut the window so that our voices wouldn't leak out. We're mutually bound by the contract, right? Both parties are bound so that they won't be able to reveal the secrets of each other. However, if the person revealed his own secret in front of another person, that secret will be shared with the person he revealed it to. Well, it's no longer a secret if you reveal it, right? Changeling. Dinosaur told me that these changelings are spirits that have a body of flesh, and are considered to be partial divine beasts. He also said that they have been swapped with human children. Partial divine beasts, particularly those with human forms, are frequently called fairies. Partial divine beasts are different from spirits in a sense that ordinary folks can see and touch them. However, because their vessels are unstable, partial divine beasts will let themselves be taken care of by human parents. They would learn how to mimic the human form until their own forms become fixed. The path of fairies is a road where the realm of the spirits and this world intersect. It's said that if you go too far on the other side, you won't be able to return. Even the skilled magicians find it difficult to use despite spending a lot of time preparing. Oh, and you get nauseous when you go in there, apparently. Yes. We'll leave it to you to guess which one of us is the fairy. I'm positive it's you. I'm surprised that you know right away. Well, fairies are a talkative bunch, after all. But spirits are reticent, not because they're quiet beings, but probably because we can't hear them. The Tropic of Changelings has been brought up before when we were talking about the heroes, so I looked into that, but I never imagined that info would be useful here of all places. Hey, so you're not twins, but one fairy mirroring the other. I'm surprised that you survived. I stared at Silver while saying that latter part. I need to remember their names for goodness sake. I saw them when they signed the oath, and already heard what they are for sure. Oh, I didn't write my full name. Good job getting past that oath. My parents noticed before I got taken away. It's just that they didn't know which one was their child. I do believe I did a great job. I crying. Don't you think? Gold put a finger on his lips and chuckled. Oh dear, I hired a bunch of strange guys. Didn't I? T/N, Yoma Sakamoto is a famous person in Japan, the last samurai, and with his ability to connect with other people and superb negotiation skills, he helped usher a new era to Japan. The story, Yoma Inamuri no Tsutsumi, was usually used as an example of how a great leader knows how to handle the people below him. To learn more about him, here are helpful links. By the way, the part explaining Yoma's story in the main text isn't in the raws, but I thought you'd get a better idea of what Gene is talking about if I added the background story directly instead of a footnote. And also, Inamuri refers to sleeping on the job, or being present while sleeping, which Japanese find admirable. Because for them, it's proof that the person worked so diligently that he fell asleep while working. Alright, time for me to sleep while doing this translation. CH 145. By the way, Gold-san, are you Kada's subordinates? Perhaps? Feel free to address us by name. Gold seemed to be chuckling. Didn't we sign the oath with our names, right? Silver seemed to be mocking my memory. Is it really alright for me to call your name? Never mind Silver, but even you, Gold. Gold's name is Aro, Silver is Keel, and no, it's not because I forgot your names that I'm being obstinate about calling you Gold and Silver. Why you cheeky, I'm going to drop the honorifics. Keel didn't have the sense of taste, probably because Aro mimicked him, and in doing so deprived that particular human trait from him. That missing part probably became spiritualized. It's true that I said Aro was the fairy because he's the talkative one, but that's not the only reason. Keel should have known what taste was even in the past, since if he was a spirit he probably wouldn't care that he couldn't taste anything right from the start. Keel seems aware that he had been swapped, so I wonder what kind of relationship they have? And just how spiritualized he is that he can't even taste anything? No way. What? Hiro looked appalled. Probably because a certain thought flashed in his mind, so Keel frowned. Kardasama appeared at that time, not because of the written oath, but still want me to call you by name? Hiro seemed to arrive at the same conclusion as me, so I asked him. No. Please feel free to address us as Gold and Silver from now on. Oi. Keel couldn't follow, it seems. Oh, so you are Kardar's underlings? Yes. Gold answered me properly this time. What the heck is going on? Stop talking about stuff that only the two of you understand, will you? Keel sulked. Keel, the reason why Kardasama appeared isn't because it's a written oath, but because we, who are spirits and his kin, will be entering into contract with Soul Sama using the things written in the oath as the basis. Huh? So if I call you two by name, that probably means the contract will become completely valid. Contracts vary depending on how the human and the spirit encountered each other, as well as the procedures that will be included, but the final step is always the same. You have to name the spirit, or if the spirit already has a name that will be difficult to discard, you have to call its true name. By doing that final step, you'll be establishing connection. Anyway, I'm counting on you until the houses are built. I ignored the two as they contemplated what just happened, and this time around, I opened the window to let the light in. We conducted a business meeting afterward. I informed them that the well project is almost complete, explained what the blueprints are and that the entire island is now under my jurisdiction. I also told them that I didn't make the islanders my slave, but am properly paying them wages. Oh, right. Here you go, allowance so you can fix your place, plus some snacks. When I pulled the money bag and snack pouch out, Keel hurriedly took the cookie pouch from me. So the person who knows the origin of the cookies isn't Shadow Wolf, but you. I was taken aback for a moment. Hiro took the money bag from me politely during that instance. I'm the manufacturer. Well, not telling you, though. I then introduced them to the islanders, went around to check the wells as well as the entire island while at it, then returned to Naluadid's main island. Hiro and Keel will be visiting the mainland to hire carpenters and order building materials while fixing their house. And so, I decided to drop by the commercial guild to inform them about my proxies, and also arranged it so that they could use the deposit, before calling it a day. Still, the main bottleneck in this project would be the ships that would carry the materials. Huge ships won't be able to dock, so the transportation fees are relatively high. I think it'd cost me more than my initial plan, so I have to work hard to make more money. In the meantime, I'll sell this lamp at Naluadid. Then, what's next? Maybe I can sell the enormous amount of white geese feather pillows and cushions I stored. They'll come in handy once the house is done. I'll be using them a lot for the rooms. I went back home, then immersed myself in my thoughts while petting Riche. Is there a way to earn a huge amount of money fast? I won't be able to sell the other vegetables if we don't get the potatoes in the market. We have to wait for the potatoes to get a stable foothold before offering tomatoes and cucumbers. Strawberries should be ready to be released by now, I guess. But then, Ash loves them, so I often use them for making snacks. I fell asleep still worrying about the right timing for selling them as well as the time and effort it requires to make them. Hey, I sold the sword to Amadeo, that bastard. The next day, an insane amount of money rained on me. Is this how you wanna play, Spirit Sword? And how much did you accumulate? Gold ranks. Rosa's face turned blue, so he probably got his hands on the living allowance of the entire team. Served him right. I feel so refreshed. Just how annoyed were you, Dinosaur, to have that radiant smile plastered on your face? Rosa's group gave up on Dinosaur, apparently, and they'll be honestly and diligently working as adventurers in the meantime to make up for the lost funds. They moved to a fortress city that is said to offer high rewards. Yes, finally, we're going to have peace. Dinosaur and I celebrated the entire morning. My drink is soda and lime instead of alcohol, though. 2 birds had been killed with 1 stone, so I feel so relieved. CH-146 Kardar stood under the pear tree. The sight of the white, fluffy petals reminded me of spring in Japan. Spring usually reminds me of cherry blossoms, rape blossoms. We have rape flowers, but I didn't plant any cherry blossoms. Oh, I do have a bonsai cherry blossom in my pantry, come to think of it. It's not like I like eating pickled cherry blossoms or leaves. But somehow, I still can't exclude sakura and plums from my collection. I also want maple, but I can't think of any dishes that use it as ingredients, aside from the usual garnish, so they're not in my pantry. Even when I've become stronger, I still want to explore a lot of unknown places, so let's do our best. Long time no see, Kada. Oh, yes, it's been a while indeed. If we based it on the flow of your time. Kada seemed to realize it. Time flows differently for the spirits depending on what type they are. Did he feel as if we just met just a few moments ago because he's the spirit of trees and shrubs? Thank you so much for the other day. Are you sure it's okay to enter a contract with those two? The teeny ones seem to be working fine, but it seems you still lack someone who can carry objects. Yeah. I remember wishing that those two were with me back when I was smithing. Reds helped me stuff the coiled springs in the end, after all. However, I'm afraid it was unnecessary. No, you've been a great help. Thank you so much for giving me security and postponement until I enter into a contract. It appears that what you desire is the strongest contract? Yes, the contract depends on the strength of magical power as well as the preparation done prior to entering the contract. However, if you didn't consider those aspects, then the strongest contract would be the one formed because the spirit itself wishes to protect the other party, or else be employed by the contractor during the time of contract. Forming a contract with a spirit that was sent by a more powerful spirit would often depend on the power relationship between that powerful being and the spirit it sent. Spirits are capricious in nature, so the powerful spirit's order would often be lax, even if the other party is its subordinate. There's also another type of eternal contract that is the opposite of that one, and that is to forcefully bind the spirit. I doubt Kada wanted to go that far and force those two in a contract. It's as if it's already enough for him if they were aware of it, through the written oath. It's tempting to use that kind of contract, but I don't like the idea of forcing someone to stay beside me. It's no different from what Sis did to me. Still, making the black spirits submit and forming a contract with them doesn't count, since I don't give orders to them. By the way, how hard is the branch of the hardest tree growing in this world? It's so hard that you won't be able to cut it with the sword that you made. Kada stretched his hand, and a map flew out of my things, and it spread itself in front of me. It's growing here. A cross mark appeared at the spot he pointed. Thank you very much. The fastest tree to grow among the trees planted here would be the plums, but the spirits love going back and forth to the cherry blossom trees. I'll give you some of the fruits once they're available. I'm aware that Ish and Pal can taste the vegetables and fruits that have been crossbred from the ones in my pantry. And just like what happens in fantasy, cross-pollination occurs because spirits fly to and from the plants from this world and from those in my pantry, much like bees. I haven't encountered any plum trees in this world, so they're not planted, and there's no plum spirit yet. Well, the pantry plants do transform directly, so it's not actually within the scope of what I knew. Kada seemed happy as he disappeared. The map left in my hand looked like a treasure map, and it's making me feel excited. But, aren't they too far into the northeast? Can I handle the monsters there? I'll be getting the ultimate Clang Clang Stick X, so I should give it my all. Let's extend the place I'm going to teleport to bit by bit. So excited. For lunch, I fried some croquettes and munched on them while shredding the spring cabbage. The crunchy coating crackled when I bit into it, and the fluffy potatoes tasted slightly sweet. The meat croquettes were also delicious, with the mild taste of beef modestly vying for attention. It wasn't that greasy, but even so, I felt refreshed after eating a mouthful of the soft spring cabbage. Both the spring cabbage and the potatoes have a very different sweetness from each other. Dean also took a liking to the croquettes, while the potatoes in the pot-au-feu were popular with Ash and the others. French fries were also popular, so the potatoes from Nalu added will surely be a hit. I feel relieved thinking about that. Alright, since it's raining on and off today, let's focus on making glass diligently. I gently poured the molten glass into the pool of molten tin, and the glass floated to the surface, spreading over the surface of the tin. The spirits seem to find it interesting for some reason because they keep on following the flow, or else trying to pull it. I thought they wouldn't like it because they won't be able to pass through it, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The molten tin is naturally flat, so I can make clean sheets of glass out of it. The glass available here has rounded shapes as if they were made by fusing the bottoms of flasks together, and the sheets were slightly distorted. This finished glass looks like it'll fetch a high price, but I don't think I'll be making more than necessary. I have to make it while enduring the sweltering heat, but more than that, the glass itself is super hot while being processed, so you get the gist. Today, I prepared a variety of colored gems before starting, because I already learned from the previous colored glass that I made before. Just kidding, I prefer transparent glass, so I prepared crystals and diamonds. Is it really okay to put these in front of the spirits, was what I thought while placing the gems, but they just got absorbed easily into the glass. As for the result, glass mixed with crystals became a one-way like thing with only one side that is see-through. The ones mixed with diamonds turned into a strong tempered glass. As I thought, involving the spirits would have unexpected results that ignored a lot of stuff. Or did this happen because of what I imagined first? Moreover, in this world, colored gemstones are far more expensive and valued, while diamonds are dirt cheap. Oh, is this a business opportunity of hoarding diamonds then popularizing diamond cuts? T/N, they do eat pickled cherry blossoms in Japan. It's usually used as a garnish. Cook pad. This part here is actually a pun that didn't translate well in English, so pardon the lengthy explanation. Original text, lit, it's hot, or should I say it's hot, there's a word play on the difference of, hot as in what you feel in summer, versus, hot as in how hot coffee can be. Ch 147 diamonds are made by burning carbon, which would suddenly emit a bright red light once they go beyond a certain temperature before disappearing in a flash. It's kinda fun. This gem is known to be the hardest substance known in my previous world, and they're so hard that it's very resistant to scratches. However, they do have a weak side in their molecular structure, so it's easily broken by hitting that part. Apparently, glass breaks because of the multiple tiny scratches made on its surface during the cooling and hardening process, so I tried pushing for a diamond-like scratch-resistant quality so that the glass will be more durable. Glass windows go without saying, but I also want to build greenhouses too. I'll be needing a huge amount of glass if we consider that goal. Well, I want to have some mangoes and bananas. If it's not a standalone type, but more like a sunroom I can add to the house, then half of that initial estimated amount would probably do. And so, I diligently set to work. Thanks to Kada's considerate help, I have somebody to help me, so the job's been easier. Yeah, that's it. Let's sell the technology for creating glass, then prioritize selling the finished products around. I gave up. You're starting a weird project again, huh? Van peered with great interest at the orange glass floating over the tin. These deities like to pop out around me without warning, making my heart jump. Oh, come to think of it, he's a fire type, isn't he? Unlike the other spirits, Halaufa and Van rarely drop by. He seemed quite taken by it, so I asked him to lend a hand. I didn't expect him to start pulling and stretching the glass that was still glowing orange with his bare hands. But he was a huge help. You're pretty rough on people, aren't you? Van liked the diamond that was on the verge of blazing. He ate it after throwing those words at me, then he disappeared. He seemed quite pleased because it's the first food that he liked, but who knows what kind of taste it had. He told me he would come again, but that's the most expensive food taste ever. This won't do, I have to make sure diamonds stay cheap. Oh, wait a second, maybe it's the type of world where you can make diamonds from pencil leads? Let's experiment. But then, Van wouldn't even put it inside the crucible. He would just burn it himself before popping it into his mouth, so it's quite effortless. The following day, I carried the finished glass stealthy to the empty house that I converted into a warehouse, and with that, the job was done. There's more people on the island. It might be temporary, but at least the population doubled. The stonemasons and carpenters are organizing their own residences, and there's more craftsmen to come later on. They're fixing their own houses, so I also made them install their own toilets and sewage systems while at it. The islanders are also very busy. They took a break from fishing so that they could transport food, take care of the construction workers, and do other subcontractual work. You're great at handling people. We have a role model, after all. It's probably their reaction because they feel liberated after feeling so cooped up without any end in sight. Besides, they're a tough bunch, very diligent. Silver had on a poker face, exuding unfriendly vibes, but he was still carrying the paper bag of popcorn that I brought, and couldn't stop tossing it to his mouth, so I didn't mind. The carpenters and masons already saw the site, so Gold and Silver will be discussing how to bring the design to life so that it would be according to what I wanted to happen. They already circled the entire island to check the terrain, and the fundamental structures are basically the same as the old fortress, so there shouldn't be any major modification, or so I wished. I left the island after checking the progress and replenishing their funds. I try to avoid meeting the construction workers, not to mention the islanders, so I don't stay for long. Both Gold and Silver are also busy meeting up with the workers, buying materials and negotiating with merchants. I asked the duo to buy cheap diamonds while they're at it. And so, I pushed all the troublesome stuff to both of them before setting out for the northern east. Teleport to the woods, slay monsters and then move on, stop and name spirits, rinse and repeat. Basically that's how it went. The woods changed from broadleaf trees to conifer ones. It's cold, but there's little snowfall, so the snow didn't pile up on the ground. I imagined the north to be deep in snow, but it seems that they don't have that 2 to 3 meters thick snow that doesn't melt. Oh, come to think of it, Japan is one of the world's heaviest snowfall areas. I wonder if the snow will pile up more than what it does in Japan? The lake I walked on was covered in thick ice, and the cracks that resulted from the expansion created pretty patterns on it. I didn't sense any life, just spirits fluttering about. Ice spirits, sleep spirits, cold spirits, their colors are the same as the ice lake, white and translucent black. The world is starting to become void of color the further I go. Even the monsters that I had been defeating a while ago didn't appear, and I was left shivering in the cold as I trudged on the ice. It's hard gauging the thickness of the ice because it's transparent and it blends with the lake's color, but as long as I could see the cracks, the thickness is more than my height. Apparently, the lake was deep, and it's too dark to see the bottom. It wouldn't be strange if there's a monster lurking there. In this case, the vague possibility was far more terrifying than the actual presence of monsters in this world. Nature is beautiful, but it's also scary. It's getting too cold, so I teleport back home. Rish. I rubbed Rish's chest. No, maybe rumple is the word? Nothing beats home. Thanks. The fire spirits under my winter coat jumped into the fireplace as soon as I took it off and shook the snow that piled up on my neck. I was cold, so the fire spirits were probably cold, too. Should I give them more mana, perhaps? But too much and they'll burst into flames, so it's kinda hard. I removed my shoes beside the fireplace, then warmed myself. Poured myself coffee, then took a breather. The monsters near the edge of the lake weren't that powerful, but they did use magic. I've been using brute force against the monsters until now, but I guess it's time for me to learn a new style of fighting. Maybe I should cut some ice for summertime? But I have to check with appraisal whether water from that lake is safe to drink. CH 148. It's been 5 days since I refused drinking with the guys and had lunch with Ash and Butler. Amidst the trees that stretched ice branches, I avoided an owl monster that looked like it had a collection of ice pillars on its head and back. With that momentum, I slashed a monster that looked like a seahorse that sprouted butterfly wings, then cut down 2 owls that attacked, before taking a breather. Both of them were small, only around 40 centimeters, but they camouflaged well with their snow-white feathers, so I would probably get hurt if I walked around without a care, putting my guard down. The seahorse monster was slower, but the foam spell it used was a pain in the neck, so I slay it first. The butterfly wings have a slightly metallic, or should I say kind crystalline texture, so it's a bit mesmerizing. I can keenly feel that fantasy vibes since coming here, you know? The animals here must be really in the form of mythical creatures. The woods here are extremely brittle, and they easily crumble with tiny rustling sounds. Each tree has a tiny, round, furball-looking spirit. I'm not sure if it's the spirit of the tree itself, or if it is simply living inside that tree. When the tree crumbles, this furball spirit is left exposed, attracting monsters that would come to eat it. It's extremely hard fighting while making sure the surrounding ice and the trees that look like brittle sugar candy filling don't get destroyed. I've been sorely tempted to just go all out and destroy everything, both monsters and woods, but it feels as if I'm destroying their home, so I endure it, moving forward as carefully as I can. Crying would be far from enough if the house that the deities gifted me got destroyed, after all. It's just that more than just being a pain in the neck, walking so cautiously feels terrible because of the bitter cold. The first time I cut a tree, I tried to take responsibility by naming the spirit and bringing it with me, but it didn't work. I couldn't name it, but it still floated around me without leaving. I heard that there were spirits that would lend a hand on a whim, checking whether the contractor was a worthy one. Is this one just like that, I wonder? Even if I teleport with it to my house, it will only get lost. If we have the contract, then it'll be fine, but there are also spirits that promptly disintegrate as soon as the surroundings change. Just picture taking a nice spirit to a volcano. Well, it probably won't affect them if they're strong enough. And so, I couldn't go back home, couldn't do anything drastic to tide the cold, so I just relied on Dan-chan, Dan from Danbu, Japanese for heater, to work hard. I'm also doing my best regulating my mana, so the whole day was spent accomplishing little and just doing some delicate stuff. There's a blue fountain in the White Forest. Ah! There's a unicorn, a unicorn. I saw a mythical creature that I know. If I'm not mistaken, it's an extremely wary, woman-loving creature, and only a maiden with the purest of hearts can approach it. Quick, somebody get a maiden, bring a maiden here. I observed it from a distance. I got this feeling that the horn of unicorns is a precious medicinal ingredient. But since no one is sick among the people around me and I'm not that deprived of money, I decided to enjoy the scenery with the unicorn in it to my heart's content. After having my fill, I continued walking in the midst of lactescent fog for a while. Even the ground is white now, so everything looks the same. I will probably get lost at this rate. There's the map, but this is a wide field, so it's difficult to finely coordinate the directions. I brought the compass I bought in value-added, but it was totally useless ever since I've stepped into that brittle forest. If I saw something, I would make that my target and walk towards it, but I can't see anything. There's no helping it, so I decided to use the tip of my sword to draw a line on the ground while I'm walking, but when I looked back, only a meter or so was left, the rest disappeared. Just when I was worried about what to do, Furball seemed to be guiding me. I'm not sure if the destination is the place I wanted to go to, but since I'm just going aimlessly, and there's not even a plan, I decided to follow it. Following Furball led me to an ordinary forest. No, rather than ordinary, it's a forest of fresh verdure, reminiscent of early summer, brimming with life. The green leaves of the trees looked fresh, glossy and soft, and the branches were pliable. Furball happily floated forward as if infected with spring fever. It's starting to look like it's made of fuzzy down. After passing through the road lined with huge trees, there was a small lake, and in the middle of that lake stood a dead tree without a single leaf. It was about half the size of the surrounding trees. The moment Furball crossed over the lake and entered the tree, the plant sprouted young branches and white blossoms with a tinge of gold bloomed. Water bubbled out of the flowers, and after the drops calmed down into a steady stream, creating countless ripples in the lake and making it shine. You who have proven yourself worthy, what is it that you desire? Something came out. A woman with flowing white hair longer than the roots of the tree and clad in clothes the color of milk came out the tree trunk. Her eyes and lips were closed, even so, her voice resounded from her beautiful figure. It's a spirit, wouldn't be strange if she turned out to be a deity too. Is this time for Clang Clang Stick X? Diameter 4 centimeters, length 3 meters. It's super hard and not easily broken by default, right? She turned quiet when I stated my request, so I decided to meekly wait for a bit. You have crossed the lands of illusion without any wounds, and you also reached this place without slaying any of the white spirits. I will grant you the bow, not according to your words, but your actions that you have shown. Eh? But I'll be troubled with that. The supposedly withered tree was now glowing white. One of its branches broke off without a sound, then it floated in front of me before it transformed. It had turned into a stick that was shorter than I requested, and its length was similar to that of a wooden sword. There's a hard bud and a young leaf that looks like it just sprouted on one end. It turned longer when I gripped it. Then it shrunk. Hey, my master. Thanks for earlier. Hurry up and name me. Earlier, it said, Is it that furball spirit? The name's already decided. Clang Clang Stick X. Ooh. I'm Clang Clang Stick X from now on. Let's get along from now on. This mischievous-looking sprite grinned. You who have the potential to be the king, and the person who has the ability to select the king, never let this bow wither as you go forth with your spirit. I was so caught up in the excitement that I didn't hear what the true spirit mumbled before she disappeared. The entire landscape had become shrouded in mist. CH 149. When I came to my senses, I was already in a landscape that's similar to the one I was in before I crossed that lake. It wasn't a forest reminiscent of early summer, no tree blooming with white flowers tinged with gold. But then, there was still the Pocky Stick X on my hand. A monster that looks like a saber-toothed tiger pounces at me, so I defeat it. I looked around me once more, and after confirming there was nothing, I teleport. I'm home. Rish charges at me from in front of the fireplace, then he sniffs me. It's his habit to smell all over whenever I return from another place other than Canham. I let Rish do his thing while I removed my outer coat and released the fire spirits. Danchan jumped into the fireplace to warm up. Rish briefly sniffed me, then he sat on his bum looking up at me. He probably noticed Pocky Stick X, which had become around 40 centimeters long. It's a good stick, right? I squatted down to Rich's level and let him sniff Pocky Stick X. Yo. I'm Pocky Stick X, let's get along. This is Rish. He suspiciously sniffed at the stick. Isn't Pocky Stick X too long of a name? How about a nickname? What do you want me to call you? The Great and Mighty Rod Branch Super Pocky Stick X. Alright, let's go with X. That's way too long. And Stick and Rod are already similar as it is. Then just leave Stick. It's my identity. Okay, then X Stick. Yeah. Alright, I'll take a bath. The spirit's place had been warm, but it was so cold that I felt chilled to the bone, so it was still cold. I propped X Stick on the chair and went to bathe. I didn't really wash up, just leisurely soaked my body in hot water. I was about to drink milk after finishing the bath, when I spotted Rish biting X Stick. There. Ouch 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 ouch. No, not that strong. Yeah, that hits the spot. I panicked at first, but it seems they're fine. And so Rish was innocently biting X Stick, and the latter was babbling a bit too loud, but I just left them be and went off to drink some milk before resting. I quickly made some akazuke, and turned in for the night, albeit a bit early. Maybe I can make something and send it out, before inviting the others to the forest to brag about X Stick. I woke up to the pattering drizzle the following day. We can't go to the forest as planned, so I can only invite them for a card game. The weather is bad, so I can't do any clang smithing, either. I'm also taking a break from field work for today, so might as well do something useful indoors. There are two ways to use the stone kiln. Either you bake your goodies by shoving the coals taken from the fireplace into the kiln, then adjusting the temperature after, or you can put the firewood inside, raising the temperature by letting it burn completely, then take turns shoving the food in depending on the temperature as it gradually cools down. Because I went to bed early last night, I ended up waking early today, so I chose to do the firewood method to make various dishes. Rish and I strolled first while waiting for the firewood to completely burn out. I wore my hood while we hiked in the mountains. Rish doesn't get wet, so we still go out if it's just a light rain shower. The woods look picturesque in the rain, but the ground is slippery so it's quite tricky. After checking the wood in the kiln and making sure it turned into coals nicely, I poked around the ashes to make room for the food. First up was some spare ribs and potatoes. I named the spirits while waiting for them to cook. The next batch to cook were buns. I played with Rish while waiting for them to bake. Next was pizza. I kept an eye on it since it bakes quickly. Last was soup in a jar, with chickpeas, spring cabbage and shredded bacon. I plated the spare ribs and bread and put them inside a basket, then covered it with a cloth. With X Stick in hand, my preparations are now complete. Good morning, these are for you. I'm free today, so how about a card game? The weather is bad, so rich adventurers are probably at home during this time, unless they have a commission to do. It's too early to hang around the pub, after all. By the way, it's early enough that Ash isn't awake yet. Butler and Dinosaur's family are usually the ones up at this time. Dinosaur recently oversleeps for a bit the day after he drinks, but he still gets up pretty early, since they had lived as farmers. Butler usually estimates the time when Dean's trio wakes up before he delivers the food. It's X-Stick's debut, so I hit him first. Dinosaur also said okay, so it's decided that we're meeting up this afternoon. The rain is also falling around here in Canham, so it's a bit cold. I looked around the room after kindling the fireplace. I had been spending my time outdoors since yesterday, so I decided to just laze around in front of the fireplace for the whole morning. I also lit the fire in the attic room, then rolled into bed. Daifuku isn't here, so it's kinda lonely, so I cuddled the feather pillow while reading a book. The windows are shut and the lamp is the only source of light, and it's making me sleepy. I enjoyed sleeping until late in the morning, with the raindrops on my window as my background music. CH-150. So you're saying you finally decided on your weapon, huh? Yup. Dinosaur asked me as he climbed up the stairs. The three of them arrived almost at the same time. Don't take it out here, alright? I don't want to fall from the stairs. Please do it once we're inside the room. Retz and Butler, that's assuming you're gonna be surprised, you know. I climbed after them, and came face to face with the three of them. Butler still has that subtle smile plastered on his face. Dinosaur crossed his arms with his lips tightly pursed, and Retz looked as if he's already resigned for some reason. Well then, with great airs, I took out X-Stick. Bow? A stick, huh? Is it a stick? Perhaps. When the spirit's presence is removed, X-Stick will seem like it's a 40 centimeters long stick, and it doesn't resemble a bow. It's emerald green, or should I say a bright ash color with muted green shades if referring to the bark of the tree, and it is a smooth bough, similar to the branches of an oak tree. Usually, it has a bud that looks like a bundle of leaves on its tip, so that's a telltale sign for me that it's anything but normal. That's a weird thing considering the form of the branch. Did you pick it up somewhere? Dinosaur commented, looking like this whole thing was a letdown. Care to introduce it? The moment Retz's eyebrows furrowed, the grey parts turned white, and the thin branch at the tip of the stick suddenly sprouted leaves, which then wrapped themselves onto that tip like a flower bud. Hey! I'm Clang Clang Stick X. Just call me X-Stick, okay? The leaves popped open with such vigor that it's almost audible, and a grinning X-Stick appeared. Dot. 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 I can see it, can even hear it. Retz squeezed those words out after a few seconds. Yeah. That's because I'm a high-ranking spirit, you know. It's so hard that all the swords I've created won't be able to cut it. Zanziken probably can, but I won't test it out. I got this from the tree of Clang Clang Stick, after all. I am Nuth. It's a pleasure to meet you, X-Stick-sama. I'm Dinosaur. It's quite strange, but no one in their right mind will probably risk their lives to get that. By the way, it can also be the cover-up reason for Jean's ability. Spirits that possess powerful attributes but are not desired by the majority also exist. After all, the most important thing is that Jean-sama seems pleased with it. I'm glad for you, Jean-sama. Our heart's peace lies on you. We're in your care for many more years to come. X-Stick answered energetically and even striked a victory pose for some reason. I'm Retz. By the way, can I ask where you met? Retz belatedly introduced himself. In the northern east, at the foot of a mountain with sharp-pointed peaks across a frozen lake. Just beyond that fog thingy surrounding a white forest. Master, you're the only one who thinks that's an ordinary fog, you know? I was puzzled. So X-Stick gestured at me to lean my face closer to him. That foggy place was apparently teeming with monsters that were as countless as the spirits that were eaten. And if you do anything to that unicorn, either the ground beneath you will turn into a poisonous swamp, or you get caught in a poisonous fog. Terrible. Oi, Nuth. Dinosaur was shocked when Nuth suddenly collapsed on the ground. Hey, don't tell me you got that Clang Clang stick from a tree that glows white and grows in the middle of a lake? Retz's face was twitching as he smiled at me. Ooh. The one blooming with gold flowers that shine with a white light. Ah, no, white blossoms that glow gold. Argh, what the heck, isn't that the tree of the spirits? Retz stared at the ceiling when I answered him. He looked like he was on the verge of tears. The bow of the king, Nuth mumbled while hugging his knees and pressing his forehead on them, still sitting on the floor. Wait. Calm down, it's a disaster if this is the king's bow. Dinosaur was covering his face with one hand. His face is beet red for some reason. King's bow? I'm the bow that all the kings want. It's only granted to those who pass the test. Is that why his year is it rhymes with king's bow? When the king's bow is present, spirits are easily born in that place, and they're easy to gather. It's the reason why Shuntus, the empire that summoned the heroes, is unshakable. They have that. Retz sat down beside Butler. Oh, so that's why the spirits won't move away despite the heroes apparently using magic recklessly. I understood one thing. Allow me to explain while we are on the subject. The Numbroi's bow might be few, but officially, they are the places where a twig bestowed from the king's bow is enshrined. Twig, I can stretch, you know. The leaf stalk turned out to be a thin twig, and when X-Stick said that, it stretched right on cue. The shrinking feature is pretty handy, so I thought it's because of my wish, but does this mean he already had that ability even before? Come to think of it, my wish wasn't explicitly granted, I guess. Legend says there's a question that will be asked for those who wish to become the king, or else want that bow for their own king. So, what did you say? Question? It is said that the spirit of the tree will pose her query, and the aspiring individual will then have to utter their oath. The king's bow will vanish if the pledge isn't kept. Butler followed up, his head still on his knees. Diameter 4 centimeters, length 3 meters. Does that mean you'll disappear if I think it's better if you're shorter? I became worried, so I asked X-Stick. I got that 4 centimeters body, so isn't it fine? But let me stretch from time to time, alright? Aren't you doing good up till now, so don't you just need to continue doing that? No? X-Stick grinned. It seems that keeping at least one of whatever you pledged is good enough. I got the feeling that he's insinuating that he's not satisfied about how I handled him. But yeah, let's just let that be. The grip is already perfect, so I don't think I'll be changing that. No, wait a second. What the heck did you pledge, huh? Dinosaur's taking a jab at my convo with X-Stick. But is it something you can say so bluntly? CH-151 Nuth looks awful. He didn't get up from the floor, so I moved him to a chair, but Butler just kept his elbows on the table, and continued clutching his head, his eyes downcast. That's because he's the closest thing we have to a royal family, or should I say he got one foot stuck deep in the kingdom's mucky business. Dinosaur looked at Butler with sympathy. I have once sought after the king's bow in the past. No. Please forget I said anything. Butler was still hanging his head, when he suddenly muttered before shutting up again. As far as I know, the legend about the king's bow is about a hero, troubled by the kingdom that was on the verge of collapse and the suffering of the impoverished people, who had sought the Lake of Mists with the guidance of a spirit. He passed the ordeal, pledged an oath to the tree of the spirit and wished for the bow, or so they said. So, how on earth did you get to that sort of place? Retz asked me with a cup of coffee in his hand. Thank goodness the three guys here became used to drinking coffee. Ash also drinks if it's a cafe au lait or a latte. I asked Carter how hard this world's hardest tree branch is, and that's what he answered. You did experience the guidance of the spirit part, but your goal is different, isn't it? Isn't it weird that you passed that test with that goal of yours? Can't help it, I just moved forward like normal, and arrived there like normal. I gave some potato chips to X-Stick, who was propped on the desk. X-Stick is a spirit, yet he loves junk foods and munchies. In my youth, I also sought the king's bow under the order of the previous king. Butler suddenly confessed. I escorted a young ambitious man who had the guidance of the spirits. Is he the king? No. He didn't have the means to go on a journey, nor did he have any knowledge regarding governing a country. The only thing he had was his ideals. He chose the king that would rule the kingdom according to the ideals that he had. As long as the king obeyed the oath pledged to the tree of spirit by the person who handed the bow to him, everything will be fine. If he didn't, then the bow will simply vanish. Retz explained. Well, it's true that people who can't stand the cold won't reach the tree. Besides, the king's qualifications will also depend on physical strength. I see, so that's why it was said that it's for someone who has the potential to be the king, and the person who has the ability to discover a king. The last words of Clang Clang Stick's tree flashed through my mind. Oi, seems like you did get the message properly, huh? Nah, she suddenly spouted something about kings and whatnot, so I was wondering what kind of king it is, like, Maybe we hold a championship for the best guy who can poke a hole in the ground and then declare him the king. Well, I guess even if the king himself is mediocre, if he can use the people around him well, that's good enough. So, did you get the bow or not? But then, I didn't hear anything about it. Rex urged Butler to continue his story. No, the kingdom did not obtain the bow. Moreover, we didn't manage to go there a second time. First of all, the temperature is low all throughout the year. We have to consider the provisions such as food and firewood for warmth, and we deemed it would be necessary for us to travel with someone who possessed storage. Yeah, so that's their goal for going after N since we came here, huh? Shram's summoning of heroes also put the other kingdoms at the edge of their seats, pushing them to be more active. Maybe they're trying to get the king's bow to oppose Shram. Ugh, it'll be a disaster if they were to know about my teleport and storage. We did finally set foot in the White Forest, only for our path to be blocked once again, this time by a poisonous mist. We were forced to fight against powerful monsters in the midst of that fog. When we came to our senses, we were already in the ordinary, albeit frozen, forest. I can give you spoilers if you're not gonna look for the Tree of Spirits, you know, X-Stick said. While munching on potato chips, the trio answered that they wouldn't, so X-Stick gave his spoilers. Basically, the White Forest will not appear if there's someone who knows about what I'm gonna tell you, even if it's just one person, so keep that in mind. Alright. First, you're gonna be tested whether you can protect someone weaker, or something different from yourself. The more you cut the trees, the more extraordinary monsters will appear in the fog, you know. X-Stick grinned while saying that. Next, your greed will be tested, whether you're going to rob somebody else just to get something important, like medicine or food for example. The illusions in the misty landscape will reflect that. Nah, I don't think so. Even if you throw the weak ones, steal from them or annihilate them, that's totally fine. Spirits don't care about the life and death of humans, unless they took a liking to that human, you know. Dinosaur felt like he understood, but X-Stick immediately refuted him. Still, this world felt a bit too harsh. The process of the ordeals depends on the state of the kingdom. The result will determine the attributes of the bow that will be bestowed, whether the bow will attract spirits, or will they be born just by being beside the bow, things like that. I understand now. We had destroyed too many of the white trees and had abandoned the spirits that lived there, and because of that, the number of monsters we had to defeat had also increased. Indeed, the more we curtailed the administration of the kingdom, the more our enemies would increase. Butler seemed a little bit enlightened. Well, I also think the difficulty level of avoiding the white trees is so high it's impossible to move forward without destroying them. Most people will definitely touch them just by avoiding the attacks. X-Stick threw me a glance while saying that. Oh, so that unicorn was there as a temptation to those who were exhausted from fighting against the monsters, since they'd need medicine too, and if they're starving, it could be their food. So, they'd be tested if they'd be able to proceed should they choose properly, whether they're going to rob others, or force their allies to endure. I didn't choose anything and just observed, though. Yup. And that's where Gene shines. He didn't hurt any weaklings, plus he annihilated all the monsters of the forest, and he was so prepared he didn't even need any food or medicine. He's strong and his preps are perfectly on point. And he looked quite comfortable too. Attaboy, my master. Quite comfortable. So? Gene, what did you answer when the spirit of the tree asked you about your ideals? Diameter 4 centimeters, length 3 meters. A stick so hard it won't break. I trained my gaze on X-Stick and avoided looking at the trio's faces. Dot. 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 The three guys remained silent. What are your plans regarding X-Stick's armor? I'm going to poke around rabbit holes once the weather becomes better. Stop, just give it up. Dinosaur stopped me in a flash when I answered Butler's question. Holes are epic. X-Stick, on the other hand, was raring to go. Oh man. It seems like my all-time hero king is about to go poke with a stick. Rex muttered while clutching his forehead. CH-152. Okay, I got the gist of what happened now. Dinosaur sipped a mouthful of coffee, looking like he was ready to heave a huge sigh. So you get it now? Just the gist. The premise is weird, you know. Well, isn't it that Gene just got what he wanted? Yup. Yes, Rex is right. Why did you wish for that? And didn't it cross your mind that things are getting weird halfway through? There's tons of things I want to take a jab at, you know? Hey, stop agreeing with me before going against me, will you? So, now that I got the gist, I have two things I wanna ask you. Dinosaur put two fingers up. Who's Kardar? My guardian spirit. Don't tell me it's not the ordinary spirit. I wanna ask, but I'm scared so I can't. He's mumbling something. You got that right about Kardar. Don't deal the final blow. Dinosaur covered his face and yelled. So, what's the second? Why the heck did you name it Pocky Stick X? The ambience must have been absolutely majestic and solemn. So why? Hey, you sound like you're jealous, ain't you? Hey, I've already been doing all I can to find a stick for poking stuff, you know. Thanks to certain folks, I obtained the stick of my dreams. Thanks to whom? Don't tell me it's us. Oi, stop it. Nuth won't be able to regain his senses at this rate. Retz said, so I glanced at Butler. He was sprawled on the desk. What an unbecoming appearance for a butler. The king's bow selects the spirit depending on the sworn oath or the ideals that had been wished for. If the desire was related to a powerful military, then more fire and mineral spirits would increase. If they longed for a kingdom blessed with bountiful harvests, then there would be more earth spirits. And all the folks wish that there wouldn't be any black spirits. Black spirits are born because of the transformation of ordinary spirits, so it's not like they'll become completely non-existent, but most of them would flee away. By the way, even the smallest spirits scattered from the black spirits are purified by the bow's effect, apparently. As a result, the rate at which the spirits would be monsterfied in cities where humans dwell would become exceptionally lower. Never mind the ones who go berserk. The monsters would prefer not to approach the humans themselves. The spirit's bow is the downgraded version of the king's bow, and although no spirits can be born out of it, they can still be born if there are enough spirits gathered together in one place. If things go well, places with Fee's bow can become more prosperous than the royal capital. Fee's bow that don't have the spirit's bow enshrined were usually operated by spirit-possessed people doing their best to produce a pseudo-effect. It usually depends on the ability of the person who is managing the place, and magic ores are also consumed, so the maintenance cost for such places could be sky-high. By the way, the effect on monsters would be lackluster, so, in order to cope with the shortcomings of such a setup, walls would be built, or else soldiers would be deployed, and that basically needs a huge amount of manpower too. Well, walls aren't really that of an issue. Bandits also target the border towns and villages, so they already have them built everywhere. The kingdoms confirmed to have King's Bow are Shrumtas, that's the kingdom where Sis is, and Pasteur, the kingdom where I commissioned my bathtubs, and it's also the home of the carpenters that took care of me. Marina, the kingdom where Naluadid is, located in Kaval Peninsula, also has one, the land of the Northerners, as well as the island kingdom of Iswail on the sea, which is sandwiched between Shrum and the Kingdom of Desolation, were also rumored to possess king's bows. A lot of places have them, huh? After the kingdom in the Central Plains crumbled, the races fought against each other, so the effect's range had been narrowed down. The ideals differed from race to race, so even if the spirit's bow was handed down, it was only weakened as opposed to completely disappearing. Oh, so only a few were the spirit bows, huh? Yeah. If somebody also wanted a 4 centimeters body, then they'll clear that ideal requirement and the king's bow will likely last longer once they receive it. Even if you say a lot, it doesn't even reach 10, you know? Just the Central Plains alone already have more than 300 countries and kingdoms, you know? Dinosaur reminded me. That's right, there are so many countries in this world. Even places smaller than a town in Japan are already considered a country if a feudal lord insisted on it, so there are an absurd number of them. There are kingdoms possessing king's bows despite being the size of a prefecture, so it's understandable how divided this world is. Especially the Central Plains, as soon as a country is thought to flourish, it's promptly conquered and it'll end up obliterated, so I don't have the slightest inclination to remember their names. I think I understand most of what you're pointing at. But really, I don't think I need that kind of result in my life. My master gets along well with the spirits and he doesn't have a problem dealing with monsters. As far as it goes, I can also summon spirits indiscriminately, but for now, I'll just do what master wants. Pocky pocky all the way. Yeah, that's peaceful, so that's good. Just don't slip up and reveal yourself, alright? Retz half-heartedly replied with his chin on his hand. Most of the king's bows are secured in the deepest part of the palace, and they are decorated with all various magical ores, and yet, Butler seemed to have recovered a bit. Oi, the description sounds like the jeweled branch from the mythical island of Harai from Princess Kaguya's tale, doesn't it? 1. I prefer being outdoors. Ah, but won't say no to magical ores, they're most welcome. Alright then, I'll do my best to poke some monsters, then. Hey, you're thinking of poking monsters with that? Dinosaur kicked a fuss for a while, but he finally calmed down. Well then, the difficult conversation is over, so time for some snacks and alcohol. I can also make some highball and rocks today since we have ice, but we're going to play cards, so let's start first with the wine they're used to. For the hors d'oeuvre, I prepared pinchos with pickled herring and olives, kiln-roasted Brussels sprouts, cheese and dry-cured ham, smoked salmon and cheese, omelette eggs, smoked oysters pickled in oil with mini tomato and mozzarella cheese. We won't have to dirty our hands, and you can check what you want or not with a glance, so it's pretty convenient. I served a heap of foods that they're unfamiliar with, so I'm kinda worried whether the food suited their tastes. The kids will probably get envious if I eat a lot, and I'll probably get scolded. Dinosaur grumbled, but he's the one who first stretched his hand. Yeah, want me to pack some pound cake that you can take home? Yeah, please. Whoa, this stings, huh? He ate a pincher with pickled green pepper, anchovies and olives. Apparently, Dinosaur seems like he's gonna eat whatever I give him, huh? Retz picked the ones that seemed cooked, while trying the others very gingerly. Butler mostly samples the food chosen by the others. Ah, damn it. Who's blocking 5, huh? Dinosaur. Ho ho, I have achieved the ace, so it's going to be from King. Butler. You learn too fast. Me. The rules are simple, after all. Retz. We're playing 7s, but the rule is to start from either ace or king, not from 7, once a row reaches either of the two. Butler ended up getting an ace after stopping at 10. X-Stick declared he's going to sleep after gobbling all the potato chips, and now he's just an ordinary stick. Something gleamed on his top, so I wiped it with a towel. Butler gave me a heart-wrenching look. CH-153 dinner was waiting, so our group dispersed without drinking too much. I insisted that they accept some snacks and munchies before sending them home, kind of like bribes so that they'd keep mum about what happened during this gathering. It looks like it's gonna rain heavily tomorrow, so I gave them a lot, cleaned up the place, then I teleported back home. I already ate a lot earlier, so for dinner, I decided to grill a fillet of mackerel for some grilled mackerel kazuke. Well, it's a kazuke, but I used dashi as sauce and sprinkled plenty of sesame, Japanese honeywood, and shredded nori. I broke the fish into small pieces as I ate. The mackerel didn't have any fishy smell since I bleed it right away and prepped it with salt and sake. The honeywood gave the fat mackerel a refreshing taste. It's nice if I have samago dashi, that's dashi made from flying fish. I wonder where I can get my hands on flying fish? Ah, but then, will those in this world be the same as the ones I know? Canam's water is hard, and it's almost impossible to prevent the umami flavor of kelp and other stuff from leaching out because of the minerals. Actually, the water here is actually more suitable for making bouillon, since it's made by slowly cooking meat, seafood and vegetables over fire. Yeah, local cuisines still taste better, I guess. My home has soft water, so maybe it's better if I get water from Canam. When making Japanese dishes, as well as dishes that are meant to be stewed for a long time over a fireplace. I had wanted to go to the forest if the weather turned out nice tomorrow, but then, it rained heavily at Canam tonight. It already stopped raining over here at my fief, but then, the weather can be very different because it's on the other side of the mountain range, and so, I worked on naming the spirits, then enjoyed some quiet time reading. The past days had been very busy, so I got to slowly enjoy my day for today. Even though I already slept through the morning, I still felt sleepy when my usual bedtime came, so I curled myself inside the blankets. The following morning, Rish and I took a stroll, with the pup carrying X-Stick in his mouth. It's his turn now, since I already poked X-Stick a lot here and there yesterday. Wild plums bloomed with white flowers amidst long thorns. daffodils spread over the fields near the stream, filling the air with their fragrance. Rish, don't eat the daffodils, they're poisonous, okay? I've neglected the fields and forest the past few days, so I tended to them. Canham is still having heavy rains, so it's no for the forests over there for now. I cleared the ivy wrapped around the trees and pruned the branches so that the sun could reach the ground. Also cut the trees that were in the way, and planted more trees to prevent the soil from being eroded, since it's a mountain, after all. The work might seem plain, but the spirits who loved sunlight flew out of the tree hollows and fluttered around, so it's fun. I chop the trees I cut into suitable sizes and dry them to make firewood. The ivy can be turned into baskets, so I chuck them inside storage. Let's use them later when I'm free. The afternoon was spent in the fields. I plowed the fields to prepare them for planting potatoes. They love soft soil, so I worked carefully. Next, I prepared unglazed pots for the seedlings, since they won't be planted directly in the field beds. The season for broccoli is already over, but I still kept a few of them blooming so I can harvest some seeds. The yellowish blossoms similar to rapeseed blooms fluttered in the wind. The rest of the leafy leftover parts are given to the livestock. I fed the chickens. Their butts looked cute. The livestock were also taken care of, the sheds cleaned, the straw changed. Manure is great fertilizer, but since these guys are free range, the rest of manure other than those I collected from the barn are left for Mother Nature to handle. Plus, the stinky smell is proof that it's not yet fully fermented, so can't use that as fertilizer yet. I mixed the straw from the livestock's beds with some withered grass that I also collected. I already added some bran too, so the fertilizer will be nice and ready soon. It's hard labor all in all, but it's fine since I got various physical abilities. I already finished most of the work, so I gathered some red poppy and dandelion leaves that were growing over there. Now's the perfect time, while they are still young shoots. Once they bloom they'll be too hard then. I frequently use the tender leaves for cooking. Modding some chicory. No, I mean, this vegetable is still in the process of being improved. The chicory I know has a light color similar to Chinese cabbage, but the ones I have here are really green, teeming with chlorophyll, I guess, and it's only about the size of my palm. The leaves are also rolled up almost completely, making them look like green half-opened rosebuds scattered on the ground. The vegetables I took home would be prepared for tonight's dinner. I'll be adding some boiled eggs to the salad full of that wild flavor, and sprinkle plenty of cheese on top. Main course is 2 pieces of lamb chops, plus soup and bread, and prep's all done. The lambs who grew up munching on the delicious grass of this season were called spring lambs, and they're very delicious. The tiny ones had too little fat and were dry, while the bigger ones were too old, tasting more like the mature adult ones. And so, the lambs stored in my food storage are the medium-sized ones. With a lamb chop in hand, I bit into the juicy goodness and chewed it off. Bone-in lamb loin doesn't stink and doesn't have the peculiar taste of mutton, so good. Biting meat off from the bone gives off that special feeling that I'm really gobbling meat. Rish also had his share of meat on bone and water. For dessert, I enjoyed pudding with a slightly bitter caramel sauce. Alright, if tomorrow's weather is great, let's go to the forest and play with X-Stick. After that, I'll go to Naluadded and check their progress. The construction workers and the stonemasons are probably gathered by now, and the building materials are probably arriving bit by bit. I also ordered a lot of materials for the sanctuary, so I have to check whether they arrived too. Buying construction stuff and furniture really makes me stick out like a sore thumb, but there's no helping it. I knew that, so the scheme is to make a lot of things and store them inside storage, for now. Well, I guess I can just stock them once the building on the island is finished. The land is wide enough that it won't be suspicious even if I were to buy a lot of things. They say there's nothing you can't buy in Naluadded, so I'm looking forward to my shopping spree. I'm happy living without having to mind what others have to say, so I don't mind that the transportation takes a long time, honestly. CH-154. I peeked once on the 3rd floor looking for Daifuku. He wasn't there, so I decided to go to the magical woods. Hey there, Bro Bear. It was raining cats and dogs, so bet not to go there for now, if it's not urgent. The road is in a really bad state right now. Planning to go there, but got stopped by the gatekeeper. The weather here might be cloudy, but it rarely rains. The water that usually seeps into the ground right away formed a lot of puddles, apparently. Well, I guess we can't have our own way with Mother Nature all the time. I thanked him and returned. Out of the people shifting duty now and then, he's the one who always speaks a word or two to all those who pass through this gate, and also the reason why I'm so careful whenever I'm using this gate to get in and out of town. It might be inconvenient for me, but I guess his method is good for security. Alright, let's send him something later. You're quite early, huh? Am I late greeting you? I was about to enter from the back door when Dinosaur poked his head out of the window next door. You're gonna test X-Stick, right? How about we go with everyone the day after tomorrow? It'll be 3 days since all of the folks related to Rosa moved out by then, so we're talking about testing the spirit swords on that day. I'll go. According to Butler and Retz, Rosa's party usually go to areas like magical woods that are known places of monster overflow and are near human settlements instead of the labyrinth, but they would go to the labyrinth to earn money, apparently. The dungeons have a high percentage of monsters with magic stones, after all. Not only that, they work near populated regions so that they can impress the people. They even went deep into the labyrinth just to make a name for themselves, apparently. So those who aim for the country's renaissance or something have different concerns, huh? Jean. Have some tea. Tea, snacks. The kids poked their heads out behind Dinosaur and invited me. When he said snacks, I heard it as oiatsu. Isn't that the Japanese word oiatsu, based on the Edo period's Yatsu time, which is 2:04 p.m.? So it's also oiatsu here? What's going on with language? Well, I guess there's no use thinking about it this late, so I accepted the kids' invitation. Please excuse me for troubling you. Come in. I guess it can't be helped. Let's bake it then. Yippee. The children threw their hands in the air with glee. They seem to be preparing snacks based on how happy the kids are. Shiva came out from the back, and her arms were covered with flour. Is she preparing the batter for now and is supposed to bake later? Dinosaur chatted with me about trivial stuff while drinking tea. I also helped the kids as they studied their letters. This world has 5 languages as far as I know, but they all originated from one language, the one used by Raf in the olden days, and is known currently as the language of the spirits, from which the regional languages were derived from. The priests, aristocrats and merchants all study this language. You can say it's also the lingua franca in a way. A more ancient language of Yufs, known as the magic language, is used to formally invoke the help of the spirits. The spirits can actually understand and communicate using most of the languages, but Yuf's archaic language sounded the most pleasant for them, so they will often lend their help when it is used. That's what we're studying now. Oh, the kids look like they're zoning out. You. Dinosaur looked at me helplessly. What? Stop talking about everything using the ancient language. Speak using words they can understand. I have to consciously think about what languages to use or else I won't know what I'm blabbing. Language san is too convenient. Only a few fragmented words are left of the archaic language, you know? I averted my eyes at Dinosaur's reminder. Alright, I'm done baking. Please brew the tea, okay? Shiva plated the freshly baked pie on a round, wooden plate and she came out of the kitchen carrying it. Yippee. Let's wipe your hands first. Wipe. Oh yeah, folks here don't wash their hands before eating. It's a pain in the neck getting water from the well, so I kinda understand their sentiment. Besides, even the water in the well is suspicious. And so, I recently started endorsing the wonders of warm wet towels. While I brew the tea, Shiva slices the pie on the plate and distributes a slice each to the plates the kids were carrying. Thanks for the food. The pie Shiva baked is made out of pumpkin, it seems. This pumpkin is kinda strange, isn't it? The pie has orange strings for its filling. It's a string pumpkin. We harvested it after summer ended and I made it into jam. Shiva explained. Oh, right. I remember reading somewhere that we also have something called suman kabocha, or spaghetti squash, in Japan. If I'm not mistaken, it's used for refreshing recipes, and maybe the taste is quite similar to the pumpkins they have over here. This world's pumpkins are less sweet, more watery, sticky and fragrant, so I frequently use this variety whenever the dish I'm making calls for some pumpkin to be mixed with other ingredients. Shiva's jam is exquisite, and the pumpkin looks like pretty, glossy golden threads. The crunchy mouthfeel is quite interesting. But if I'm going to make sweets, I'd definitely use the pumpkins and squash from Japan. I guess it wasn't in the plan, but I got to play with the kids and it was soothing. How great it is to be so pure. Well, that's what I thought while we played. I didn't get to test X-Stick for today, so I returned to my house and prepared a box with a lot of different things stuffed inside. I then pasted a sheet of paper on top in place of a lid. I called Rish, so I was wondering what he was doing. Turns out he was staring at me doing my work. By the way, just a bit of info, ever since I created the attic room, the third floor of my Canim house has been completely turned into a workshop. Anyway, X-Stick. Yes you, Master. X-Stick suddenly popped out of the wooden stick. Sorry, the conditions aren't so good today too, so we couldn't go. Let's just play a guessing game instead. And so, today's game with X-Stick involved him breaking through the paper lid and poking the objects to guess what they are. X-Stick became more interested in poking through the paper, so after pestering me for quite a while, I decided to make more boxes with papers for him to make a hole through. In the end, even Rish joined in the fun, so we ended up tearing a lot of papers. Maybe I'll try pasting paper on the lattice later. It suddenly reminded me of cats tearing holes on shoji doors. CH 155. Yeah. They keep on coming. The lumber and other materials are steadily being carried to the sheds on the island and piled on a heap. The rest of the materials that can be weather-beaten are carried near to the actual building area. I listened to Gold and Silver's report while looking around. They still had to do a lot of prep work on the stones and timber, so it doesn't look like a lot of progress has been done, but in fact, the collapsed walls and other broken structures had already been removed and repairs have started on the fortress's port. The island's wharf has also been repaired, but work is easier if there's a point where they can directly unload heavy stuff. The plan is to repair the walls and floors that are still in good condition, so the time should be shorter compared to if we made everything from scratch. I lowered the daily wage and increased the completed work compensation. The construction workers will also benefit with profits if they work fast and faultless, so I wanted them to give their best. The residents are doing stonemasonry work in the appointed place. The island is mostly made up of mountains and white limestone cliffs, covered by soil that is mostly volcanic ash that had accumulated. There are few flat areas, so we built stone walls to prevent the earth from collapsing. We also flattened the slopes to make more plains. Trees weren't that abundant here, so I can't expect we'll get humus, but at least we got fertilizer and plenty of water. No wonder they have many vineyards around this area. Still, I want them to be self-sufficient at the very least. So let's do our best to remodel this region. I also want huge trees for the scenic landscape you can see from the houses. By the way, what are your plans for the huge amount of glass stored at House 10? Unbelievable size and almost zero distortion, must have cost an arm and a leg. Just how much capital do you have, I wonder? It's just honest elbow grease. Spending money is fine, but you do know how hellishly hot summers can be around here. Right? That's fine. Silver is right. Buildings here have small windows with shutters. They serve more as ventilation rather than letting the sunlight in. Well, I guess part of the reason is because they can't make huge panes of glass. Still, the finished glass I made is amazing because of the insulation effect. Not only that, thanks to Van helping out, it's more durable than a stone wall. It's so good it should be illegal. The glass covered in red cloth are Van's. I also considered making greenhouses, but it seems like it won't work. Wait, maybe if I can leave a fireplace inside, it'll stay warm? Well, I'm gonna think about that later. At any rate, the entire island has a warm climate, so there's no need for a greenhouse. Everything's going smooth and we're ahead of schedule, and we got many construction workers to boot. Nice. We will be designating work per section later so that there won't be any risk of the blueprint being passed on to bandits and other people. Gold. After the turnover, we're gonna make sure to do the lattice work and block the passageway. Silver. No, you don't have to be so strict to that extent. Thanks. Here, compensation. As expected of guys with sneaky jobs, with that thought, I gave them the money bag and the pouch of snacks. Silver didn't even glance at the money bag as usual. He hurriedly got the snack pouch from me. Today's snack is sesame cheese straws. Will it be possible to double the amount of these snacks? Gold awkwardly smiled. Why? You're gonna get fat if you eat too much, you know. I'm opposed to you eating snacks instead of a proper meal. I gave a piece to Ero, and he could taste it, it seems. I am not sure whether this is a good thing or not. However, the flavor is indeed deep. It would be alright for me if you lower my portion of compensation for a small amount. You can also lower mine by the same amount. Oh, so it's for the two of them. Wait, I've been handing snacks for both of them ever since, though? Well, I did know that Silver seemed to be monopolizing it. If that's the case then there's no need for that. It's not a big deal. I slip off my shoulder bag, thrust my hand inside and got more snack pouches. Here. There are 2 more pouches, so share one with the island children. It's great that everything's going according to plan, albeit a little fast. What's your plan after this? I'll go back to Naluadid and stroll around for a bit. I wanna buy some fabric. I want to make some summer clothes. I'll go with you. Silver suddenly told me he'll tag along, so I arranged for our ferryman. Well, it's the same old man from the village. I don't have the confidence to keep my gluttony in check. Oi, you're an adult. Seems like he's going with me to overcome the temptation of snatching the snack pouch from the kids. Oi, Gold also has a subtle smile plastered on his face. I strolled around Naluadid with Silver. I'm supposed to be helpless about it, but turns out he already mastered Naluadid's crooks and grannies like the back of his hand, so he didn't lack anything as a guide. How excellent. It's just that he might be easily bribed by a cookie made by a possessed person. Dress and shoe materials, jewelry and food seems to be in trend now. Some hero somewhere fancies them, apparently, so the nearby countries and kingdoms also good-naturedly ordered them. As a result, rare fabrics and lace are sold with sky-high prices, but normal fabrics are still quite affordable and they have a lot of choices. This shade of blue is quite subdued, isn't it? Vivid blues can only be produced by the dyers possessed by spirits. I believe it will be a great fortune if you have an inkling as to what bright dyes are. Silver's way of speaking turns a 180-degree when we're in public, and he even courteously carried my stuff. What a change in attitude. Really? The lapis lazuli that brings out the vivid blue in paintings are worth much more than gold, and most people wearing blue in paintings are nobles. They do desire clothes with bright hues of blue, but paintings are far more valuable for them, given that blue paint uses ores which cannot be used for fabrics. Not to mention the dyers who can do such techniques are very few, so I believe it can be quite odious to use vivid blue for cloth, if I may say so. This current dull shade of blue will turn into a vivid hue when dyed by a possessed dyer, just like the color found in paintings, and it will be extremely expensive. Moreover, these dyers are said to be under the protection of the church. Apparently, there is a color representative of each spirit, and they would stick to that particular color. In several cases, the dyer's services would be exclusive for the fabrics that are used to make the clothes of the upper echelons of the church. Such fabric increasingly became unavailable to the public, apparently. No, I just saw someone selling indigo like normal. Yup, it's certain now. Folks here think solidified indigo is a kind of mineral. Seems like it never crossed their mind to use it as fabric dye. Hey, I'm guessing it's solidified to become dry and hard so that it'll be easier to transport. No? Will spreading indigo affect the dyers? No. If a possessed dyer used that indigo or whatnot, it will certainly benefit them. Oh, so that's how it is. But then, it might be a pain in the neck since an organization like the church might become involved. Besides, adventurers and nobles are permitted to wear bright colors, so I guess it's fine? Well, I guess it's fair to assume that the official stance of not allowing commoners to buy them might also be because such fabrics are way too costly. Regardless, assumptions can be quite scary. Or should I say, you folks should find out first what the object is for before importing them. Take potatoes, for example. The impression that potatoes are ornamental flowers is still strong. CH 156. I'm counting on you, Ruta. Today's the day we're gonna test the spirit swords in the forest. We can't do it in a place that's too close to the city, nor can we test them in spots frequented by adventurers, so we decided to ride our horses to a more suitable place. The weather has been quite nice recently, so Ash and I meet to have long-distance horse riding sessions with lunch together. I feel like I'm getting better at riding horses, but yeah, Ruta still handles all the basics. You're still the same as ever, Ruta. It's just as Chris said, Ruta would always break through the stalls, or else jump over the fence every time she senses my presence even before I finished greeting the receptionist. And so, I recently added more money to Ruta's deposit fees to cover the repair fees too. It's a nice day. Ash seems happy. Her expression might not change much, but it's quite obvious that she loves riding horses. We saw a beacon tower and a dovecote hidden among the trees. I was thinking the path was quite easy for horses to traverse, but it turned out that people had already been here before. Since we didn't decide on any particular destination, once we reached a suitable open area, we dismounted, took a short break, then started with the test. Ruta, the monsters might seem few, but that doesn't mean they won't come out, so be careful, alright? Ruta snorted and leaned her face against me. I wiped her down, gave her water and some rock salt to replenish her electrolytes. You spoil her as always, huh? I think he's gonna make some horseshoes too at this rate. Ash even agreed with him. This much is normal. Ruta lifted her upper lips to her nose and bared her teeth. It looked like she's grinning. Yeah. If it's a normal horse, I'm gonna think something stinks, but in her case, she's probably laughing at us. Dean rolled his eyes. Hey, this is normal. It's similar to Cat's flamin' response. It's good that it's mutual love. Retz was already done with his own horse, and was picking stones for the campfire. I'll pick some firewood. Gotta work now. I'll draw the water. Wee. Ouch. Tina knocked the twins on the head. That's because toilet time means they're gonna scatter around. The kids are naturally accompanied by Dinosaur or Shiva, although the monsters around here weren't that strong. After finishing my own business too, I picked up some suitable withered branches, as well as dried grass that seemed great as fire fodder while clearing the grass and thorny shrubs with X-stick. They were about to start a fire by the time I returned. We've gathered quite a lot of firewood, so we ignited them. Retz is amazing for being able to light it with just one stroke of the flint. We're here camping out, but Butler was still refined as usual. He even prepared an elegant tea set. The utensils were far from delicate since they're designed for outdoor use, but still, right? Folks here don't often drink water as is. They bring water gourds, but mostly filled with low alcohol content wine. With fire, we can neither drink plain hot water or tea. We already tried all sorts of tea. I remember drinking the tea prepared from who knows what kind of herb that Retz gathered on site while enduring its muddy taste. Ugh, memories. It's good for warming the body, apparently. But yep, nasty tasting things are nasty, period. Alright, let's do this. Can I go first? After we hydrated ourselves and took a break, Dinosaur stood up. Dean is kinda creepy with his eyes sparkling with anticipation. But I'm gradually getting used to him being like this. The sword's entire body was black, while the tip of the sword and the decorated guard part of the hilt were orange, the shade of molten iron. Dinosaur swung his sword lightly, and flames shot out of the blade as he cut through the air. Dinosaur apparently infused it with his mana. Flames blazed from his hand to the sword's blade then spread out in a circle around him. Whoa. Amazing, dude. Hey, that's so flashy. Gorgeous. Dean, Retz and Chris praised him with those words respectively. Papa is so cool. So cool. So cool. Yup, your papa is so cool. Dinosaur slung his sword on his shoulder, winking happily at the shocked kids. Oh dear, you look really happy. Mom's sword is like this. Dinosaur wielded his sword as if he's practicing by himself, but Shiva simply swung hers downward. Her sword drew a graceful arc, sparkling snow spilling out of the white blade. Hers was a very elegant yet sharp ice attribute sword. She also infused her mana right there and then, so a chilling breeze blew out of the blade itself, and a thin ice appeared, which cracked immediately. The broken ice turned into thin, sharp ice blades. Shiva did all of this with a warm smile on her face, and the effect was amazing. She didn't reveal the other sword, just like Butler. Noth's gonna pass too? It's a secret weapon. I believe it will not be suitable for me to reveal its ability. Butler glossed over Dean's question. Oh, right, secret weapons are meant to be hidden, abilities and all. If its presence and abilities are revealed, then the value is already reduced by half, eh? So Shiva is treating the other sword as a secret weapon too. Well, I guess energy drain also works on wraiths, so it probably doesn't suck vitality, but kinetic energy instead? Not really sure about this, but it's a sword that can inflict damage mentally. Shiva was watching Butler and Dean's exchange with a smile. Our eyes met, so I feigned ignorance. Me next. Tina moved to a wider space. She swung the hammer with both hands. It rapidly grew in size, and by the time it hit the ground, it was so huge, much bigger than Tina even though she had a small stature. It returned to its original size after the head part of the hammer touched the ground and made a crater. Why did it get bigger? What the heck is the logic behind that? Dunno. I shrugged at Retz's question. BFFT. Hey, you maker. Dean bursted out. I think it's cute. I agree. Ash and Chris. Your impression is off. Way too off. Noisy Dean. CH-157. So, why does it have to expand? Dean saw N and Vax weapons and asked again, looking dissatisfied. I believe it will be better to give up on this. Hey Butler. Understanding and giving up will give you very different impressions, you know. My sword's not as effective as Wolf King's because I don't have enough mana, not because it's a lower quality version, right? Dean is the type to just smash things instead of cutting, so his great sword is a lot thicker than Dinosaur's and it gets that heavier feel when he swings it around. There's also the difference in size, but yeah, his fire did look a little inferior to the overpowering blazing flames of Dinosaur's. Foo-foo. Let me now demonstrate this magnificent sword of mine. Chris waved his sword with flourish, scattering light while doing so. HHHH. I already predicted this would happen, so I circled my arm around Ash and covered her eyes with my arm from behind her. We didn't get hurt because of that. Dean and Chris, the one who happily brandished the sword, tumbled on the ground. Dinosaur and Shiva protected the kids properly. It's a pity the direction of the attack cannot be controlled, unlike that of the fire. Unruffled Butler commented nonchalantly, thanks. It's my turn now. Ash ignored the two guys twitching on the ground. Well, the light just now wasn't as strong as the one I accidentally activated back in my house, so they're probably gonna be fine, I guess. Well, it doesn't hurt to be sure, so maybe I'll heal them later just in case. Ash stepped forward and swung her sword. She was still far from an hourglass figure, but she got that svelte, alright. I'll adjust everything in her wardrobe that she's been using until now after I give her some summer clothes. The water sheath on her blade flew and turned into sharp blades, cutting the branches of a tree nearby. It's a little shaky. Looks like I need to practice. Scary-faced Ash put away her sword. Seems like she didn't like the trajectory of the water blades. Long-range attacks, huh? How nice. Plus it doesn't even damage the material. Oh, right, come to think of it. Dinosaurs, and Dean, too, flames can potentially damage the materials, but then, it can inflict burns during a fight, so I guess fire is probably better. Okay, me next, huh? Retz's sword seemed quite eager, green vines were already snaking out of it. Oi, wait, don't suck on Dean and Chris. The vines were about to reach out to the two guys who were squatting down while clutching their eyes and heads, so Retz stopped them. So there's no need to swing the sword. Huh. Seems like it. Retz answered Ash when she dubiously asked him. So these vines can stealthily creep onto someone without any presence. Very convenient. I control when they slither out, but they tend to do whatever they want after that. Well, I guess not being able to use mana myself might be a reason. The vines returned back to Retz and twined around his arm. Quite attached to you, aren't they? Yeah, watered them properly, after all. Retz gallantly cares for this sword, huh? The sword that is planted on a pot. I'm the last one. Alright, what to do now that I stepped forward? What's that? Did you make that too, Jean? The recovered Dean asked. It looks like a bow stick. Did you hew it yourself? Perchance? Chris stared fixedly at Axe stick. I thought it's quite well made, but I don't think it's been whittled down. Ash commented. Foo-fa-foo. It's not just an ordinary stick, Axe stick. Master. I'm Pocky Stick X. Nicknamed X-Stick. I'm fine being an ordinary stick, too. Hey, you're fine being an ordinary stick. Great sense of identity you got there. Some of the guys froze when X-Stick appeared at the tip of the stick. The trio who were already in the know either averted their eyes or else pressed their mouths and swallowed the sigh they're about to heave. A possessed bow. How unique. Ash behaved like usual. You are so cute. It's a spirit. A spirit. First time I see one so clearly. The goggly-eyed kids were dumbfounded at first, but they happily gathered around me soon after. Nuth. I'll hold X-Stick, so can you cut him for me? X-Stick, is it? Yup. Butler stood transfixed with a smile plastered on his face. I'll do it instead. It's rare to see Nuth hesitating like this. Eh? You're gonna do it? Retz turned away. Now come. Shiva didn't even mean to go all out, she just brought her sword down with a light shout. Somebody shrieked hoarsely. I'm tingling. X-Stick was safe and sound, but the arm I used to support X-Stick felt numb up to my elbow. Goodness. Indeed, this truly is bad for the heart. Shiva was astounded. Butler pressed his heart. Dinosaur slumped down. Retz looked aghast. This sword looks like the easiest one to cut down, and yet... Oi, it's amazing. Dean. Yeah. Thank goodness it's not Dinosaur's huge sword. If Shiva's blow had been any stronger then heal would have been activated. Gold ranks are incredible. Yeah, so awesome. Ignorance is bliss. Retz was mumbling something. CH-158 I grilled some sausages and inserted them into the hot dog buns with the ends peeking a bit. Yep, that's the way to go. It's quite late for lunch. Anyone here who doesn't like spicy? Me. And raised his hand. Alright, wait a bit. A little bit of mustard, more ketchup and spread with a spoon. Might be better if we have the proper utensils for doing this. I also prepared some onions that had already been sliced back home, and cucumber and beet pickles, plus sauerkraut, easy melt cheese, and chili beans. Here you go. You can add other ingredients if you want. Melt the cheese over the campfire and put it on top. It'll taste great. Grown-ups, help yourselves. Be careful with this one, it's spicy. This stuff might look like it's pickled cucumber slices, but no, it's jalapeno, so I warned them. Would be nice to have some cola, but we only have coffee. The bread crust is slightly crunchy outside and soft and fluffy inside. I piled the perfectly grilled sausage, ketchup, mustard, onions, pickles to the point of spilling, then took a huge bite. Bliss. This is nice, it's fun. Dinosaur quipped while watching the kids happily piling stuff on their own buns, still spilling some even while being careful. It's easy to consume, and that's also pleasant. It's more scrumptious than anything I've ever tasted. Butler was finally revived, and Chris was exaggerated as usual with all those big gestures of his. Amazing. It's the first time I saw a spirit having a solid body and eating. On top of that, Dean and Ash gaped at X-Stick. Hot dogs seem to fall into the junk food category that X-Stick loves so much, so I guess he can eat it. But what's up with that mouth? It's not sticking out of his chin? Is it similar to how whale sharks eat? Maybe it's just me, but that sight of him opening up and gobbling a hot dog bigger than his body diameter is kinda suspicious. Hey, if we consider this calmly, I can see him and swords don't cut him, so he's probably one of the stronger spirits. At least that's what I think. But yeah, what you're thinking? What do you mean by that, Dean? I'm actually unsure how to react with Jean's spirits, be it that doggy or this stick. No need to bother about anything, you know. Butler, on the other hand, was pressing his eyes for some reason. The plan was to hunt monsters nearby after lunch, but I stayed behind as the first batch went out to hunt. To tend to the horses. Brush Rooter, then brush one of the other horses lightly. Brush Rooter, then brush one of the other horses lightly. Brush Rooter. Dedicated, aren't you, Jean? Beside me, Ash was brushing the horse she rode on. Well, can't be helped. Every time I finish one horse, Rooter comes to me thinking it's her turn next. So I thought you're a weird fellow the first time we met, but I didn't have any idea that you're such a gallant guy. You'd been quite crabby back then. Well, I guess I know now that it was because of my lil sis. Dean was also brushing the horses. Yeah, he's really into animals, just like that time with Rish. Chris and Retz were also with us. Butler told us, I'll be off to vent on the monsters with a pleasant grin on his face. Then he joined the advance party. Yeah, I didn't have any plans putting up with you guys immediately after she was released. Sorry about that. I'm actually glad that we met again in the forest that time. I couldn't trust them because of my sis, after all. Well, it's kinda weird hearing it from you with Ruta tousling you. So, now you're putting up with me? Not really. I'm just living freely. Ruta was still munching on my hair. I'm also glad that I saw you again in the forest. Thanks. Ash is always straightforward, but it still made me blush a bit. But she has that azure face on, so for an instant, I didn't know what to say. I'm happy too, well, not counting that incident with that spirit thing. Dean mumbled while staring at his hands. Oh my, is this because of youth, the springtime of life? Nah. You should consider age when you say youth, right? Chris's voice boomed as if to drown Dean's mumblings. Chris and Retz were gathering medicinal herbs nearby and were sorting them out. Nope, I'm just apologizing back when I acted exasperatingly. The advanced party is back. We could already see Dinosaur and the others even before Dean finished speaking. We're back. The kids rushed towards us with Shiva behind them, followed by an exhausted-looking Dinosaur. Ashtzama, I have returned. And Butler was the last, a smile plastered on his face. Do you feel refreshed? Indeed. Great, then. Ash and Butler were talking as master and servant candidly. But Dinosaur was glaring at them, as if he wanted to say it's nothing great. You've worked hard, Dinosaur. More than half of it is because of you, you know. I didn't even join you? Nonsense. CH-159 with X-stick in hand. I poked and rustled my way through the forest. It's great that you're enjoying yourself, but tone down the noise, alright? Retz scolded me. Yes. Well, we're not here to traverse the forest but to look for monsters, so I guess he's got a point. The monsters living in this area of the forest aren't so powerful that they'll attack our group of 5. Some of them are even smart enough to stay out of our way. The advance group caught a few monster-fied birds, great grouse and partridges. The great grouse looks like a cross between pheasants and turkey. I remember reading that Poirot failed to eat the red grouse in Agatha Christie's novel. I wonder if that red grouse also exists here? How Retz quietly said while gesturing for us to stop. A fawn. With horns. Dean narrowed his eyes and stared at the object of Retz's line of sight. It's a fawn monster, apparently. Except for certain breeds, monsters very rarely give birth to young, so fawn monsters are considered rare. They also taste good, apparently. It's a bit far away. Chris's accent was still strong despite whispering. On top of the distance, it's also in a clearing, so it'll probably be difficult for us to approach it. I'll miss it if it's this far. I watched Ash practice shooting her blades earlier. The more mana she pours in, the more the range increases, but the ice blades end up flying askew. She can only hit targets accurately if they're not more than 10 meters away. The fawn was around 30 meters away from us. Will mine reach it? Retz drew his sword. Out of the 3 vines that came out, only one stretched out and slithered. It could probably stretch more, but just one could work with the distance. I can't. It'll be dangerous if it sucks more than this. Seems like Retz's mana wasn't enough. I'll lend you my mana. I tried touching the sword, but the remaining vines retracted back. Seems like it won't work. I tried again, stretching my hand this time, and one of the ivy tendrils wrapped around it. The limp ivy suddenly became energetic, slithering towards the fawn and successfully entwined it. Is it because you're the manufacturer? Maybe it just easily gets attached. Ash and Dean stared at the ivy. It looked quite happy with its leaves rustling. Can I water it later, too? I don't think that's the problem. Chris timidly asked. Retz's face was somewhat puckered. Spirit swords usually work with affinity to spirits. I think it's a question of whether you're favored or not. Just give it up, Ash said with a somber face. Dean grinned while patting Retz's back. Dean dealt the final blow to the fawn and cut the delicious meat. Afterward, fawn great grouse also appeared, but Dean completely charred it black so we couldn't bring it back. Fire is nice and all because of the power, but then, the materials. Alright, maybe I shouldn't put mana in it for normal use, just for emergencies. Maybe I should find a chance to fight against strong guys to practice, but, Wolf King, you looked really cool. Hey, instead of sword practice, this guy will probably practice imitating Dinosaur's way of wielding his sword. Kinda like little kids copying their heroes. My sword is probably suited as a light source for caves and the labyrinth. It's quite difficult if I'm going to blind my enemies with it, since I also have to close my eyes too. Not sure if it would work on wraiths and undead, but it sure is romantic. I thought I gave you a troublesome sword, but it's romantic for you, huh? After everyone took a turn defeating the monsters with their respective swords, I poked around to my heart's content. Oh? I discovered some mushrooms while rustling around and parting the dead leaves around the roots of the trees. Leal, huh? Come to think of it, they're in season, right? Yeah. Is it the one you told me to look for when you gave me the mushrooms? Appraisal said it's a relative of morals. Yup. These guys are also tasty. But you can't eat them raw, Dean explained, but no need to worry. I'm not used to the culture of eating mushrooms raw. There's a similar looking mushroom called elp, but the fragrance is just so it's cheap. These can fetch a higher price. I see, so with Reds's method, I should just poke around heaps that are taller than the surroundings, huh? I approve, so yep, Russell. Leal has a mesh, honeycomb patterned hood that's hollow inside. The umbrella part appeared as if the exterior of the handle-like body simply stretched outward to form that hood. That made it look like they're attached to each other instead of the umbrella part protruding out from the center, like the case with elp. I no longer poked things with X-stick but stuck to rummaging the leaves to look for Leal. A toad monster suddenly jumped out, which I promptly stabbed with X-stick, so it's quite the harvest. Hey, X-stick is convenient, huh? I know, right? I don't have to squat while rummaging, and I can even stab monsters that jump out. We carried loads of Leal and the fawn back to the campsite. I see, it's the season for Leal, come to think of it. Butler brewed the tea while waiting for us. Oh goodness, what a bountiful harvest. It's decided that I'm going to make Leal cream pasta, and Shiva's gonna make partridge pie and she'll wrap it up for us. It'd be nice if everyone could gather round the table and enjoy them together, but we don't have enough space, so they have to come over and get their food once it's done. Maybe I can just smash the second floor's guest room and convert it into a dining room? Nobody's gonna sleep over there, after all. CH 160. Before I knew it, summer was already here while I spent the days hunting with Pocky Stick X, making stuff that I lacked, planting trees on the island. Rish, it'll be cooler over here once I open the sluice, so why don't you come here? Rish was staying in the corner of a dark room where sunlight doesn't reach. Days with clear skies, bright sun and no humidity are perfectly great for me, but Rish finds them too hot for comfort. It wasn't to the point that he'll get weak, but he likes to lie down spread-eagled with his tummy flat on the floor, as if trying to enjoy the sensation of the cold floor to the fullest. I opened the sluice this morning after inspecting the water channel underneath the room. The stone slab was quite thick, so it took me some time, but the room turned cooler than the rest of the house. Since we're avoiding the heat, stroll time with Rish has gotten earlier by the day. Well, it's okay because I take naps in the afternoon anyway. Alright, today's the day I'll be working on the second floor. I can just chuck all the furniture and stuff into storage, so it wasn't that hard, but I guess there's no one else who excels in tearing down stuff, building walls then smashing them again than me, if I say so myself. It's like having ants in your pants. I can't even settle down. Anyway, the summer heat started on the island, then in my house, before spreading to Canham. The cold in Canham's house can be quite intense, so other than the area near and around the fireplace, everything else is made of wood. The third floor is tiled because of the fireplace, but it's easier to clean. The existent fireplace was remodeled so that it'll be suitable for cooking, so it's wider and deeper, and I can make it burn up to waist level. There's a workbench opposite the fireplace, and I used stone tiles in the area between them so that it's easier for me to clean. I left the small hearth that I installed after turning this room into the guest room as it is, and added some tools and stuff so we can brew tea over it. The nearby spot might become the reserved seat for Butler, I guess. Bang! I heaved the wine barrel to its special stand, then another bang for the beer barrel on its own stand, too. I pushed the bench against the wall, put a table in front, and placed the chairs across. How nice it'll be if we got water service. Thinking so, I also installed a gigantic water jug. I'll expand the firewood storehouse later and hoard wood when it's cheaper. I arranged the dishes I took from the first floor onto the shelves. My goal is to move the stuff that might be troublesome if somebody else sees them. But yeah, This room completely turned into a restaurant. What to do now with my dinner appointments with Ash? Honestly, I liked the atmosphere of the first floor before. The attic had completely turned into the game room, and it's also an extension of the bedroom. After all, maybe I should give the bedroom above the courtyard, no, the third floor above it, a little makeover. It's the season of less rainfall, so I should also work on the sanctuary in the forest. We have plenty of materials, after all. I already have a rough idea of how I want the forest house to turn out, so let's go to the island and get some materials. Oh, speaking of the island, Gold and Silver brought some wild news to me. Buying the land and the people in it? You are currently renting it, no? Well, I guess it wasn't clear. You will inherit the land and the people here, and be independent. The son of the Lord is getting married 6 months from now, and he also has 4 daughters after that son. So it's about money, huh? Gold nodded. It's currently the end of the transition period of the country being a state. Most of the feudal lords had already been absorbed into the nobility. Because free commerce is the mainstay around Nalhudid, the merchants have more power, so it's still considered a feudal unit. This place can be considered a commercial state in a sense, but feudal lords who aren't involved in trade are considered useless, something like that. Other than the feudal lords with good foresight who owned ports, or ships, the rest of the feudal lords who owned the islands were already cut off from the areas where ports can be established, as well as places facing the sea. They are also considered nuisances, commonly ignored. Well, since I'm also a free knight, I guess I'm also one of the rural feudal lords. A trading company became bankrupt, so the ships are put up for sale. Seems like he wanted one no matter what. Gold. What? I thought he's going to use the money to fund the wedding. I feel like that feudal lord isn't good at making a deal. If he has a ship, it's enough as assets, and if he's lucky, he'll be able to pay off his loans while earning money. Gold. Not sure if that guy has business acumen or what, but for that family, it's their dearest wish to have their own ships. Silver. Wait, we're having this conversation in such a dim room, it's as if we're doing some conspiracy of sorts, don't you think? Gold and Silver are also acting suspiciously. At first, they were acting ridiculously by demanding the loan cost of the entire ship, but when we ignored them, they lowered the price, so low that it could barely cover the down payment for the ship. Silver. It might become a dispute if that guy got crushed and replaced by another feudal lord. I believe it would be in our best interest to become independent. Gold. Yeah. There's no strife around here, but if trade fails, I don't think that feudal lord guy will be able to stand his own ground. Isn't this idea better than spending money to aid them if that happens? Yeah, Silver is right. It'll be a pain in the neck to negotiate with a new feudal lord, so I'll probably end up going through the hassle of funding the old feudal lord just to keep the contract going. The island will have changed a lot by the time a new feudal lord comes, and he might strike a hard bargain after seeing the worth of the island after all the improvements. Such a hassle. Got it. Then go ahead and pay him. More expenses. I was hoarding aquamarines bit by bit, and I don't think I'll go in the red, but stop with the unplanned expenses. They're emphasizing just how haphazard I am in planning, you know. The house is already enough for having haphazard plans. No, I guess this is also part of house expenses, huh? Yes, my lord. As you command. Gold and Silver bowed to me. Eh? Am I the feudal lord now? Indeed, it's the automatic outcome. Gold broke into a huge grin with one hand still over his breast while stooping down. Did you even listen to what we just talked about now? Silver coldly replied. So harsh.